At the center of the world, in the vast white desert, there existed a monster. A white serpent that swallowed entire glaciers. A gray bear that shook the globe. A loathsome rat that defiled the ocean. But an emperor who had once returned alive from the white desert said, "The most dangerous thing there is the monsters themselves." At that time in the white desert, relentless tremors erupted, and a barefoot girl felled a monster amid the blizzard. Not far away, a cataclysmic explosion occurred. A man's sinewy hand clenched the monster's claw, and he let out a fierce, ear-splitting roar to assert his strength. At that moment, another person strode forward slowly. At his sight, the monster trembled in sheer terror. He gripped a sharp weapon tightly, and with swift, decisive slashes, the monster was granted a free ticket to the altar. Afterward, he stood with the two from before. Only the Man clan would boast of their own stupidity so openly. He walked over to the bewildered girl and asked, "How much longer must I linger with these rude, ignorant fools?" She stared at him wide-eyed like a 3-year-old. "Ignorant, what is that? Can you eat it?" Hearing that, he sighed helplessly and walked away. Thus, the bald young man and the naive girl sat back and leisurely enjoyed the monster's meat. Just then, Kental Gui strode up to them. "I told you not to eat that. It will kill you." A murderous aura rose from him. "Not even a week and you've already eaten it all." The girl sat there embarrassed, speechless. In other words, then the two put on an utterly sham performance together. That was a most noble trial. And you call that something to be proud of? No sooner had he finished than Greta's pupils contracted. His face turned ashen, as if suffering severe cramp. He writhed in pain, his body trembling, foam at his mouth. Then Greta collapsed to the horror of the girl. "Greta, what's wrong? Wake up." On the other side, Kental exhaled once. "I told you, but you wouldn't listen." He turned and left, leaving the girl to repeatedly punch Greta's face. "Wake up, Greta. Come on, get up." Kental still kept his back turned, standing in the blizzard, and murmured gently, "This is not what I want." Beginning of Main's inner monologue. In a world full of magic and wonder, I quit my job and set out to wander. I climbed the highest mountain on Earth. I set foot at the very center of the planet, and even reached the southernmost point of the globe. But of course nothing happened. Reality was the most distant thing from imagination. Every night I prayed that when I woke I'd be inside a dream, and one day that prayer actually came true. Cut to a not distant place. A carriage and its party plowed through the blizzard. Damn it, it's bone-chilling cold. A man with a blonde head looked at the person beside him. "Then wrap yourself tighter unless you want to freeze to death." The young man covered his face with his hand and replied with difficulty, I'm wrapped already, sir." Beside him, another hurriedly said, "Captain, no matter how great the reward, this is still foolish. Crossing the white desert, has your lord arrived?" But the captain only wore a look of certainty. Be quiet, didn't everyone already agree? He avoided eye contact, thinking to himself, we had no idea it would be like this. Inside the carriage, the old steward clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn, it's freezing. He raised a hand and cleared his throat softly, then timidly looked at the person before him. Miss, are you all right? The girl with teal hair smiled as bright as a flower. Yes. Her name is Milna of the Akasa family. She cheerfully replied to the steward, I'm fine. Outside, the groans continued. Damn, I'm going to freeze to death. Unable to stand it, the steward scowled, looked out and shouted, how rude. Still, Milna was sympathetic. Don't be too harsh. They're the only ones escorting us across the white desert. A hint of worry crossed her face. Even so, shouldn't we let them inside? They look like they're about to freeze solid. Outside, the blizzard worsened. People shielded their faces with gloved hands. When the steward awkwardly told her, no, you know what dwells in the white desert. Hearing that, Milna lowered her gaze. Monsters, right. Long ago, an emperor with the ambition to rule the world turned his eyes to conquering the white desert. He led countless warriors and soldiers, and personally ventured into the white desert. Years later, after the empire had fallen and faded into oblivion, that emperor returned, bereft of troops and in tatters. The old man had aged decades and spoke like a madman. He told of monsters in the white desert, but the greatest danger was not the monster, but the Man clan. They were there. A familiar silhouette appeared, perhaps Kental. The old steward continued to speculate. It must be just a legend. Milna retorted, but the emperor's words weren't baseless. Many of the monsters he described were later confirmed to be real. The steward smiled to reassure her. Still, no one has ever actually seen a Man clansman. She accepted that. That's true. Countless stories are passed down, yet none mention the Man clan. Outside the carriage, the captain suddenly called out loudly. Everyone stopped. He ground his teeth and looked ahead. There's something up ahead. What is it? The captain squinted, trying to make out whatever was approaching. Finally, because the haze was so thick, he said, I can't see clearly. A second later, his face turned horrified. I have good news and bad news. The team urged him at once. Spit it out. The captain froze. Damn, the good news is it's rather small, and the bad news is. Kentel's silhouette gradually emerged through the falling snow. It was moving toward us. Hearing that, everyone wore the same expression. The old steward's eyes widened as he peered out. The captain immediately heightened his vigilance and clenched the hilt of his sword at his side, his face never ceasing to show fear. The figure became clearer. A human, gray-white hair revealed, with a six-pack and large scars. Ken Chuo strode confidently toward the group, his eyes flashing violet. A member of the team raised his axe and immediately recognized him as a man clansman. Kentel's gaze was as sharp as a blade, slowly sweeping across everyone there. Then he spoke first. I went out for a walk because I'm sick of looking at other man clansmen, yet I run into these outsiders in the snow. What luck. His mouth twitched into an involuntary, knowing smile. Kentel put on an excited expression. I didn't expect to meet anyone here. It's a pleasure. Then he glanced at the carriage. Are you merchants? They immediately affirmed it. Yes, Kentel probed further. And you are mercenaries hired to escort them, right? The captain answered honestly. Yes. Suddenly Kentel rubbed his chin and said, I advise you to turn back, though I suppose you would. Come this far, the captain's face showed a hint of dread. Suddenly Kentel realized something. There's someone inside the carriage, isn't there? Inside, Milna immediately flinched. The captain trembled uncontrollably, waiting for his next words. Yet Kentel smiled and uttered an unexpected line. I'd like to be hired too. Everyone instantly raised their guard. What? But Kentel remained confident, hands on his hips. Was I not clear? I'm offering to help you cross this desert. Hearing that, the captain thought inwardly. A legendary man clansman asking to join. Could that really be all he wanted? Then he cautiously replied, so you bear us no hostility. Kentel coldly crossed his arms over his chest. If I did, you'd all be dead. When the words fell, everyone went pale as if suddenly enlightened. A young man in the group turned to look at the captain. At this moment, he slowly raised his hand. Can you hear it? Milna inside remained silent, not answering. Then she immediately turned her face outside. The old butler was confused, wondering what was happening. The captain continued to report to her. He says he wants to be hired as a mercenary. What would you like to do? Once again, Milna fell into deep thought and posed a question. What if we fight him? The captain looked at the intense killing intent radiating from Kentel and hesitated. Personally, I wouldn't recommend that. Hearing that, she bowed her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Afterward, Milna looked out the window and ordered them. Understood, tell him we accept. Receiving the instructions, the captain nodded. All right. So Kentel's request was approved. She agrees. Hearing that, Kentel immediately wore a satisfied smile. Although he appeared very happy, his appearance terrified everyone else. Seeing that, the two men's legs immediately went limp on the spot. Kentel approached the captain, who asked in surprise, What? Kentel grinned, reassuring him. Calm down, you're just a hireling. I need to meet the person in charge direct. Immediately, a warning flash sparked in the captain's eyes. If you dare to pull any tricks. Not letting him finish, Kentel cut him off. You will regret it. The captain had to let him walk toward the carriage. Seeing this, the young man in the group looked at him in bewilderment. Captain, is it really okay to let him meet her? The employer already gave the green light. The boy next to him was also wary. Still, we are mercenaries. Shouldn't we stop him somehow? The captain replied, Stop him. Kentel's murderous figure was still in his sight. Are you serious? Don't be stupid. Inside, the old butler was extremely panicked. My lady, what are you doing? Milna just gently reassured him. Calm down. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making her jump. May I come in? The old butler next to her was even more panicked than she was, to the point that his glasses fell off. Milna also hesitantly agreed. Yes, come in. Upon receiving the answer, Kentel slightly smirked, looking like a predator. The butler cowered. While he was just expanding his territory, Kentel closed his eyes, his expression calm and indifferent, advising, The two of you, please stay calm. I have no intention of causing any harm to you. His body was tall and large, sitting in the carriage with the butler as if to crush him into a pancake. The butler went pale, screaming internally, Don't come any closer, you monster. Milna opposite looked up in a daze, overwhelmed by his figure. The legendary Barbarian was standing right in front of her. She shyly spoke up, It is a great pleasure to meet you. Kentel also politely replied, I am also very happy to meet you. When he turned to look at the snowy scenery outside the window, he softly exclaimed, It's quite warm in here, isn't it? Even in the middle of this vast snowfield, it maintains such warmth. Milna was slightly surprised but still explained, Ah, that's thanks to magic. He replied happily, Oh, is it really magic? You know, the world here. A series of rambling sentences left her bewildered. Kentel looked outside again, saying, As you two are aware, this place is extremely dangerous. Even with mercenaries as escort, your chances of crossing safely are slim. Therefore, I will ensure your safety. However, I have one request. The sudden words made Mylna and the butler both freeze in place. Mylna hesitated. A request, what do you want? Kental smirked, knowledge from outside the snowfield. He smiled faintly and spoke frankly. The information you two hold is exactly what I want to have. She heard that and was confused. Knowledge outside the snowfield. Kental nodded firmly. Yes. He even tried to convince her. You two won't lose anything. Mylna bit her lip, hesitating, worried in her heart. From the beginning, we didn't have the right to choose. With no other choice, Mylna agreed. I understand. The butler next to her saw this, immediately gasped and froze like stone. Kental smiled pleasantly. Good, so what is your name? Mylna placed her hand on her chest and replied solemnly. I am Mylna, Mylna of the Akasa clan. He found it interesting and also generously introduced himself. I am Kental. It is a pleasure to work with you. In his past life, he had longed for a fantasy world. Right on his desk were open-world game discs and 2 PlayStation controllers. One day, upon waking up, he suddenly found himself turned into a barbarian in the middle of a snowfield. That silhouette wobbled slightly, looking at his hands in disbelief, with no time to figure out the reason. The only things existing here were the axe in his hand and countless powerful monsters. He led a tribe in the wasteland, hunting to survive, gritting his teeth to endure each day. He didn't know how much time had passed, didn't know how many years had gone by. He never stopped trying to escape this horrific snowfield. But every time his hands slammed against the barrier wall, countless system panels would duly display, quest not completed. You can leave the snowfield when the quest is completed. An invisible force prevented him from leaving this place. Just when he was about to give up, the silhouette of cavalry suddenly appeared in the snowstorm. He didn't understand why people would voluntarily set foot in this harsh place. Occasionally, people from the outside world appeared, and he realized Kental was slightly dazed. The world outside the harsh snowfield was the world of fantasy and magic he had always dreamed of. Clear blue skies, warm eyes, endless lush green meadows, villages or towns springing up with beautiful ancient architecture. That was exactly the fantasy world. Since then he truly acted, not just to survive anymore. He slaughtered monsters, quest 295, kill the lizards within the specified time. I slaughtered monsters and completed the assigned quests to escape this frozen wasteland. With a single finishing blow, blood splattered everywhere. Quest 295 is complete, and the next one will be issued soon, all with the hope that one day I'll finally make it out of this place. He thought to himself, since there's no way to leave this godforsaken snowfield, any information gathered from outsiders is incredibly valuable. However, Kental recalled that most of the humans he had encountered so far either panicked and drew their swords, or were half-mad with fear. He crossed his arms calmly. This time, he finally found someone willing to have a conversation with him. How long has it been since I've talked to a civilized person? I've only ever dealt with uneducated savages, so speaking with someone civilized feels like a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, his tone shifted to a relaxed drawl. You two are transporting weapons, aren't you? Mylna was startled and replied, yes, that's right. How did you know? He glanced outside and answered, I can hear the sound of iron and steel in the wagons. It's hard not to notice. She looked slightly flustered. I see. Kental then asked, is there a war going on outside? Mylna's expression saddened as she softly replied, ah yes, the Empire and the Kingdom are at war. He understood. I see, so the outside world isn't entirely peaceful either. She immediately countered, not quite. Mylna imagined the two powers separated by a small pile of rubble. She explained, the Empire has the upper hand in numbers and military strength, but the kingdom isn't easy to crush. Sword masters and heroes are currently defending the border. Kental asked curiously, heroes, sword masters, what kind of power do they wield? Mylna tilted her head slightly, confused, and asked, have you never heard of magic? Kental answered honestly, I have never left this place. She pondered, I don't know the specifics, but there exists a power called magic in this world. Only a few people can feel or wield that power. Much like spirit energy or mana, it gathers in the Danshan, and they are granted one of 5 power levels. First is level 3, where magic can be gently summoned, manifesting in the palm of one's hand. This is only for those who can sense magical power. Next is level 2, which involves applying both magic and swordsmanship. Anyone from level 2 and up is considered capable of using magical power. After that is level 1, where they have the ability to convert magical energy into auras or magical force, though these individuals are typically mages, knights, or spirits. Beyond this level, all classifications lose their meaning, as those are entities that transcend human understanding. If one must name it, it's called the transcendent level. These are beings who can manipulate magic freely, powerful enough to move the heavens and the earth. Sword masters belong to this group. Lastly, there is the hero tier. They are monsters that far exceed the ability to control magic and have an impact on the entire world. Every hero is a living legend in their own right. Malna mused, explaining, the fact that their power is named and ranked is proof of that might. Even someone at level 3 is already considered a master in a small region. Kental wished I hoped to meet them. She stopped, skeptical. Kental didn't answer, maintaining his posture as he stared at the distant sky. He thought to himself, I don't remember how long I've been stuck here. I'm just struggling to survive in despair. All I know is that this frozen wasteland lies in the middle of a fantasy world I can't escape. He stood on a sharp cliff, facing the wind, the snowy scenery belonging only to this place. Beyond that lies the fantasy world. Kental lowered his head, truly longing to leave this place. Suddenly his lips curled into a smile, and Kental contradicted himself. But his face remained determined, his heart certain that he must get out. Time flew by, snow accumulated on the carriage roof, and they continued to move forward. Mylna suddenly asked, Kental, you really are a savage, aren't you? Kental was calm, you could say that. Looking at your expression, it seems you've heard about me. She admitted, yes, it's a legend. Hearing this word left him blank. Kental was surprised. A legend about me. Now it was her turn to be stunned. Ah, you didn't know. Mylna told him everything. A moment later, Kental laughed heartily, remembering and casually said, so that's it. The old emperor, is that guy an emperor? I thought he was just a madman. She fell back in shock. Yes. Kental was relaxed. Well, never mind. That legend is true. What happened was a long time ago. Mylna stammered, is that so? He pondered and then asked with some curiosity, all right. Judging by the caravan, you're carrying a large amount of weapons, right? Why do you have to cross this frozen wasteland? She was stunned, her lips moving. We need a lot of money. Mylna's mood darkened. She lowered her head to reply. He was surprised by the reason. Mylna said sadly, our family has been in business for many generations and had accumulated quite a bit of wealth, but jealous rivals sabotaged us, so now we are drowning in debt. This trip is meant to save our family from collapse. Kental rubbed his chin, guessing, a journey to settle debts, so that's how it is. He continued, so you intend to sell weapons to the kingdom at war with the empire, I see. She was surprised, yes. He presented his thoughts calmly. You already said earlier that the empire has the upper hand in numbers, which means the empire doesn't lack weapons. If not the empire, then the kingdom is the one in need. When supply is scarce and demand is high, prices will naturally skyrocket. I don't know the value out there, but with that quantity, it's definitely huge, enough for you to risk your lives crossing this frozen wasteland. Mylna was listless. Kental continued, it seems you had to laboriously cross this place. Is there really no other way to reach the kingdom? Does your territory border the empire? She was startled, her eyes rounding as she confirmed it. Mylna's mind went dark, unable to believe it. No way, I heard rumors that the legendary savage was just an ignorant barbarian. She asked in a hoarse, cautious voice, who are you? Are you really a savage? Suddenly, a major tremor made Mylna quickly regain her composure, jolted in fear. The carriage wheels wobbled, and the butler stammered in horror. What was that? Then a piercing scream echoed inside the carriage. The old man was terrified, cowering, and pale with panic. In contrast, Kental calmly glanced outside, his tone flat. We have some uninvited guests. Outside, snow fell lightly through the hazy smoke as a monster that looked like a living pile of slime stirred, its eyes glowing a vibrant, bloodthirsty red. The mercenaries escorting the transport went numb. What is this? Mylna was also terrified, her face ashen. A voice suddenly spoke up. A black slime. Kental cupped his chin, pondering. Is it really called that? She confirmed with a tremor. Yes, that's it. It's recorded in the archives. He asked curiously, what are the archives? Mylna explained. Many talented adventurers have tried to cross this land over the years. Only a few were lucky enough to return alive, but the unfortunate ones left notes about the creatures they encountered. Among them, the black slime appears the most. She asked seriously, Kent, do you know anything about it? He answered cheerfully, of course, the meat is chewy, it's not bad to snack on, the flavor is quite good. Mylna was horrified, stammering, wait, you've actually eaten it. Kental shared sincerely, want to try some, let me go catch a few. She shivered, her hair standing on end, and coldly refused, no, thank you. Boom, a shocking sound rang out, and Mylna was startled. Out there, the hideous black slime let out a cry. The captain froze, unable to stay calm. She also quickly realized something was wrong, shouting in a panic, Kental. Kent still just silently observed outside, not answering. Mylna called out again, dazed, Kental. He spoke slowly, I have signed a covenant with you all. Kent closed his eyes, continuing calmly. I swore to protect your lives, so I will not intervene unless it is truly dangerous." She was surprised, eyes widening. "Huh, what do you mean?" His voice was leisurely. "That thing, I could handle it as easily as eating cake." Kental cupped his chin and smiled, continuing to play the role of a devoted spectator. "More importantly, I want to evaluate the capabilities of this team myself." The chaotic screeching of the black slime finally snapped the group back to their senses. The captain hurriedly issued an order: "Raise the shields." The subordinate immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." Just as they managed to raise the shields, the slime slammed into them. His feet were pushed back on the snow, struggling, but it didn't take long before he was knocked backward, flying away. Another man saw this, leaped high, swung the axe in his hand, and yelled loudly to build momentum. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed. He was sent flying, crashing somewhere, and coughed up blood from the impact. The axe also fell onto the snow, with purple smoke swirling from it, and a voice of horror rang out. "What the hell is this?" The black slime became even more frenzied, rising high, opening its mouth to roar. The captain frowned tightly and instructed, "Black slime can only move in a straight line, spread out and regroup." A few of the mercenary subordinates quickly shouted back, "Understood." "All right." In the blink of an eye, a man in a blue cloak dashed straight toward the black slime. He jumped up, bringing his spear behind him, then landed and swung with force, sweeping a line across the face of the black slime. It roared in anger, opening its mouth wide, and slime splattered everywhere. Suddenly, bright green light points accumulated on someone's hand. Seeping into the spear, that person surged forward with force, tearing through the wind and snow, instantly piercing through the massive black slime before the astonished eyes of his teammate. It shrieked in pain, its sticky body riddled with a large hole, trying to reconnect. At this moment, the captain channeled magic into his sword, rushed forward, and simultaneously ordered, "Don't stop, keep attacking." He made a swift cut, with a beautiful deep blue sword intent. He spoke quickly under pressure. "Normal attacks are useless. Aim for the magic core hidden inside its body." Time passed with dozens of slashes and stabs, nearly continuous. Finally, the captain raised his sword high, thrusting it down with force, magical power radiating out. The red magic core cracked. Faint, lingering cry ensued, and the slime-like substance quickly melted and vanished, leaving the shattered magic core on the white snow. The whole team breathed a sigh of relief and immediately became excited. "All right, we did it." Milna was also overjoyed. Everyone was happy because they had actually defeated it. Kental watched quietly. Back on the road, not long after, they encountered a giant snow wolf. "Wait, there's another monster." They focused on its neck, some slashing, some stabbing, some tanking the blows. Every position was accounted for. Finally, under the group's collective effort, the monster's hot blood sprayed out, its life essence cut short. A heavy thud echoed, and everyone surrounded it, still terrified. "So this is the snow wolf of the frozen wasteland. Not very impressive, Captain. Perhaps the rumors were exaggerated." The captain turned back furiously, reminding them in a stern voice, "Don't let your guard down. We haven't even gone halfway yet." Another guy was dissatisfied, glanced toward the front of the carriage, and spoke up. "But is that savage guy really as strong as the rumors say? I mean, isn't he just a character from a legend?" They looked at Kental, whispering their assessment. "He's considered the master of the food chain in the frozen wasteland, yet he follows us for protection. Shouldn't we test his strength?" The captain heard this and also frowned, slightly wavering. Then, as if making a decision, they walked over. Milna noticed the suspicion and watched in silence. Standing out in the wind and snow, the guy who started it all stood up to speak. "My lady, I have something to discuss with you." She was curious. Verify what?" The guy answered firmly, "We have staked our lives to carry out this mission. As mercenaries, we have signed a contract with you. That is our job." Milna stood facing them, saying honestly, "Yes, and I truly appreciate that you accepted this request. I always cherish your help." She thought to herself, "An escort mission through the frozen wasteland. Everyone else ran away when they heard the details. Without you all, I probably couldn't have started this journey." The guy suddenly spoke up. "However, there is one thing that bothers us." Milna was startled. He asked seriously, "That savage has never fought, has he?" She hesitated. But before she could answer, the guy solemnly continued, "Therefore, we want to test whether that savage is worthy of the special treatment he is receiving." Milna heard this and hesitated slightly. She avoided his gaze and asked softly, "How do you intend to test it?" She looked at the captain, feeling awkward. The captain was also helpless, replying, "I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen to me." Kental understood clearly, smiled, and said, "So you want to test my strength? Very well." He stepped down comfortably and continued, "But now is not the time." They looked at each other, bewildered. Kent looked up coldly and replied, "There are already uninvited guests ahead. The others found this even more confusing. One of them frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, a deep, ominous voice rang out from behind the mercenaries, dark and full of manic killing intent. Ah, the weak mortals from outside the continent have arrived. It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of a soul feast. The group was terrified and hurriedly turned their heads. Before them, a massive serpent was opening its mouth, revealing long, sharp fangs. It possessed sentience and spoke in a husky voice. Hand over your lives, you pathetic mortals. The white serpent scoffed loudly. Keep struggling, that will only make my meal more flavorful. Mylna screamed and covered her ears. The young man next to her was just as terrified as she was. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Halt. Kentel's face turned serious, his voice firm. You two are my clients, please step back. The white serpent heard this and appeared before him. You, why are you here? Have you forgotten the rules of the frozen wasteland since you left your tribe's territory? Kentel showed clear annoyance, cutting him off irritably. That has nothing to do with you. The white serpent replied, how ridiculous. The battle continued to escalate intensely. The white serpent began to shriek. How dare you give me orders, I who was granted eternity. Kentel began to build momentum to throw a punch. Do you want a taste of the moonstrike? The punch lunged straight at the white serpent, causing it to resist in absolute terror. Tornadoes from the battle emerged, making everyone fear for their lives. The young man gritted his teeth, trying to endure it, the force of the shockwave growing ever greater. Mylna had to cover herself with her hands. My lady. The white serpent became increasingly savage. It really is the type that needs the whip to learn. She collapsed to the ground, unexpectedly hesitating. Kent. The cold, sharp look in his eyes flared up. I'll settle this quickly. His powerful footsteps were ready. Kentel lunged at the white serpent. Gradually, his fist revealed itself. The light of the battle surprised everyone around. Afterward, Kentel returned and said, I have committed a serious crime. Please be generous and overlook it. In the presence of many, Kentel replied, it's fine. Trusting a stranger isn't exactly easy. Outside, the horse-drawn carriage continued through the snow. The freezing weather and falling snow made the butler cough violently, drawing Kent's attention. Kentel met Mylna and couldn't help but ask, thinking back now, I have a question. She looked at him. What is it? He crossed his arms and looked intently at her attire and tone. You don't seem like an ordinary member of the clan. Why would you join such a dangerous journey by yourself? She quickly replied, I am the eldest daughter of Velika, a concubine of Mr. Kasak Akasa. Hearing this, Kentel asked, a concubine, so you're the child of a mistress? She replied, yes. Afterward, Mylna recounted her past. Her mother came here for a political marriage but was then abandoned, a pitiful mother without any real power. Kentel understood her situation. I see. Mylna gripped her hands tightly and continued, my mother and I only carry the clan's name, but in reality, we are nothing and are treated like servants. She shyly lowered her head. I didn't intend to say this much. Not long after, Mylna spoke clearly. I volunteered for this expedition. Kent crossed his arms in front of his chest, facing Mylna. Really, even though this is a risky journey, she said, not daring to look him in the face, stuttering. But someone has to lead by example. Kentel smiled slightly. I see you're quite sharp. Mylna was surprised, losing her confidence again, listening silently as he spoke. But she also carried a great ambition. She was truly ambitious. She broke into a sweat, hesitating. Kent and Mylna both looked out the window. We've arrived, haven't we? The captain of the mercenary team was amazed by the beautiful scenery of this place. The butler bowed, politely thanking Kentel. Thank you very much, Kentel. Kent asked Mylna, how do you intend to return? She replied, we will go through the empire. He then mocked, since you sold your weapons, you no longer hold any contraband, so crossing the border won't be too difficult. Kentel stared at her. Suddenly Mylna added, you said I was sharp and ambitious. What does that mean? The butler and Mylna glanced at him. Just as he said, she was both intelligent and ambitious. Kentel held his hands forward, analyzing. Your clan was once highly respected, but now it's in crisis due to bankruptcy. Even though you are a concubine's child, if you personally pave the way to save a clan on the brink of collapse, who do you think the subordinates will trust and follow? Your goal is to seize real power within the clan, isn't it? Kentel lowered his voice. Am I wrong? Hearing this, she thought to herself that she had a perfect comeback, but only quietly nodded. Her thoughts grew more intense, but the answer was still accurate. Yes, it is common for a concubine's child to have to face dangerous challenges to inherit the clan. Mylna focused on him, thinking that this barbarian was truly sharp, unlike those arrogant brutes, and possessed the strength to take down the white serpent without a scratch. How great it would be if this force belonged to her side. Afterward, she said loudly, Kentel, if you intend to leave the snowfield, why don't you come with me? Kentel went blank when he heard her ask. He politely replied, I refuse for now, I still have work to complete. Milna lowered her head, smiling slightly. I understand. She clenched her hand, then immediately pulled out a necklace. Will you accept this? Milna smiled radiantly. If you have the chance to go outside and seek out the Akasa clan, show them this piece. Not wanting to disappoint her, he smiled brightly. If this is a gift, I am happy to accept it. The butler accompanying them expressed his respect and thanked him sincerely. Kental looked at the string and said with regret, "Someday, I hope we can meet again." She quickly replied, "Definite." Then Kental watched the carriage go, his heart heavy with sadness. Time passed, a year later in the snowfield. All conditions were finally met. The system panel appeared. Quest 784 completed, rewards delivered, conditions satisfied, you may leave the snowfield. Kental walked forward with great courage, finally taking his first step out of that place. A bright smile spread across his face as he entered the fantasy world he had always craved. Kental closed his eyes, enjoying the scent of fresh grass, the scent of wild animals, the scent of rivers, all the things the white snow region lacked. He smiled slightly, his face filled with enjoyment. Very good, truly wonderful. Opening his eyes, he gazed at this place with pride. In the past, he used to stand in front of the snow region and shout, "Damn white snow region, I hope I never have to see you again." But now the scenery was fresh and pleasant. This was the fantasy world. It was lush green, with gentle sunlight, the world he had dreamed of, the one he once thought he could never touch, a world full of wonders and the unknown. Although it began in the worst possible way, he had survived. He thought to himself, if that's the case, I will enjoy this world. Magic and swordsmanship, dragons and elves, everything that a fantasy world can bring. He stood silently on the green grass. If not for that desire, I might have died long ago. The white snow region is a hell that willpower alone is not enough to overcome. Looking into the distance, he saw something strange. He suddenly thought, up ahead, there's a place where I can feel a lot of vitality. Kental laughed happily. That must be a village. Could it be that I finally get to see a real settlement in this world? Kental remembered when he tried to explain to the stupid barbarians the importance of having a proper shelter, while they only knew how to dig holes to sleep in the snow, and look at him, as if he were speaking an alien language. He really missed human villages, solid, orderly. Kental closed his eyes again, thinking about how to greet people politely when meeting new folks in this world. Standing and admiring the mountains and lush trees, he whispered to himself, no matter what, I will approach in a polite manner. The ancient trees here were well cared for and very lush. Afterward, an arm of the elf village elder pointed forward, and he loudly declared, "Elf villagers, from now on, this will be our new home." Hearing this, the villagers, from old to young, were delighted, their faces beaming with joy. Standing high up, the old elder shouted, "Great, quickly unload the luggage." The people below were extremely excited, cheering continuously. Suddenly, a young blonde man approached him. Elder." The elf elder replied with a cold, somewhat irritated face, "Is there something the matter?" He stuttered, explaining, "Are you sure? Is this place really safe?" He closed his eyes, looking tired. Safe. The other villagers were busy cleaning up, all happy and joyful. Then the boy continued, "This is an extremely remote wilderness. Humans cannot reach here." He hesitated. "I know that, but isn't the white snow region right next to us?" The elf elder glared at him, making him even more nervous. "You're worried that monsters from the white snow region might creep over, aren't you?" The boy scratched his head, hesitantly replying, "It is really close, too close." He said sternly, "There is no problem at all. For thousands of years, nothing has crawled out of the white snow region. Furthermore, to be safe, I have built a barrier." A beautiful scene appeared with a barrier hiding the aura, making this place look like a normal forest. It took months to set up. It's an ancient technique of the elf race that we worked hard to reconstruct. As long as the barrier exists, no one can approach us. And even if monsters from the white snow region appear, we will still be fine. We have our queens. The elf elder's face was full of confidence and honor. Even the monsters of the white snow region cannot touch our queen. Kental looked up from within the forest, thinking to himself, it sounds like something ripped. Did I break something? His footsteps were slow because he wasn't used to this place, gradually becoming discouraged. Really, how much further do I have to go? He was noticed by a small girl who seemed to be lost in the forest. He was surprised by this sight. Elves, one of the first races one thinks of when mentioning a fantasy world. The image of a perfect elf woman suddenly appeared in his mind. Kental smiled with interest. Didn't expect to meet one so soon. Luck is truly smiling on me. I'm glad I survived it all. The little girl was scared and burst into tears in the forest. I'm so scared. I don't know where I am, what to do. Surely I've gone too far. Sitting down to rest, thinking the shade of the trees would be cool. But the little girl was still panicked in front of Kental. The large man with a fierce face suddenly smiled kindly. Hello. Because he was as large as a monster, The little girl froze for a few seconds, then collapsed. The scenery was charming, with birds gliding past. Kento didn't know what to do with the little girl, so he also stood frozen for a while. The little girl fainted, and he squinted. I didn't even get to say anything and she fainted. Perhaps I should take this child back to the village. Kento walked while thinking about the beautiful scenery in front of him. According to mythology, the elf race is a gentle, organized species. If I bring back a fainted child, they might see me as a good person. I wonder how hospitable the elf race is. A smile remained on his lips. Honestly, I'm a bit excited. A large hand gently picked the little girl up. Suddenly, the villagers discovered him and screamed in panic. Impossible, a human, even here. No. Everyone was wary of Kent. Some held weapons, some were crying. One shouted, "You there, who are you? How did you get past the barrier?" Kentel was annoyed. Everything was not going according to plan. The mother cried out for her child, and the other elves were panicked. Impossible, this place should have no humans. Why is he here? There must be a barrier, how did? The villagers around stuttered. Elder, there is a crack in the barrier. He shook his head. Impossible. Where is the queen right now? Everyone panicked. Your Majesty is out scouting the area around. Kentel raised his hand to explain, but couldn't stop the villagers. I am not your enemy. The mother was still worried about the little girl. If you don't return the child, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. An old man knelt down. I've been exposed. This barrier was built with the ancient secret arts of the elf race. An ordinary person could never approach. If it has been broken, it can only be that humans prepared for it beforehand. He watched silently, realizing they thought he was a kidnapper. Looking down at the little girl, he thought he had to explain everything clearly. The noise made the little girl wake up. Eyes opening, Kentel immediately put the little girl down. Hey, go back, return to your people. The little girl looked up at Kyle's fierce face, then burst into tears, tears streaming down, then ran quickly toward her parents. Is my face really that scary? He stood frozen for a while. Back in the white snow region, he thought his face was quite normal. Facing the villagers, he spoke up. I have returned the child. You elf people, as you can see, I am not your enemy. But the old village elder shouted an order. The hostage has been released. Immediately after, everyone immediately drew their bows and fired arrows continuously. Kentel didn't have time to explain, thinking to himself, can't you let a guy finish a sentence? Kale's face darkened. Turns out elves in real life were wilder than he thought. Very different from the legends of a gentle species that loves nature and seeks peace. In reality, elves live in the wilderness, where the strong survive, not peaceful at all. Their cruelty was also reasonable. Kentel rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully watching the incoming arrows. So that's the reality. Finding it strange, the elder thought, what kind of tools and magic is he using? Surely he has limits. Continue the attack. Conversely, Kanto remained calm. He prepared both hands to cast magic. Please calm down. Magic gradually revealed itself, hands clasped together, eyes glowing brightly with purple light. An explosion accompanied by a tornado appeared, causing everyone to panic, rushing to avoid his defensive magic. Kanto's magic sent everyone flying high, the echoes of the battle resonating far away. The elf village elder's hands trembled, eyes turning purple, hesitating. What is this? Kanto created a large hole, standing straight and looking at the villagers. I am not your enemy. He clasped his hands together and thought, damn, did I underestimate my own strength? Before he finished the sentence, a spark flew over Kanto's head, exploding and creating a loud noise. The elf village elder was stunned by the sight. Long hair, blue doll shoes, standing up high. None other than the Leaf Tribe queen, Maria Hajan Karuja. She held her weapon, speaking clearly to the villagers. What happened? The old elder held his staff and said, a human attack. She lowered her head, speaking quietly, so it's time. Then she gently looked up. Even this place is no longer safe. Before the dim smoke, Kanto hurriedly spoke up. Wait a minute. He stood frozen, trying to say, I want you guys to listen to me first. Maria was panicked, and the elder was also surprised. Impossible. He took a direct hit from the queen and is still intact. From above, Maria remained calm, her eyes sharp. Are you also a strong enemy coming to harm us? Her eyes narrowed. Humans are truly despicable. Her bow and arrow were gradually aimed straight at him. I am the queen of the Leaf Tribe, the leaves that change color with the weather. She glanced at Kanto. Human. The bow and arrow are ready. You will pay the price for daring to covet us. Kanto thought continuously. Is it really impossible to even talk? I was clearly using the common language. Did she intentionally ignore me? Or is the relationship between humans and elves that bad? At that moment, Kanto remembered the lesson from the snowfield. If they won't listen, just beat them until they listen. Maria's bow and arrow appeared, and a ferocious creature began to rush toward Kanto. Kanto immediately threw a punch to fight back. His power gradually spread far, surprising Maria. Suddenly, Kanto regretted landing such a powerful blow, and as a result, Maria collapsed to the ground. Kanto scratched his face, his eyes shifting. I should probably dial back my strength a little. She widened her eyes in terror, feeling stifled and uncomfortable. After only a brief exchange, she realized her opponent was extremely powerful, at least at the transcendent level. Why would someone that strong appear here? Maria showed obvious signs of extreme exhaustion. Everyone, leave this place immediately. Everyone panicked and hesitated. The Highness flew into a rage and shouted, "Go now, everyone run immediately." The villagers followed suit without question. Yes, everyone quickly moved to leave. Maria was furious. Human, I acknowledge your power, but you will never achieve your goal. Kanto felt aggrieved because no one gave him a chance to explain. No, I just wanted to talk. Why is everything getting so messed up? Afterward, Maria muttered a few incantations under her breath. You, who hold the essence of primordial purity, you who scorch the deepest night, manifest yourself. Oh, horned spirit that embraces the purest flame. Her intense gaze flared up. Magic emanated from her hands, and a creature appeared. Kanto should have been terrified, but on the contrary, he was incredibly intrigued. The summoned creatures in the frozen wasteland were always freakish and deformed. Kanto thought of creatures from myths, but this one was even more horrifying. He looked at the creature before him, a cow with flaming horns, and his eyes brightened as if he had found a treasure. A spirit beast indeed, it's got that mystical vibe. Maria commanded the creature, Figo, destroy the enemy before you. Suddenly the creature sighed. HMPH, summoning by contract is always a hassle, just bringing nothing but trouble. Maria snapped, shut your mouth. Looking at Figo, she thought, the more powerful a spirit, the more arrogant and aged it is. Usually I wouldn't be able to summon this level, but thanks to the support of another tribe, I reluctantly managed to form a contract. I never expected to have to summon it in a situation like this. Fulfill the contract, Figo, Maria grimaced, clearly showing anxiety and gravity. The condition was to kill the human before them. Figo began to hesitate before the heavy-duty opponent, this guy. A powerful, flame-engulfed bull appeared. Kental gazed at it with eyes sparkling in admiration. Amazing, a real summoned spirit beast. This is what a fantasy world is all about. Maria's voice rang out, leaving him stiff. A human has violated our dwelling. Figo seemed unhappy. Does a lowly human dare to dream of the nature-bound race? I have decided. I will burn you until not even ashes remain. Kental stood stunned by the current situation. Figo's eyes flashed as he began to channel energy, and the mana flow around him shifted. He pushed off with his hind legs, his tail lashing out powerfully. Figo quickly lunged toward Kental with tremendous force. Kental looked on, dazed, at the charging, flame-wreathed bull. A massive shockwave erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying. Maria, standing from afar, was also affected by the aftershocks and quickly shielded herself. She watched the battle with eyes full of astonishment, and through the swirling dust, an arm reached out and grabbed Figo's horn. As the dust settled, Figo couldn't believe his eye. Kental smirked. Actually, a beast is even better. He gripped the horn tightly with one hand, pulled the other back, and formed a fist. I don't mind beating it to death with my bare hands. Kental unleashed a thunderous punch straight onto Figo's head. An explosion of energy flashed, releasing an incredibly powerful shockwave, the blast vibrating through the entire forest. The explosion was so massive that the aftershocks spread across the entire continent. At the center of the conflict, continuous, terrifying explosions erupted, and Maria also felt the heavy pressure from the aftermath of the battle. Kental continued to throw punch after punch at his opponent. A moment later, when the battle finally ceased, Maria couldn't help but drop to her knees in relief. What just happened? She looked at the devastated scene, and the man standing in the middle of the wasteland, unable to believe. Maria was left speechless as she watched Kental approach. She bowed her head in fear. Please spare my tribe. Kental looked down at the trembling creature, kneeling at his feet. I am not your enemies. Maria was stunned by his words, her eyes looking up in disbelief. What? Kental calmly explained everything, much to Maria's surprise. After a long debate, everyone finally accepted the truth. He really wasn't an enemy. Maria bowed her head apologetically. Forgive us, human. We were too quick to judge. She thought back to his expression earlier, realizing she had misunderstood the person who saved her tribe's child for a kidnap. It was truly too rude. Kental crossed his arms and smiled helplessly. It's all right, I understand. You said you were being hunted by humans, didn't you? It's a bit sad that you never even tried to listen to me, though. Maria remained slightly suspicious. Are you really not one of those hunting us down? Kental answered calmly, this is the first time I've met an elf. There are no elves in the White Snow region. Maria looked surprised again. What, the White Snow region? Her words made Kental surprised as well. That Savage of the White Snow name is what the people out there gave me. Maria continued to be skeptical. Impossible. We thought no human could survive there. She suddenly became worried. If you can leave the White Snow region, could other things come out too? Kental shrugged, who knows, but I don't think so. Not everyone can just leave like that. He thought of the giant serpent, and that strange quest board. The White Snow region has its own rules. Even a creature as strong as that snake couldn't break them. For some reason, I was granted a way out. Through so-called quests, Kental's eyes became thoughtful. I'm sure I'm an extremely rare exception. Maria breathed a sigh of relief. That's fortunate then. Kental asked, by the way, is your spirit beast all right? He scratched his face sheepishly. That fire bull, I already sliced it in half. Maria stood up and reassured him. Don't worry, spirit beasts are creatures of nature. If defeated, they just return to the spirit realm. Spirit beasts, he asked. She looked at him seriously. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. If there is anything you want, provided it is within my power, I will grant it. Kental was still thinking about what she had just said. He asked, in that case, could a non-elf ever form a contract with a spirit beast? Maria seemed unsure. That is almost impossible. I believe so. She continued to analyze. Of course, if a human is truly deeply connected to nature, it might be possible to form a contract with a spirit beast, which means the possibility is extremely low. Maria fell silent before his sharp words. She offered a suggestion. If you truly want a contract with a spirit beast, try going to Elfer Sagrado. Maria thought of a lush, vibrant land. That is where the god of the elves resides, the most sacred holy land of the elf race. In that place you might have a chance. Kental happily pointed to himself. Could someone like me, a human, step foot there? Maria explained, normally no, but with an introduction from me you could. I will give you a map, please keep it to yourself. Maria thought of that land, then summoned a fireball. The holy land of the elves, Elfer Sagrado. It's a place that every elf scholar dreams of. She thought of the savage warriors, but for elves, humans approaching that place was extremely dangerous. To protect a place more precious than life itself, elves had never revealed its location to outsiders. A red crystal appeared in Maria's hand. Even so, I want to trust you. She handed it to Kental. Take this. He accepted the crystal. I accept, thank you. Maria thought of a guardian god. Of course, even if you manage to approach it, our god will certainly test you. She smiled at him, but with you, I don't think that will be a problem. I wish you luck. Thank you. Maria cheerfully introduced herself. I am the queen of the leaf tribe, the leaves that turn brown in autumn. Maria Hajankar Ruja. And your name? Kental smiled and replied, I am Kental, the savage of the white snow. A powerful foot stomped down, shattering the ground. Kental channeled his energy, gathering momentum to spring forward. He landed and sprang up again, the sound resounding among the tree branches, leaping continuously through the forest like that. Northern Hand border Jin Kingdom. A guard panicked. What is that? What's happening? Another replied, I don't know, something is coming. The captain of the Northern Hand Guard became tense, hurriedly ringing the bells and assembling all the guards. Successive explosions appeared all around, heading toward the castle. Familiar boots appeared in the hazy dust. The smoke dissipated, and a figure emerged. The guards couldn't contain their fear, trembling. You. Kental offered a friendly smile. Are you guys guards? It's a pleasure to meet you. The atmosphere turned silent. The guards were tense, their bodies shaking. Was that loud noise caused by this guy? The captain of the Northern Hand Guard looked at Kental with a look of horror, recognizing the scar on his chest. He remembered the image of the man standing in the snow, the sap. Kental walked closer to the group, and the guards immediately raised their weapons. Stop right there. One more step and we will attack. Kental explained calmly, I would be very grateful if you would calm down. I am not your enemy. The captain of the Northern Hand Guard questioned, what do you want from us? Kental slowly raised his finger. He said nothing, just pointed in one direction. The captain of the Northern Hand Guard startled as he looked, unable to hide his surprise. The fortress. Kental replied seriously with a blank expression. I want to enter your territory. The guards stared at him blankly. A moment later, a voice rang out in the room. Want to enter the territory, just passing through. Kental rubbed his chin in thought. If possible. I want to stay for a while, I'm not sure for how long. The captain of the Northern Hand Guard continued, so you intend to stay for a while. What is your name? I am Kental. Do you have any guarantors or any identification? I don't have anything like that. Kental's eyes suddenly changed. He remembered Milna smiling as she handed him an item. Thank you, Kental. If you ever leave, please present this token if you want to find House Akasa. Kental retrieved the token from his pocket and placed the item on the table. How about using this as confirmation? The captain of the guard was a bit surprised. What is that? Kental sat with his arms crossed. The crest of House Akasa. I received it from someone with the bloodline of that house. The captain checked it. House Akasa is a merchant family from the Daniel Kingdom, right? The captain held the token in his hand. A family that came to the White Snow region a few years ago. Kental was surprised. You know them. The captain didn't hide it. That family has been rising lately. Since the new family head took over a few years ago, they have expanded very quick. Kental asked, so can this be used as papers? The Northern Handguard captain seemed troubled. It doesn't look like a fake, but it's still hard to verify since it doesn't belong to this kingdom. This is the Chen Kingdom. The guard captain placed the item back on the table. Even if it can't be verified, it's still useful. Fine, you can enter, but there is a condition. Kental was surprised. A condition. The guard captain was serious. We need verification. We need to ensure you are not dangerous. Kental asked back, slightly skeptical. A party, the captain explained. Currently, there are 3 others also requesting entry into the territory. The condition is that you must clear a dungeon near the border with. Kental rubbed his chin. Forming a party is the condition. That's easier than I thought. Kental happily agreed. Fine, I accept, but there is another condition. The guard captain looked at him seriously. After clearing the dungeon, I want you to report in detail everything that happens inside. Kental smiled sharply. I see. It seems you aren't clear on their identities either, so you need to observe each other. So you're using this opportunity to filter out suspicious individuals. Not a bad plan, actually, quite smart. The Northern Handguard captain was astonished. Not only that, are you truly a savage? Kental nodded. That's right, I am a savage. The Northern Handguard captain was secretly fearful. I always thought savages were a mindless breed. You are the first savage who has made me rethink that. He stood up. Enough, that's all for now. Let's go. A man with a mustache sighed. Even if it's the law, having to enter a dungeon with common pickpockets like sewer rats. The man who identified himself as Paladin Alexandro Tiranu sounded annoyed. How troublesome. The thief Kassan H1EAFC also seemed disgusted. What's your problem? An old man wanting to pick a fight with me just because you lost all your money to a thief. Alexandro was furious. You little brat, how dare you insult a paladin? Kassan sneered. Paladin, my foot. Do modern-day paladins wear armor like that? If you were a real paladin, you wouldn't have dared to show your face here. You're just a self-proclaimed wandering paladin, aren't you? His words made Alexandro uneasy. You're just a drifter like me. Alexandro grabbed his sword as Kassan continued to mock him. Tyrannus, where did you even dig up that name of yours? He angrily drew his sword. You bastard. Kassan lightly swung the dagger in his hand. Want to test me? You think those scraps of rusty armor can withstand my blade? Kassan's blade began to ooze a strange, green liquid. Alexandro gripped his sword with all his might, and as the metal clashed, it emitted a brilliant platinum light. A voice rang out. I'd really appreciate it if you two would stop. A priestess appeared, sighing as she looked at the 2 men preparing to fight. Pris H of Kaloja sat in the corner and sighed. Do I really have to go dungeon diving with this bunch? Will this even work out? She tried to analyze the situation. Hey, the dungeon requires at least 4 people. Someone else is coming. Pres appeared anxious. A sound occurred that caught her off guard. The captain of the Northern Handguard pushed the door open and stepped in. The last member has arrived. Kassan said excitedly. I hope this time it's a truly normal person. See for yourself. A foot wrapped in carefully crafted animal skin stepped inside. Kental stepped into the room with an imposing presence. The people in the room panicked when they saw him. Kental smiled. Are you guys the ones? The people on my team? Alexandro murmured to himself. He's huge. Pris couldn't hide her astonishment. Is that really a human? Kassan also appeared fearful. What is this pressure? Kental excitedly waved to greet them. Nice to meet you. The Northern Handguard captain instructed. All right, introduce yourselves. I'll be right back. Ken looked toward everyone. Well, let's start the introductions. I'm Kental, a barbarian. He looked blankly at Kassan. What about you? I'm Kassan the Black. I'm a thief. A thief, huh? Alexandro coughed to interrupt. I am a paladin, Alexandro Tyrannus. As a paladin, can you use holy power? He was flustered. Normally, yes, but I'm a special case. Actually, I can't use it. Kental looked puzzled. I see. Pris also spoke up. I worship the god of lies and deception. I am Pris, a priestess of Kaloja. You are a priestess. Nice to meet you. Kental was a bit surprised. Even as a priestess, your background isn't very clear. Pris appeared shy. The god I worship is Koja, the god of tricks and illusions. My god doesn't have the best reputation. I see. The Northern Handguard captain pushed the door open while everyone was chatting. If you're ready, let's go. Kentel and Alexandro didn't reveal any emotions, while Pris and Cassin were slightly uneasy. A moment later, the Northern Handguard captain spoke. We've arrived. Kentel was surprised by the surrounding scenery. The guard captain stood in front of a cave and introduced, "This is the dungeon entrance." He continued as he had everyone's attention. "It's a 3-story dungeon, and we will be facing undead monster." Kentel wore a confident smile at those words. "Let's clear the dungeon and bring back the bat." Kentel started the conversation. "Now let's get to planning. Can you explain the strategy?" The thief Cassin the Black was terrified, cold sweat breaking out. He stuttered, Sir Kentel." Kentel replied kindly, "You don't need to be so formal. We're teammates, right?" The thief was shy, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. He began to regain his seriousness. Then he seriously outlined the plan for each person. "Kentel and the knight will charge, forming the front line. I'll handle trap detection, and the priestess will stay in the back and use support magic during the battle. What do you think?" Kentel heard this, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Ah, I understand." This made Cassin the Black laugh shyly as well. The 4 of them formed an incredibly strong and enthusiastic team. "Then let's get started." Scene changed to the evening. All 4 looked worried and alert, still on their way. They were close to the battle site, but it was very dark. Pris feared, "Oh my god, I can't see anything at all." Cassin the Black broke into a cold sweat and was full of worry. There were no guards or traps. Everything looked strangely quiet. Suddenly, Cassin's sharp eyes detected something unusual. He stepped toward Kent, glanced sideways, and patted his shoulder. "Wait, stop, there are monsters." Kentel answered blankly, "I don't see anything." But Cassin the Black pointed to the bone fragments on the ground. "Do you see those bones scattered on the ground? Those are skeletons. One more step and they will come back to life and attack us." Cassin had a sharp look in his eyes and thought to himself, just as expected, that scoundrel of a guard captain knew everything. This dungeon isn't a training challenge, but a trap to eliminate outsiders from the start. Kentel heard Cassin speak and pondered. "Skeletons, huh?" Cassin continued to lecture, warning everyone. "Skeletons aren't easy monsters to deal with. Even if their bodies are damaged or limbs severed, they keep moving normally. Moreover, with bodies made of bone, their defensive capabilities are incredibly solid. The difficulty of this dungeon far exceeds my expectation." Cassin the Black began to delegate tasks. "Hey, priestess, get your magic ready. Old man, get your shield ready. Kent, you need to be ready too. I'll focus on finding openings while we fight. Even if their bodies are destroyed, they keep moving, so we must aim for the weak point at the neck. Also, since they are too hard, we must strike the same spot multiple times to defeat them." Kentel praised. "Excellent leadership, I understand." Cassin moved toward the skeletons on the ground while speaking. Kentel widened his eyes looking at the skeletons. Whoa. The skeletons were rising to prepare for battle. Alexandro prepared his shield firmly. Pris clasped her hands to chant, while Cassin was also ready, focusing on the tense battle. The battle began. Kent swung his arm, hitting a skeleton, causing it to shatter in a heartbeat. The time taken to destroy the skeletons was too fast and easy for Kentel, leaving both him and everyone else astonished. Kentel was happy and radiant. "Oh, Cassin, you were right. Just smash the head and they stop moving." Cassin laughed awkwardly, surprised by Kent's overwhelming power. However, deep down he thought, that wasn't my point. Skeletons are creatures made of bone, and their bones are hard as steel, hard to break. Even for an experienced swordsman without using aura, it's nearly impossible to chop through bone in one strike. Not to mention the skeletons were strengthened by the dungeon's magic. The only way to destroy them is to focus on attacking the neck. Like felling a large tree, you have to break their cervical vertebrae. It's unbelievable that one could blow their heads off and crush them into dust. Cassin had cold sweat rolling down his face, his eyes incredibly tense. He was still struggling with thoughts about Kentel. I knew he was strong from the first moment, but not to that extent. Is he really human? The 3 members of the team were still stunned by the battle with the skeletons, which they thought would be very difficult. But they were destroyed by just one punch from Kentel. Kentel stood on his tiptoes, excitedly saying, "Right, let's move on." Pris ran over quickly and shouted, "Yes." Seeing this, Kentel was puzzled. No need to be in such a hurry. Cassin quickly answered, "Yes." Alexandro and Pris were still fearful. "I don't want to lose my life in this place." After walking a few steps, Kentel stopped because he saw something unusual. Under his feet appeared the head of a skeleton. The people behind wondered and called out to Kentel. While he was stunned, the scene before him was many sets of skeletons spread all over the ground. Pris panicked and shouted, "Skeletons." Cassin at this point also realized the unusual thing. "This time it's for real, they are rushing toward us." Suddenly Kentel spoke up, "Can I ask you all for a favor?" The 3 remaining asked back, confused, What? Kent spoke coldly and arrogantly. Let me handle these annoying bones myself. I want to check a few things. Hearing this, Casson acted like a fish in water and hurriedly replied, Ah, yes, do as you please. His face looked like he'd struck gold. I agree too. Kentel's eyes suddenly glowed with a purple light, a mysterious smile on his lips. Thanks a lot. The battle began. The skeletons holding weapons were slowly standing up. The other three were all wondering, what is he planning to do? Kentel remained carefree and quite confident. He wondered, what is this structure like? It's quite strange. The skeleton began to execute its technique, swinging its weapon toward Kentel, intending to attack. But Kentel easily caught that sword with 2 fingers. Now Kentel held his 2 fingers in front of his face, closing them, his eyes glowing with purple light, and began to manifest his technique. What do you plan to do now? Around the skeleton radiated a strange turquoise light, and it raised its sword to prepare for battle. Golden light flashed on the wooden stick. The battle ensued. The skeleton swung its sword at Kentel. However, Kentel tilted his head to dodge the sword strike very easily. He gripped the skeleton's arm tightly and wore a triumphant smile. Suddenly, the skeleton's hand fell straight to the ground, along with the sword. Kentel watched intently at the light remaining on his hand. The skeleton, having one hand broken, stood blankly, confused with a dazed expression. Its eyes glowed with turquoise light, showing indignation. The skeleton pulled the sword back to its other hand, entering a ready-to-fight stance. Kentel laughed. Ha ha, it turns out you know how to switch hands. The skeleton angrily rushed fast toward Kent. Suddenly, he had grabbed the other hand of the skeleton and snapped it. Under the skeleton's feet appeared a strange light, and it continued to attack Kentel even more fiercely. However, the skeleton was held back by Kentel easily. He even mocked and was interested in its fighting style. Kentel praised, even teasing, "You can even change positions while fighting. You're not that ordinary, are you?" Turning toward Kentel's 3 teammates, he saw Pris worried, trembling all over, cold sweat breaking out. Casson and Alexandro witnessed the match and were also panicked, cold sweat all over their faces. Casson couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Kentel grabbing the skeleton's head, his entire body covered in intense purple light. This guy is truly a maniac. Kentel smiled and waved, making Casson the Black panic and tremble. In a split second, a skull fell to the ground. Kentel stood high above, looking down at the skull with disdain. He stepped on it and said coldly, "So one can still move just by the head, huh?" The skull was smashed to pieces. He smiled slightly and said, "How interesting." A moment later, Kentel brushed off his hands. He smiled at everyone and said, "Did everyone wait long? I apologize for keeping you waiting." Casson the Black heard this and immediately said loudly, "No, do whatever you want." Kentel answered softly, "Thanks." He walked forward and smilingly said, "Then, let's keep going." The 3 people, Casson the Black, Pris, and Alexandro, heard this and immediately replied in unison, "Yes." After walking for a while, Kentel stopped his feet. He bowed his head and looked down. Casson the Black spoke up, "This is." The stairs appearing before everyone's eyes. Casson the Black continued, "The 2nd floor." Kentel's group walked down silently. Alexandro and Pris watched their surroundings alert. A while later, Casson the Black reached up to remove his face mask, letting out a breath. He whispered, How about we take a short break?" Kentel turned to look at everyone, rubbed his chin in thought, then said, "You're right, a little rest wouldn't hurt." Casson the Black knelt down, kowtowing and saying loudly, "Thank you." Kentel crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. The 3 people also sat on the ground to rest. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Kentel opened the conversation. "I have a few questions about this dungeon." Pris looked at him and asked back, "What is it?" Alexandro also opened his eyes to look at. Kentel smiled gently. "Honestly, I don't know much." Pris heard this and was alarmed, realizing she might have offended him, so she stuttered, "No, the desire to learn is something to be treasured. I don't know much either." But he heard that and said, "Thanks." Pris widened her eyes looking at him, curiously asking, "What are you wondering about?" Kentel looked at the people walking happily on the street and said, "This dungeon is located quite close to the territory." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So, isn't there any problem with the dungeon and the monster?" Pris heard this and explained, "Basically, monsters in the dungeon cannot flood out. Of course, there are exceptions, but those cases have been controlled and handled beforehand." Casson the Black reached out to rub his chin and cough. He remembered the scenes in the dungeon and said, "Dungeons are natural phenomena. Sometimes they are caves, sometimes they are towers. Dungeons usually appear near densely populated areas." Kentel seemed to understand something, whispering, "That's why this dungeon is here." Pris looked at him and said, "When a dungeon appears, the territory evaluates the danger level. Then we outsiders, mercenaries, or guards will take action to handle it." Kentel smirked as if hearing something interesting and laughed, asking, "So does that mean there are no dungeons within the territory?" Pris shook her head. No, dungeons only appear at a certain distance, far from residential areas. Kental nodded. I see. His face brightened, happily saying, if it's a dungeon, there must be rewards after completing it, right? Pris imagined the gold and treasures in her mind and said, that's right, at the final floor there will be a boss. If you defeat the boss, you will receive many types of rewards. With a dungeon like this, the rewards surely won't be bad. Kental smirked, just like playing a game. Pris heard that and curiously asked, what is a game? Kental answered, I was just mumbling. He looked at her and said, I have one more question. Pris hesitated. Yes, go ahead and ask. He said in a deep voice, who created this dungeon? Pris heard that and was stunned, with several question marks appearing over her head. She said in surprise, what? Dungeons are formed naturally, no one creates them. Kental imagined a hand controlling the people and voiced his thoughts. That seems hard to believe. First, they always appear near areas where people live, as if someone is deliberately setting them up for us to explore. An image of a snake tightly coiled around an apple appeared in his mind, and he thought to himself, they appear near populated areas and even lure people with tempting rewards. Kental crossed his arms and said coldly, I find that to be more of an artificial arrangement than a natural phenomenon. Pris heard this and was suddenly startled into realizing that actually makes sense. She cupped her chin and thought to herself, I have never thought about this perspective because I always assumed it was normal. Kassan H1EAFC also lowered his head in thought. Actually, I have never thought deeply about that. No, I never even had to, because that is a clear principle, an undeniable truth. Could this savage dare to doubt such an obvious truth? He broke into a slight sweat while pondering. Savages have always been an ignorant and brutal species, haven't they? Kassan H1EAFC recalled the image of Kental in the blizzard, standing atop a terrifying corpse. He thought, heartless and cold-blooded, that truth has never changed. The image of Kental's dangerous, glowing eyes in the snow flashed through his mind. Kassan H1EAFC pondered. If what I know is true, is this, Manji, really just an ordinary savage? Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting off Kassan H1EAFC's train of thought. Kental chuckled softly and said, this is quite interesting. He stood up, smiling. Has everyone finished resting? The group was startled by this and stood up, answering in unison. Ah, yes. Kental turned and started walking, waving his hand with a smile. Then let's continue. Kassan H1EAFC immediately replied. Yes. A moment later, Kental's group continued forward, everyone looking around vigilant. Kental marched forward calmly, ignoring the anxiety of those behind him, when suddenly he noticed something and stared fixedly at it. A locked golden treasure chest appeared before him. Kental asked curiously, what's that? Kassan H1EAFC looked at the treasure chest and said, that's a treasure chest, one of the rewards of the maze. If you can open it, the treasure belongs to you. Inside, Kassan H1EAFC imagined people opening treasure chests full of gold and thought, easier said than done. To open this high-level chest, you need a skilled rogue, at least proficient in lockpicking. If someone had reached that level, they wouldn't need to risk their life in this dungeon. It's a pity, but we'll probably have to pass on this chest. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting off his thoughts. Kental looked at him and said, Kassan, open it. Kassan heard this and was plunged into utter confusion, thinking, what is this? Kental looked at the treasure chest and said, it's a treasure chest. Then he looked at Kassan H1EAFC and said, and you're a rogue, right? This is your job. Kassan H1EAFC went pale, hesitating. Ah, that's right. But Kental's face brightened with interest. Isn't opening treasure chests a rogue's job? That's why I asked you to try. I want to see a rogue's talent with my own eyes. Kassan H1EAFC grimaced uncomfortably, thinking, oh boy, that's not wrong, but there's one problem. On the surface, Kassan H1EAFC kept smiling, but he felt helpless inside, putting his hands on his head and thinking, if I could do that, I wouldn't be here doing this. He opened his mouth wide in a panic, petrified, telling himself, a pathetic rogue, unrecognized by any guild, where would I get lockpicking skills? But I can't tell them the truth. Kassan H1EAFC glanced at Kent, who was watching him with eyes full of hope. He thought, those eyes are full of anticipation. If I try and fail, they will turn into instant disappointment. He imagined Kental's cold, oppressive gaze as he looked at him and said, you call yourself a rogue, but you can't even do that. Useless. He remembered the scene of Kental stepping on a skull and felt terrified. Inside, Kassan H1EAFC screamed in agony, but outwardly he scratched his head, smiled, and said, ha ha, all right, I'll give it a try. A moment later, Kental watched Kassan H1EAFC opening the chest with an admiring gaze, excitedly saying, oh, you use that kind of tool to pick locks. Amazing. Kassan H1EAFC felt immense pressure, thinking anxiously, he's staring at me from behind. If I fail, I'm a dead man. He nervously recalled a time he watched a rogue pick a chest lock. trying to remember the skills he saw while working as a porter. The more he thought, the more pressure he felt. Sweat pouring down continuously, he thought to himself, staking my life on this. Rogue Cassin, the scream from your soul. Suddenly, Cassin opened his eyes wide, looking completely surprised, astonished, and trembling. Kental, seeing this, wondered. It turned out he had accidentally used his hidden talent to unlock the treasure chest. He was so happy he could cry, exclaiming, "Hey, it's open." H, standing to the side, saw this and was very happy, eager. "Oh, really? I heard only master thieves could open this treasure chest. I didn't expect to meet someone who could do it right here. Amazing." Kental heard this and was pleasantly surprised, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Is that so? Well done, Cassin." Hearing the praise, Cassin's expression wasn't happy at all. He was confused, thinking, it shouldn't have been possible to open it, right? Why is it like this? Just looking at it, and it opened. This skill is way too overpowered. Cassin had always prided himself on his survival instincts, but now, for the first time, he doubted the meaning of his life. He was still dazed, standing motionless. Did I really try my best? And just like that, Cassin lost his pride. Kental approached the treasure chest, looked, and asked curiously, "How much is this treasure worth?" H also stepped forward to look and said, "With this amount, a family could live in luxury for a whole month." Cassin was still lost in his own existential crisis. Kental heard this and smiled, answering, "I see, that's clear." Then he turned to look at the thief Cassin and said, "Cassin, you handle the division of the reward." The thief Cassin was snapped out of it by Kental's call and shouted in fear, "Yes." At this, Cassin approached the chest and gently lifted a trophy. He was dazed by the sparkle of the trophy, staring at it subconsciously for a long time. Suddenly, someone called to him in a mesmerizing voice, "Cassin." Cassin was frightened by the voice and shouted, "Oh, it was just Kental calling him." Kental asked, "Do you need any help?" Cassin was by now so scared he was panting. Kental, seeing this, asked again, "Are you hurt?" The thief Cassin was startled, as if caught red-handed, and shouted, "No, I didn't do anything." The three people present were extremely confused. A moment later, Kental's group took everything from the treasure chest and left. While walking, Kental suddenly discovered something ahead, stopped, and said, "Wait, it's a skeleton soldier." At this, a pile of bones appeared ahead, lying stacked on the ground. Kental's group saw this and stopped. Kental counted the skulls and exclaimed, "There are 4, I'll take care of 3. The 3 behind him, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, were startled. Kental looked at the pile of bones with a chilling smile and said, "I'll leave the last one for you all." The thief Cassin replied, "Understood," but he thought to himself, "This is live combat, this is going to be tough." Alexandro also nodded, "Yes." Instantly, Kental moved quickly forward. Suddenly, the pile of bones on the ground glowed with a green light. The thief Cassin saw this and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, no matter how many times I see it, watching those bones reassemble themselves is always creepy. Afterward, the bones seemed to have souls, reassembling and standing up. The group saw this and recoiled in fear. Only Kental courageously stood his ground. Then the 4 skeleton soldiers lunged at the group. Kental ordered, "Everyone, let's go." Immediately, the 3, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, raised their hands, chanting holy light magic. A stream of golden light appeared, surrounding the 3. "Go for it." At this moment, the thief Cassin bravely rushed forward and threw a punch at one of the skeleton soldiers. The remaining 3 skeleton soldiers lunged in anger. But suddenly, Kental used his muscular arms to easily clamp down on their necks, leaving them incredibly surprised and astonished. Seeing how brave Cassin was, Kental sighed in admiration. "A rare sight, don't mess this up, I'll take care of you guys." The last skeleton soldier used all his might to swing a sword at Alexandro. Alexandro quickly used his shield to block the skeleton's sword, his gaze becoming more determined than ever. At this moment, the thief Cassin suddenly jumped into the air, intending to seize the opportunity to attack the skeleton from behind. Cassin raised his sword high. The skeleton seemed to sense danger from behind and glanced over. But Cassin's speed was too fast. The skeleton couldn't dodge and was slashed down by Cassin. Now H started to act, her eyes glowing. Then she extended her hands and recited the spell, Cloak of Darkness. Instantly, it seemed Alexandro was granted additional strength, and he quickly lunged forward at dizzying speed. Alexandro delivered a surprise slash at the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier collapsed to the ground, its neck bones beginning to crack, but it didn't die and roared in anger. Kental, standing to the side and witnessing his teammates, smiled happily and chuckled, "Ha ha." Holding 2 large stones in his hands, he said cheerfully, "I never expected to witness such a perfect formation." Kental smiled satisfactorily and continued, "Truly a rare sight." Then he suddenly and gently crushed the stone in his hand into dust. Kental smiled again. "Well, the trouble is handled, now let's enjoy ourselves." Saying that, Kental quickly swung a knife, at the remaining skeleton soldier. A moment later, the three, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, had cornered a skeleton soldier, seemingly sharing the same thought. The thief Cassin thought, there's no doubt about it now. H was breaking into a cold sweat, thinking, that's savage. Alexandro thought, he's challenging us. The skeleton soldier opened his eyes wide, looking at the three with a pathetic expression, sitting silently in a corner. The eyes of all three, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, bright, glaring furiously at the confused skeleton soldier, thinking, if we reveal any weakness, we're done for. After that, a series of slashes were rained down on the poor skeleton soldier. A moment later, the head of the skeleton soldier finally fell off. Alexandro wearily plunged his sword into the ground and collapsed. Not only Alexandro, but also Cassin and H looked extremely exhausted after defeating one skeleton soldier. All three were exhausted, but only Kental remained full of energy after single-handedly wiping out 3 skeleton soldiers. He crossed his arms, reflecting on the past and pondering. There's no doubt left, the people of the White Snow region are actually pretty decent. Kental thought to himself, the third-floor monsters are also skeleton soldiers, their numbers increased. But thanks to Kental's leadership, we got through it easily. And finally, H and Alexandro looked anxiously at Kental, who was lost in thought. Cassin also looked at Kental with deep concern. The group reached the deepest room, the center of the dungeon. A skeleton knight was sitting there, motionless on a throne. H saw this and widened her eyes, trembling in astonishment. A skeleton knight, how could something like this be here? Kental still didn't quite understand, asking curiously, is it different from the ones before? H replied, that's right, it's extremely strong. H's expression was terrified. She pondered, a skeleton knight swinging a greatsword easily and powerfully. Unless you are at the level of a knight, you have no chance of going head-to-head with it. This is not a monster we can handle. At this moment, Kental continued to wonder, what if we don't defeat it and just turn back? H replied nervously, there will be an investigation by the guild. If they see that the reason is valid, we won't have any trouble. Suddenly, Kental heard this and smiled, then marched proudly forward with a confident smile, answering, that sounds reasonable. The group gasped. The skeleton knight stood majestically, radiating immense power, looking at its opponents with a dangerous smile. Yet Kental didn't have a hint of fear. He even thought to himself, a skeleton that can maintain its form while fighting, that's interesting. Immediately, the skeleton knight took an attacking stance. H's face showed clear shock. Her reaction was quick. She instantly created a barrier. But it was very dangerous. 2 powerful magical forces were clashing. H seemed to be losing, and the barrier shattered into pieces in no time. Fortunately, Alexandro had timely used his shield to block. Then he also fell to the ground. This action made Kental glance over in admiration. Meanwhile, Alexandro was incredibly surprised. A strike that strong. The skeleton knight's attack was truly too powerful. Not stopping there, lightning sparked in the skeleton's eye. This time, he swung an even stronger technique. Yet Kental remained very calm. He stood there, watching the skeleton charging toward him. Unexpectedly, the skeleton hadn't even finished his action before Kental punched him into oblivion. It vanished in an unexpected way. Cassin gaped in astonishment, and Alexandro was just as shocked. Having finished, Kental casually brushed his hands, looking dismissive. Is that all? Afterward, he turned to look at those around him. Suddenly, Kental's gaze froze, as if he had just discovered something. Then he called out Cassin's name. Cassin was caught off guard and looked dazed. Yes. There was a glowing treasure chest. Kental wanted to know if Cassin could open it. Cassin was startled and shouted, I can't, it's protected by a high-level lock. With my skills, I can't open it. Hearing this, Kental acted disappointed. Is that so? Too bad. Cassin felt depressed too. It's a pity, but we have to give up. That was what they thought until Kental swung his arm and smashed the chest himself. Cassin was terrified once again. Finally, the chest shattered into pieces. Alexandro and H looked at him like he was a strange creature. But Kental didn't care. The rewards looked huge. Cassin, you clean it up. He immediately obeyed, moving closer, still lost in shock. This is the first time I've seen a chest opened by force like that. But he wondered, if he could smash it, why did he tell me to pick the lock? After completing the mission, everyone went out together. The sky was sunny and beautiful, filled with the singing of birds. And something caught Kental's attention. The cave the group had just entered suddenly exploded. Cassin explained, once a dungeon is cleared, it disappears. So I guess there are no secret rooms this time. Kental was curious. A secret room? Do those actually exist here? Cassin confirmed. Even though they're dangerous, they really do exist. Hearing this, Kental smirked in excitement. Sounds pretty interesting. Kental's attitude left Cassin feeling confused. The guard captain had just heard something, his face showing clear surprise. What? It's already finished. Just then, outside the city, the guard captain inquired about the situation in the dungeon. Kental replied playfully, "It was fun in there." The captain breathed a sigh of relief, realizing what had happened. Afterward, he requested, "Everyone, follow me." Sitting in a room, H gently stated, "There aren't any major problems." So the captain asked pointedly, "Then do you think that Barbarian can stay in the territory?" H appeared to disagree. "I think it should be fine." And the captain noticed one thing clearly. When talking about that Barbarian, she was only being vague. He closed his eyes, feeling tense. Conquering the dungeon wasn't the issue, but rather how it was done. The real goal was to identify dangerous individuals. Casson added, "He's not the type of person who goes around causing trouble." But the captain knew well. He was as strong as a wild beast, but didn't harm anyone. So unlike an ordinary barbarian. Now Kental spoke up to praise each person. Casson did a great job as a thief. He disarmed traps and tried opening the chests. Alexandra was also an incredibly strong frontline warrior. Your prayers helped us a lot. The captain heard this and became suspicious. That's strange. Normally, when strangers are forced into a team to conquer a dungeon, they wouldn't praise others so warmly. Finally, he had to agree. "Very well, you are permitted to stay. But one warning, even though you have permission, if you cause any trouble, you will be expelled, so be careful." Kental affirmed, "Understood." Following that, the captain held out a bag. "This is the subjugation reward, divided among yourselves." As far as the captain knew, sometimes guards would just take the reward for themselves. Kental didn't think much of it and accepted it gladly. "Thank you very much." The captain guessed that this time they probably wouldn't touch it. Kental suggested, "Let's divide it equally then." They were all stunned by this statement. H hurriedly refused. "Oh, that's not necessary." Even Alexandro didn't dare to accept, "Me neither." However, Kental tried to persuade them. "The whole team worked together, so the reward must be divided equally. You cannot refuse." Hearing this, Casson reluctantly agreed. All right." Just waiting for that, Kental immediately coaxed them. "Then let's go celebrate, see if there's a pub nearby." The group was caught off guard by this. What? In the end, they reluctantly agreed. Celebrate, oh, okay. But deep down, they were crying, "I want to go home." While the others were dejected, Kental was very excited. The captain looked on, feeling weary. A barbarian who killed a skeleton knight as strong as a monster with just one punch. The captain looked on, feeling weary. A barbarian who killed a skeleton knight as strong as a monster with just one punch. He switched to a suspicious gaze, thinking to himself, at the very least as strong as a knight, definitely not an ordinary barbarian. And the captain could guarantee that a barbarian of legend was an extraordinary being. Afterward, he solemnly entrusted the duty. "I will report this to the Lord. You all go guard the gate." The subordinate immediately took the order. Understood. It was night time. Inside the vast palace, the firelight created a formal atmosphere. The emperor sitting inside said in a deep voice, "Come in." The captain performed a salute and reported, "I would like to report, my lord." The lord of the Barcan region of the John Kingdom spoke up. "What is it?" The captain immediately presented. "Report to the lord, a barbarian has entered the territory." That night in the waiting hall outside the residence, a voice echoed in the room. "You permitted him to stay." The Northern Handguard captain lowered his head. "Yes, although that shouldn't be any trouble at all." On the golden throne, the lord looked down with doubt. "Then what is the real trouble?" He reported with a bit of tension. "He is too strong, so strong that it's become a problem." He lifted his head in wonder. "How strong is he?" The room fell silent. Only the voice of the Northern Handguard captain remained, and the lord's surprise. "I heard he took down a skeleton knight with a single blow." The lord's eyes widened in amazement. A skeleton knight. A monster type that is hard to handle unless you're of knight rank, and he defeated it with just one punch. Then he bowed his head, lost in thought about the giant man standing in the blizzard, a barbarian who only knows how to use raw power, a simple mind with no education. Next, the lord hesitated. "Then he is at first rank, isn't he?" The Northern Handguard captain concluded. "Perhaps so." He asked further, and could he be even stronger? The Northern Handguard captain's expression was full of tension. "Can't say for sure." Hearing this, he fell silent. A warrior reaching that level, yet he is a barbarian, a race that believes strength is everything. This is going to be a big headache. He decided, for now, just summon him to meet me. Below, the Northern Handguard captain broke into a cold sweat, somewhat worried. "Are you sure that will be fine?" He asserted just the fact that a man so strong is roaming free in the territory is a danger in itself. Meeting him directly, I think I'll feel more secure. The Northern Handguard captain tried to prevent it, but it could be dangerous. The knight beside the lord stepped forward with a stern face. The Northern Handguard captain sitting on the golden throne reminded, I already have a knight to protect. Seeing this, he also startled and lifted his head, then turned to look at the knight. What do you think? He gripped the sword at his waist and said, he is strong indeed, but he's just a barbarian, a big-bodied musclehead with zero intelligence. Afterward, he recalled his master, full of dignity, and affirmed, compared to my swordsmanship taught directly by the sword saint, he is not worthy, so you don't need to be afraid. The Lord also nodded in silent agreement. Finally raising his voice, summon that barbarian here. I will speak with him face to face. Elsewhere, at a table full of food and beer, Kentel bit into some meat and chewed voraciously. The three at the table silently watched him eat like a starving man, their faces pale, lost in a chilling space. His hand raised a mug of beer. With a friendly face, he took a gulp and set it on the table, smiling at the group. This is delicious. I really like the quiet atmosphere here. My treat today, everyone. Please eat and drink freely. Hearing this, they looked at Kentel and laughed awkwardly. Ha. Suddenly he turned. Are you a holy knight? Alexandro startled. Yes. Kentel's face showed clear curiosity. What kind of holy power do you use? I didn't see you use it during the dungeon attack, did I? Hearing this, Alexandro awkwardly scratched his head and explained. I am still training myself, so my holy power hasn't been activated yet. Kentel widened his eyes in regret. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alexandro cleared his throat timidly. Then he turned to H, who was sitting quietly nearby. You said the god you serve is named Kaloja, right? Are there any temples to that god nearby? She rolled her eyes in embarrassment and explained. No, I don't think there are. He is not a god that many people revere. She remembered the cold appearance of that god, surrounded by a snake, the god of lies and deceit, Kaloja, who was shunned and rejected by everyone. H's hand gripped her dress tightly. Mr. Kentel, he replied. What is it? She pressed. How strong are you? Seeing this, both Alexandro and Cassin also startled and looked toward, while he continued chewing his food, looking at them in bewilderment. Afterward, Kentel raised his hand to his chin, recalling the ranking. The level, I'm not really sure. I haven't left the snowfield long, so I'm also wondering how strong I am, how strong the skeleton knight I defeated was. Hearing this, H also widened her eyes and explained to him based on her knowledge. At least second rank is needed to handle him, and if it's first rank, one could defeat him like Mr. Kentel did. He determined, then I'm probably second rank. Suddenly a man appeared before them with hands covered in sweat, trembling as he said, I'm sorry, our shop is about to close. Seeing this, Kentel just smiled, while the person became even more terrified. That's my fault, let's go. The group walked out of the shop. Does anyone have any plans or schedules coming up? At his question, both Alexandro and H shouted in unison. Yes, we do. Immediately after, Cassin also urgently bellowed. Yes, I'm incredibly busy. He looked at them feeling both awkward and regretful. I understand. What a pity. Then I guess we'll part ways here. See you all another day. The three thought of the image of the princess, saying goodbye, and were secretly happy. No need to ever meet again. That night, Kentel lay with his legs propped up on the bed, closed his eyes comfortably, and exclaimed, Hugh, so comfortable. The first time I've been able to lie on a bed since coming to this world. Before that, at the inn counter, the innkeeper looked at him and drooled into his mug. Kentel thought he was lucky to stay at the inn thanks to the reward from the dungeon, and he didn't encounter too much trouble either. Currently, the sunlight shone through the window frame. He sat with his legs crossed on the bed, humming excitedly. Compared to the snowfield, this place really is paradise. He recalled when he was still in the snowfield, facing countless confusing system panels. It took quite a long time from when I woke up in the snowfield until I found a civilization like this one. So what do I do next? I want to explore more, experience more in this world. Kentel held his palm up, spread his fingers, and muttered, I want an adventure journey, and internally oriented himself toward the sanctuary of the elf race. His eyes gradually blurred, thinking of the magic tower and the magnificent capital of the kingdom. Then he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sunlight shone into the room through the window. He woke up groggily, sat up and raised his hand to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth when he heard the knocking at the door. He walked out to see who it was. Behind the door, the Northern Handguard captain looked at him, hesitating. Oh, did I wake you up? Sorry. He looked at him confused. Guard captain, what's the matter? The Northern Handguard captain cleared his throat, then solemnly announced to him, the Lord wants to meet you directly. He mumbled, oh, a Lord. Then he imagined the wealth and luxury of the Lord. The Lord is the one who rules this land, the master of this entire territory. A figure like that wants to meet. Kentel's face was full of bewilderment. Obviously that's fine. Kentel looked at the Northern Handguard captain, informing him, can I go right now? Let me change my clothes and I'll follow you. And he stood frozen on the spot, wondering, Did I come to the right place? Why was it so easy to invite? Afterward, down on the busy street, people were trading back and forth. Kental thought to himself, when I entered this territory, it was already pitch dark, so I only got a quick glance. Kental's eyes sparkled. Walking behind the Northern Hand Guard captain and looking around, seeing it in the daytime was truly too amazing. He smiled, his face full of admiration, and gave a thumbs up toward him. If this is what a fantasy world is like, I'm always ready to welcome it with many surprises. The Northern Hand Guard captain's face went pale, full of confusion. What's wrong with that guy? Afterward he frowned, shouting silently in his heart, time is running out, have to return as soon as possible. Immediately after, a notification voice said, My lord, I have brought the barbarian here to meet you. When he heard that, the lord turned around and ordered, Let him in. The great hall opened quickly. He looked inside, seeing his hand stretched out with full sincerity. Nice to meet you, barbarian. The lord stood in front of the window, hands behind his back, the other hand extended forward politely. I am Luke Bakken, lord of this land. Reintroducing Luke Bakken, lord of the Barkan territory, Genhen King. He reached out to shake it. Very pleased to meet you, the legitimate lord of the Barkan lands. Afterward he bowed his head and closed his eyes. I am Kental, a barbarian. He widened his eyes at his polite handshake action. A panicked expression. His hand was still shaking the lord's, one hand gripping his wrist, bowing respectfully. Puzzled, a barbarian knows how to shake hands. He only thought about his coldness in his imagination, somewhat calmed down. Barbarians have never shaken hands with anyone. For them, strength is everything, no exceptions. HMPH, looks like I've lived long enough to witness these scenes. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. You seem to have grasped some basic manners. Sit down. On this side, he sat on the throne, while he sat across the tea table. The space inside was both silent and luxurious. Kental glanced around for a while. So the lord's castle looks like this. His eyes shone brightly. Even in a fantasy world, the castle still looked exactly like medieval time. In front of him was the knight beside Luke. He stood solemnly, arm behind his hip. Is that a knight protecting the lord? His gaze was full of curiosity and admiration. Hand on the table gripped tightly in excitement like a child starring. As a kid, I was obsessed with playing role-playing games as a knight. Never thought I'd see a real-life knight one day. He looks so majestic, so great. He's exactly as I imagined. He also detected his gaze. The face of the knight beside Luke tightened, somewhat surprised. Killing intent. It was true killing intent, unmistakable. How dare he unleash such powerful, majestic killing intent right in front of the lord? To him, he felt like he was radiating lethal pressure. Immediately after, the knight beside Luke grabbed the sword at his hip. Fool, you won't be able to leave here in one piece. Suddenly, Luke spoke up. The reason I invited you here is very simple. He paused, Luke's face full of scrutiny. I just want to verify a few things about you. He also calmly crossed his arms looking at him. It's up to you to decide. What do you want to verify about me? Next, he questioned, where did you come from? Kental closed his eyes and recalled the mountains covered in snow year-round. HMPH, so that's what you're interested in. I come from the coldest place on this continent, a land buried in white snow. Hearing this, both were startled in amazement. Eternal ice and snow. He stared at him intently, while he continued to cross his arms and close his eyes in reflection. He is truly the barbarian warrior of legend, and now he is standing right in front of me. Afterward, Luke looked down, doubting. What you say is hard to believe. He crossed his arms and sighed. It's a harsh place. Believe it or not, that's up to you. His voice echoed again in the room. Then let me ask another question. His gaze was full of sharpness, looking at him to probe. How strong are you? Luke imagined the scene of him dominating crazily. The problem is his strength as terrifying as the rumors say? Hearing this, Kental countered. Your question is wrong. I don't know the strength standards in this place, so I don't know the answer. He replied, I understand. Afterward, he glanced toward the knight standing nearby. He nodded slightly in silent agreement. Luke then offered, then would you like to spar with one of my knights? If you accept, I will ensure you receive a worthy reward. Kental was momentarily surprised. Spar, huh? He added, of course, it won't be a fight to the death. I trust you can keep your strength in check. Hearing this, Kental smiled. Now, that has me interested. His excited laugh startled the other two. A match against the Lord's knight. Kental inwardly pictured the knights from fairy tales. Not ordinary knights, but knights of a fantasy world. Those who possessed magic and auras. This was a chance to witness the true combat capabilities of such a knight. Kental brought his hand to his chin, smiling with delight. I am truly looking forward to this. Luke gripped the armrests tightly as he stared toward Kental. While Kental radiated an aura of pure killing intent, Luke thought to himself, as expected, a savage is always a savage. No matter how polite or elegant he may appear, his wild nature, his thirst for battle, and his passion for combat have not changed. Kentel's intensity caused both of the others to flinch involuntarily. High above in the arena, Luke sat in his seat, observing. Down on the field were the knight beside Luke and Kentel. The knight stared fixedly at Kentel, while Kentel smiled with excitement. Luke reminded them, "Let us begin. I hope no one has to bleed here." A bell rang out quickly. The knight beside Luke drew his sword, keeping a cautious eye on Kentel. "Consider it a privilege that you get to witness my swordsmanship." Seeing this, Kentel just smiled in response. "I've been looking forward to this fight too." The knight gritted his teeth in anger. How dare he act so relaxed when fighting me? The knight's legs bent as he prepared to lunge. "I will show you the difference in skill between us." His eyes blazed fiercely as sword energy radiated from him. Kentel remained calm, watching the knight charge forward. In the next moment, the tip of the blade split into three under immense speed. Kentel's eyes widened as the three sword tips thrust simultaneously. An illusion. No, it was absolutely not an illusion. Kentel gracefully dodged each strike with ease. All three blades were real. This was the opponent's swordsmanship. While observing, Kentel affirmed to himself, "So that's it." The knight gritted his teeth triumphantly. "You'll have to struggle quite a bit to dodge my blade. HMPH, lasting this long against me is already commendable." The strikes became increasingly rapid, but this battle didn't need to last any longer. Suddenly, Kentel raised a hand and flicked it lightly. Snap, the sword shattered into many pieces. The knight's eyes widened in panic. "What is this?" Kentel's hand landed on his chest. The armor and the remaining part of the sword shattered instantly. He grabbed the armor, crushing it, and threw the knight forcefully backward. The knight flew away and lost consciousness. Up above, Luke shouted in alarm, What just happened?" The knight lay motionless in the corner, leaving a long sliding mark on the ground. Luke stared in fear and astonishment. Just one punch. A first-rank knight defeated with a single punch. What kind of terrifying power is this? Kentel turned around, smiled and asked, "So the fight is over, right?" Luke stood up abruptly, looking as if his soul had left his body. He narrowed his eyes. "That's right." In his head, he replayed the moment Kentel threw the knight away so effortlessly. A savage who could defeat a first-rank knight with a single punch. That was the strength of a monster. He had at least reached the transcendent level. But that was only the minimum level of power he had revealed. His true, profound strength was immeasurable. Luke slumped back into his seat. A savage possessing such power, he could shake this entire continent. He thought of the hero and his dragon. If so, this needed to be reported to that person, one of the very few who held the title of Sword Saint on the continent. Luke bowed his head and muttered, "It's time for him to step forward. I wonder if he'll be interested when he hears about a savage like this." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Are you talking about me?" Luke jumped and looked up. The window swung wide and the wind blew the curtains. A figure stood there with arms crossed, calm. Luke sighed and rolled his eye. "Your habits are as strange as always." The other man laughed teasingly. "Ha, doesn't everyone need a little entertainment now and then?" Afterward, he crossed his arms, his expression becoming serious. "So why don't you share that interesting story with me? That was the Sword Saint Can." Luke stood up and bowed in respect. "It is an honor to have you here. Even though my notice was quite urgent, I present to you the great Sword Saint, Lord Can." Can smiled, his eyes sharp. Luke remained bowing respectfully. In the knight's quarters, the young man lay on his bed, his hand on his forehead. The door opened and Luke walked in to check on him, making the young man jump. "Have you recovered yet?" The knight hurriedly sat up in panic. "I'll be fully recovered in a few days. My apologies, sir." Can also stepped in behind him. "You're the one who should be apologizing to me." He clasped his hands behind his back. "My foolish disciple lost to an unknown savage." Can's gaze rested on the torn armor on the knight's chest. There wasn't even a minor wound on his body. His inner anticipation for Kentel grew. The armor shattered like that, yet his body is uninjured. Could it be that he intentionally held back? Ken's voice deepened. "He is no ordinary, ignorant savage. He has incredibly precise control over his power." The knight stammered, I understand." Ken continued, his eyes cold. "He is far beyond the level of a knight. He could even hold back while fighting, as if he were just playing around. He has at least reached the transcendent level." Hearing this, both Luke and the knight were stunned. Luke muttered, looking at Ken suspiciously, "Forgive my rudeness. But compared to you, how is he, Sword Saint Can?" The old man turned his head to confirm. "He is quite strong indeed, but I am the Sword Saint. Even if he has transcendent level power, he cannot touch me." Luke felt a bit awkward. "I see." Can remained deep in thought. But I didn't see him use any aura when fighting, did I? Yet his power has already reached this level." Those words left Luke just as surprised. That is unthinkable by conventional standards. Is this the power of a savage from the frozen wasteland? Hearing this can also bowed his head, recalling the scene of Kental in the frozen wasteland. I couldn't believe it either at first, but it seems he really does come from the frozen wasteland. Suddenly, Ken lifted his head, a savage from the frozen wasteland. He thought of Kental living coldly in the midst of blizzards, the legend of a survivor of the frozen wasteland. Is he human, or? He touched his beard cautiously, or is he a mutant? Images of aggressive snow snakes and bears flashed through his mind, but he denied it himself. That's not it. Luke beside him was confused. Ken thought back to the aggressive demons and the white serpent, then concluded to himself. If he were truly a mutant, he wouldn't have been so lenient with you. He remained skeptical about Kental's appearance. I was wrong, but he comes from the frozen wasteland. Why that place and why at this time? Ken sank into puzzling thoughts, while Luke beside him had no idea what was going on. Is something wrong, Sword Saint? The old man lifted his head. Nothing, let's leave that for later. The Emperor is the same way. He remembered the soldiers entering the snow mountains, always demanding the strangest thing. Ken turned away and cautioned, don't worry about that for now. Luke nodded, I understand. He asked again, is that savage still in this territory? Luke quickly answered, yes, he said he would stay here for a while, so he's definitely here. Having heard this, Ken turned to leave, his face serious and full of curiosity. I must verify his strength for myself. The next morning, the sun shone brightly down on the White Castle. The Northern Handguard captain asked, what is your plan for the next step? He stared intently at Kental, waiting. Kental hesitated. Before him sat a bag of silver coins just placed on the table. This is the reward for the recent battle, he said, then closed his eyes and announced, from now on, I will no longer interfere with your actions within this territory. Kental brought his hand to his chin, thinking, I don't have a clear plan, but it would be better if I could verify my identity here. Having to conquer a dungeon every time I step into a new territory is really a hassle. The Northern Handguard captain offered a suggestion. If you're worried about that, there is a way. You could find someone with high status to vouch for and verify your identity for you. Or, he trailed off, making Kental curious. Or what, he continued, you could become a mercenary. He closed his eyes thinking, then explained. If you accumulate enough achievements and are recognized by the mercenary guild, your identity will also be accepted. The Northern Handguard captain had his own calculations. However, mercenaries are just those who do menial jobs. It's hard to get your identity verified unless you reach a certain rank. But with this savage's power, finding a sponsor will be the easiest option for now. Kental muttered, mercenary. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is there a way like that? In his mind, an image of the cool combat of a mercenary appeared, and he fell into a daydream. Mercenaries are people who specialize in completing quests to slay monsters and assist trading caravans. They are symbols of a romantic fantasy world. If so, Kental smiled excitedly. Where should I go to become a mercenary? The Northern Handguard captain looked at him, surprised. Ah, well, there's a guild in the city. Kental looked excited, his eyes twinkling. Take me there. The man stared blankly at Kental. Fine, then. Explaining about mercenaries. Mercenaries are those who travel everywhere to complete assigned tasks. Some people consider them symbols of romantic freedom, but in reality, mercenaries are the lowest class in society, intended for those whose identities haven't been recognized. They are often attacked by monsters in dungeons, and even strong mercenaries often lose their lives in unexplored dungeons or are just those sacrificed for dark work. Because of this, the low-level mercenaries are often vulgar, dirty, and noisy. Currently in the guild hall, a man in a blue shirt angrily punched a man in a brown shirt. Bastard, do you dare to touch me? The man in the brown shirt fell onto a table, then jumped up, cursing, looking for a fight. The man in blue screamed, if you're good enough, come and get it. Others standing around cheered, hey, the guy on the right, I'm betting on you. Try to win. I'm betting on the one on the left. They lunged at each other, pulling hair and throwing punches. Beside them, the pink-haired girl was adjusting documents and glanced over. So, how are this batch of recruits? Rosa sighed in frustration. HMPH, nothing special. They're all just a bunch of freaks. This was Rosa, the receptionist of the Mercenary Guild. She thought of Alexandro. There was a madman who called himself a holy knight, then Cassin, and even a talented thief. Finally, H, the priestess, was not stable at all, and the god she served wasn't exactly reliable either. The pink-haired girl saw Rosa like that and hesitated. So, that's how it is. What a pity. She lowered her head, frustrated. HMPH, no one decent shows up. The uneducated mercenaries just know how to fight all day long. In her head, the image of a handsome blonde prince appeared, reaching his arms out toward her. Ah, if only a prince on a white horse appeared, stood beside me, and helped with this receptionist work, how wonderful it would be. At the door, someone entered. Rosa lifted her head, eyes wide in surprise when she saw Kentel. He walked in, looking around with a smile. So this is the mercenary guild. The two who were fighting also turned to look, astonished. No way, a savage. The rest gaped at him. Seeing everyone staring at him, Kentel felt slightly bewildered, then crossed his arms and sat before the table, smiling. I came here because I want to become a mercenary. Opposite him, Rosa held the document, trembling with tension. Ah, sir, you really want to be a mercenary. May I ask what your purpose is? He answered calmly, there are many reasons, but I heard that being a mercenary can help get one's identity recognized in this kingdom. She awkwardly explained. That is true, but to get your identity recognized through the mercenary path, you will have to achieve quite a few accomplishments. Would that be all right? Kentel confirmed. No problem. She used her typewriter expertly. Then I will register you as an F-rank mercenary for a fee of 5 silver coins. Can you give me your name and age? He also placed the money on the table. I am Kentel, and for my age I'm not sure. She pressed the keys skillfully. Then I will record an approximate number. Finally, Rosa gave him a badge in a wooden box. Done, your mercenary registration is complete. This is your mercenary badge. It is a sign of recognition, so don't lose it. He stared at the badge, then took it happily. I've been accepted. Afterward, he looked up at Rosa with a very innocent expression. Are there any quests right now? I want to start doing quests immediately. She stammered. Quests, that's right. She pushed a piece of paper toward Kentel. Currently, these are the quests you can take. He took the paper on the table and flipped through it. Wait a minute, are these the only low-level quests? Content on the quest board, level F-. Quests, picking herbs, cleaning the basement, cleaning the sewers, sweeping the streets, night patrol. Rosa's face broke into a sweat and she tried to force a smile. Because you are currently an F-rank mercenary, these are the quests suitable for you. Inside, she was full of fear. Savages are usually very arrogant. What if he suddenly gets angry? Should I call for backup? She squeezed her eyes shut and explained awkwardly. If you complete these simple tasks and accumulate achievements, you will be able to take harder quests later. He replied, I choose these quests. She opened her eyes, regaining her composure, and looked down at the paper he pointed to. Are you sure? He crossed his arms and asked back. This is also work that needs doing right. She hesitated. Yes, I understand. Kentel smiled and asked, so, where are these herbs located? Rosa produced a photo with the shape of the plant on it. Ah, you have to go outside the village, into the forest. They look like this. He excitedly took the photo and left. Understood, I'll be back soon. She awkwardly replied, yes. Kentel turned and walked away, his eyes still fixed on the photo. Behind him, Rosa watched him go, feeling bewildered. Why does he look so calm? He stepped out the door and left. Inside, the pink-haired girl's limbs went weak, and Rosa remained frozen in a panic. In the darkness of a certain forest, the herb Kentel needed to find was on the ground. He compared the photo to the flower, telling himself, does this herb have the effect of healing wounds? It looks quite strange, doesn't it? Afterward, he took off his coat and threw it on the ground, put his hat on, then smiled and flexed his biceps. I've already prepared UV protective gear. He muttered to himself, time to start my first mercenary mission. UV rays are harmful even in other worlds, a little-known fact from Kent. About an hour later, at the Mercenary Guild, a sack of herbs was placed on the table, leaving Rosa in shock. He looked at her innocently. Is this enough? She stammered, too much, she thought to herself, confused. Is he trying to destroy the entire herb field or what? Looking at the pile of herbs in the bag, Rosa was even more amazed. The quality is excellent. Most mercenaries just pluck them carelessly, significantly devaluing the herb. Kentel shyly wiped his nose with his hand. Don't look at it like that. I was quite meticulous when I picked them. She hesitated, right, then she offered a silver coin. Thank you for working so carefully. Katu, this is your reward for the mission. A silver coin, just enough money to buy the cheapest meal. Even so, this was the first money I'd earned from a proper job. Kentel recalled the time he was seriously picking herbs, smiling to himself. Feeling truly touched, he excitedly took the silver coin and stood up. I'm very satisfied with this. Could you give me the next mission right away? Rosa stared blankly. Her eyes widened in confusion. What is this? He's satisfied with a reward like that, this barbarian. While Kentel happily and appreciatively looked at the silver coin in his hand, the day is still bright, so I want to do as much work as possible. She wondered inwardly, why is he so happy? With tears welling up, Rosa shouted in her heart, oh my God, this mercenary is just as strange as the rest of. Kentel pointed to the warehouse cleaning mission on the F-rank job list. Let's pick this one this time. Rosa was confused. After the herb-picking job, this is already the third cleaning mission. Seeing Kentel still looking up excitedly, Rosa became even more suspicious. Could it be that this berserker actually enjoys cleaning? Rosa said with a stiff tone, "Well, then I'll assign that mission to you." Kentel's footsteps echoed. Hearing the footstep, the blue-eyed woman glanced at Kentel, who looked as large as a bear as he entered. "I'm here to clean the warehouse." The brown-haired woman with a ponytail froze. Kentel asked kindly, "Are you the owner of this warehouse?" She started to snap out of it. Yes, yes, yes. She thought to herself, is he a barbarian? Cleaning the warehouse was simple, and moving things inside went without a hitch. With his great strength, he easily carried a large pile of goods, leaving the brown-haired woman in awe. The next mission was to sweep the street. Kentel picked up a broom and started sweeping. At first, it was hard to control his strength, but he managed it well. At that moment, Kentel swept so hard that the dust flew up, leaving the space shrouded in clouds of dust. Kentel's work was being watched by someone. Seeing him acting so normal, Ken exclaimed, "What is this? Why is he like that?" Ken thought to himself, he's clearly at least a mid-level mercenary. With enough determination, he could influence an entire kingdom. Just by showing off his strength, he could be respected wherever he goes. Yet a barbarian who always solves problems with force is now sweeping the street. Moreover, he's not doing it sloppily, but with such seriousness. At this moment, Kentel was happily sweeping dust into the dustpan. Ken doubted his own life, thinking, is Kentel actually enjoying the work? What the hell is he doing? The sunlight shone down, highlighting the lush green of the leaves and a pair of sparrows. Kentel woke up, stretched his limbs, and let out a comfortable sound. MMM. He put his feet on the wooden floor, looked at the nightstand and saw the pouch of coins, then jumped up. Aha. He stared at the pouch, reminiscing. That pouch of coins was placed on a tray and pushed toward me. Rosa said, "You've worked hard since your first day as a mercenary. Kentel, this is the reward for a total of 15 missions." Excitement and joy were evident in his silvery white eyes and on his face. Rosa said reluctantly, "It's 15 silver coins." Even so, Kentel wasn't disappointed at all, still full of excitement. "Thank you, then I'll be back tomorrow." Ending the reminiscence, Kentel smiled unconsciously and said to himself, "Let's start the second day in this civilized world." A cute little brown-haired girl hugged the woman's leg and kept crying. The other adults stared in surprise. Kentel walked calmly while being watched by everyone. Suddenly, he stopped. In doubt, what is that? He looked toward a large two-story building, curious, a library. The door was pushed open, and a small copper bell hanging on the door rang. The female librarian, with her hair neatly bunned, greeted him politely. "Welcome." But only halfway through, she shrieked in terror at Kentel's massive stature. He asked politely, "May I read some books?" That embarrassing event passed, and eventually, Kentel managed to borrow some books. He excitedly picked up a book the size of his palm and read it intently. The female librarian could only stay silent, speechless at the sight. Outside, Ken hid and watched, thinking in disbelief. A barbarian reading books. Even if I can't see clearly, my intuition tells me it's true. A barbarian, usually considered ignorant, is reading books. Could it be that this barbarian from the ice region is completely different from the barbarians usually seen? Seeing the interest on Kentel's face, I wondered, either this guy is someone special. Kentel closed the history book and whispered, "So, the Empire was victorious in the end." He remembered the blue-haired girl from back then, thinking, a few years ago, Mina came to the White Snow region and said she would go to the kingdom at war with the Empire to sell weapons. It seems the outcome of that war was the Empire's victory. Kentel pondered, the Empire seems to be in a position of overwhelming power right now. The Barcan kingdom has also almost become a vassal state. The Empire has swallowed half the human world and is still expanding, full of aggression. It's as if they are swallowing this entire world. He muttered, "World conquest, huh?" Immediately after, Kentel cast those thoughts aside, full of excitement again. "Anyway, that's enough about humanity. Now, the thing I really want to find out." He looked at another book and said, "Is about the non-human races." Kentel thought happily, a book recording the non-human species, the fantasy races that truly exist in this world. The largest cave in the world, where rare minerals are scattered like trash, Mantomia, the dwarves' mining cave. Biseraphia, the village of the tiny fairy race. Reiki Pyria, the flying city of the celestial race. And the forbidden sanctuary that no one can reach, Elfer Sagrado, the sacred land of the elf race. No one knows the exact location. Many have tried every way to track it down, but all have failed. Kentel muttered, so I have the rare qualification to enter the elf sanctuary." Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, Then he lifted the book in surprise. "What? Is there another place like the White Snow region?" Demon realms do not permit humans to enter. They are places full of warped, insane, and twisted creatures. There are many demon realms, but this world exists with exactly 5 giant and special demon realms. The Silent Forest, a place of silence and lingering fear. The Abyss, a place that sinks the world into a deep pit of evil. The Deep Sea, a place where souls still breathe and lie. The Deep Pit, a place where nothing exists. And finally, the White Snow region, where terrifying creatures called xenomorphs exist. However, the existence of demon realms cannot spread to the human world. Kental finished reading and asked himself, how wide is this world anyway? The White Snow region alone is vast, yet there are so many other places. He stood up and said, for now, the data here is probably as far as it goes. His actions startled the female librarian. Kental told her, thanks to this, I've verified enough, thank you. The female librarian replied, trembling with fear, yes, yes. Kental opened the door and left happily. He returned to the mercenary guild and asked Rosa, are there any missions today? She started, Kental, you're here. Rosa offered the list. Here is the mission board. Kental's face was as joyful as a squirrel finding a nut. Can, hiding on the side, couldn't believe it. This is truly strange. Finally, he resolved. It looks like I have to meet him personally. After a long time of secret observation, Sword Saint Ken finally made a new move. At this time, the moon was high in the sky, and the street was empty. Kental walked along the street, smiling with satisfaction. Today I also resolved more than 10 assignments. Even for the odd jobs, getting this much income is pretty good. If I keep this pace, the day I'm recognized as a true mercenary surely isn't far off. He was whistling and humming as he walked when someone hiding behind a wall watched. Seeing Kental approach, the person stepped out, surprising him. None other than Sword Saint Ken. The two stood facing each other for a long time. Kental spoke first. You're the one who's been tailing me all day today. Ken was startled and gasped inwardly. What? He crossed his arms and asked further. What do you want? Ken was still in disbelief. You realized it. Clearly I used magical power to conceal my aura. No matter how keen your intuition is, realizing my presence should have been impossible. Suddenly, Kental quickly grabbed his money pouch tight and, alerted, exclaimed, could it be a robber? Ken felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Kental stared sharply and affirmed without responding. Looks like I guessed right. Even though security seems good, muggers still show up. His eyes went blank as he tried to explain. No, I'm just. But he wondered inwardly, if I say I'm a sword saint, will he believe it? Kental uttered a fatal blow. With that old body, do you have to be a robber? Looks like the economic situation isn't doing too well. Ken was truly wronged beyond words. Kental pondered again. What? Afterward, his face lit up. Maybe this is a good opportunity. He was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. A while later, Ken saw Kental's goofy expression and thought, he's mistaking me for a robber. A way to understand this person's strength and background is to engage in a direct collision. Let me see what the strength of a legendary barbarian is like. Then he began to roll up his sleeve. An alert stand. Kental was silent, suddenly disappearing from his sight. Ken uttered disappeared. What the? Kental suddenly appeared right in front of him. A hand reached out, footsteps moving flexibly. Ken dodged and thought, if I just stand here, my throat will be grabbed. Kental suddenly made an oh sound, then smirked. That's fast, isn't it? He said, then began to move again. Ken fell into a panic. Impossible, I was almost caught. A slightly slower reflex and I'd be captured. But what's even more amazing is that I can't feel the flow of magical power from him at all. Kental at this moment crossed his arms and laughed. Interesting. Ken was still stunned inside. Can he move that fast with just a pure human body? No more testing. I'll attack with all my might. He thought, then lunged forward. Kental's expression went grim, then suddenly vanished before Ken's eyes. He appeared right behind him, eyes glowing brightly, clutching the opponent's wrist tightly. Ken broke into a cold sweat, confused. What is this? I clearly expanded my senses, yet I couldn't react in time. His hand was twisted backward by Kental. The sensation wasn't just being grabbed, but pinned to stone, his entire body lifted by a force. Ken was in so much pain he gritted his teeth. What kind of hellish strength is this? Even just the force is irresistible. Thinking this, he put in all his might, releasing his power, energy radiating from his body. Kental was surprised by this. A blue light emitted from Ken's body. He observed intently, and then immediately, a magical explosion erupted. Ken slipped out, escaping Kental's control. Kental looked down at his own hand. Ken, on the opposite side, also stared at him. Suddenly, Kental nonchalantly let out a comment. So even robbers nowadays have good skills. He felt helpless inside. Why does he insist on calling me a robber? Then Ken seriously evaluated. A rare form of magical realization. Only those who reach a transcendent realm can do it. Yet he wraps it around his body. Why would a guy like that do something trivial like robbery? But Kento truly believed that it was a robber's skill. Ken's thought further. Reflexively, he had manifested magical power. It had taken shape. It could even tear through solid steel. A human body should have been crushed, yet there wasn't a single scratch on him. What kind of hellish physique is that? Daring to withstand manifested magical power with a bare body. While he was thinking, Kentel spoke up, though it looks like he's using something strange. Looks like it's time to finish this. Hearing this, Ken also began to reach for the sword hilt at his hip. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. Kentel unexpectedly appeared, touching a finger to his sword hilt and smiling. He used a movement that seemed very gentle, his innocent expression startling Kan, whose eyes bulged and mouth fell wide open. Then he gritted his teeth, using all his might to try and draw his sword. But all he got in return was his hand shaking uncontrollably. Kan was struck with shock once again. At this moment, Kentel's eyes shone brightly, as if he had just spotted prey. Inside, the old man screamed frantically, "Ah, is it all over just like that?" A large hand reached out, but suddenly Kentel just sighed. So this is what a robbery is like in a fantasy world. As he spoke, he hoisted Kan, who had fainted by now, onto his shoulder. The Northern Handguard captain panicked, freezing at the sight. "Oh my God, what is happening? Kentel is carrying Lord Kan so easily. What strange thing is unfolding here? Why would the Sword Saint can appear in a place like this?" The old man was tucked away inside a bag, and the captain was terrified. "Don't tell me that savage actually dared to attack Lord Kan. What should we do now?" Suddenly, Kentel spoke up. "I just caught a robber." Hearing this, the captain's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. "A robber." Kentel laughed radiantly while carrying him. "If I turn him into the guards, will it count toward my mercenary achievements?" The Northern Handguard captain stood stunned, completely dazed for a long while. Regaining his composure, he asked gently, "What exactly is going on here?" "Someone who has reached the pinnacle of transcendent skill, like Sword Saint Kan. That great man is being held by a savage, in such an incredibly shameful and humiliating position. That person is no robber." Kentel's expression began to shift, becoming serious. "You know him, so it turns out you're accomplices." The Northern Handguard captain stood at attention and saluted respectfully. "The only Sword Saint of the Genhensher Kingdom. I pay my deepest respects to Sword Saint Kan." Hearing this, Kentel looked down at the person he was carrying. "What?" Kentel stared at him, bewildered. "Sword Saint, that noble title, and he's being called a robber." He gritted his teeth. "No way, this old man is definitely a robber. He attacked me to steal a few silver coins." The captain looked Kentel straight in the eye and countered, "No, he really is the Sword Saint. I cannot mistake that face." Unable to accept the truth, Kentel thought quickly. Could he be a mage using magic? The captain shook his head, closing his eyes to explain. If he were a mage powerful enough to do that, he would have been honored as a Sword Saint already. Kentel couldn't accept the reality. Or is Sword Saint just a fancy name for robbers? He felt helpless. What kind of nonsense am I spouting? The exchange continued. "So he is truly the Sword Saint. That is correct." Kentel continued to stare at him in shock. "I will report this to the Lord." A moment later, the Lord slammed the table in anger. "What? Lord Kan is missing." Kentel bowed to show his respect to the people there. "I'm sorry, I should have let him explain." Face to face with Kentel, he replied, "No, I am also at fault for saying nothing." The two sat in silence, one large, one small. When the Lord entered the room, he was panicked by the sight before him. "What the hell is going on here? I thought Lord Kim would challenge that savage, but I never expected him to lose." Kim pondered. "Lord Kim was defeated by that savage. I don't know the details, but it's the truth." He looked toward Kentel, and a thought flashed through his mind. Does that mean that savage is stronger than the Sword Saint? He then looked at Kan. Of course, even within the transcendent ranks, there are differences in ability. Lord can only recently earn the title of Sword Saint, so perhaps he is still at a lower level. But regardless, a Sword Saint is someone who has reached the noble rank of Sword Master, and that savage took down such a person. He looked at Kentel, imagining an even more terrifying form, which made him a completely uncontrollable variable. At that moment, the Lord was so terrified that sweat ran down his face, his head aching. Afterward, he offered advice. "There seems to be a misunderstanding here, so I will take my leave. You two should talk this out clearly." Saying that, he left the room. So the two sat in total silence. Kentel looked at Kan as if wanting to say something, while Kan trembled, sipping the tea in his hand, thinking to himself, "How shameful. Still, I cannot deny it. That was a total defeat. My pride was not only wounded, it was completely shattered." Setting the tea down, Kan placed his hand over his chest and held his head high. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am the Sword Saint Kan." Kentel asked, "Is Sword Saint your last name?" He replied gently, "Once you have reached the realm of Sword Saint, a human's name and family name become void." Kentel asked further, I understand. So what you just demonstrated was a technique of a sword saint, right? His eyes seemed to remember something. Then from his palm, a flow of green magic erupted. Do you mean this? Kentel's eyes widened, showing interest in this special magic. Oh, he recalled the moment he unleashed the magic. At first, I thought it was just a thief's trick, so I didn't pay attention. But now that I know it's a Sword Saint's skill, I'm starting to get interested. Sword Saint can immediately clarified. This is the manifestation of what we call aura. Kentel was surprised. Aura. He looked at the magic flowing in his palm, his eyes filled with pride, his cheeks flushing pink. So that's what aura is. Unable to contain his excitement, Kentel stood up, his eyes shining. How can I learn it? He looked down at his palm. Basically, you must control your magic power and manifest it outwardly. Kentel asked, is it similar to mana? He began to explain. Saren is the name for the essence of magic. When you use it as aura, you are a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you are a mage. Kentel smiled. So swordsmen and mages both use the same type of energy called Saren. Would you be willing to teach me that skill? He stood up, his voice clear but honest. It is shameful to admit, but I am still learning and have not yet truly mastered this technique. Kentel's serious face made him hesitate. But then he replied, fine. Ken asked seriously, but do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me? Kentel sat down, crossing his arms over his chest. I know nothing about swordsmanship. Actually, I just swing my sword around recklessly. He asked back in surprise, really? Ken thought about the image of himself he had just projected that made Kentel admire him. That's right. I am a sword saint. I may have lost, but I hadn't even drawn my sword yet. All right, I will teach him the way of the sword and show him its greatness. I will regain my pride. Pushing that thought aside, he quickly agreed. Very well, I am a sword saint, a wielder of the sword. Without a sword, I am only half a man. Suddenly, Kentel blurted out, I thought so. No wonder you were so weak. It's because you weren't using a sword. Ken was shocked. That's right. Kentel crossed his arms and continued. I mean, how can you be called a sword saint with only that much strength? I thought something was wrong. He was furious. You brat. Kentel added, if you had used your sword, maybe you would have won. Ken was dissatisfied, wondering if he could have beaten Kentel just by using a sword. Kentel was happy again. I'm very excited. Conversely, Ken was sad. My pride, I'll be able to regain it, right? I feel like I'm going to be crushed even more miserably. Before returning, I used to practice swordsmanship. But this is the true fantasy swordsmanship, a magical type of swordsmanship that utilizes mysterious aura. This is fantasy swordsmanship. In the practice yard, Sword Saint Ken stood seriously, holding his sword with one hand, standing at an angle to instruct. The most prominent point of my swordsmanship is the combination of illusion and reality. When you faced my disciple, what did you see? Kentel remembered the night beside the Lord, pondered for a moment, and answered honestly. His swordsmanship split into three, and all three were real strikes. Kentel realized keenly. Oh, so that's what you meant by combination. He asked, is that a technique based on skill rather than strength? Ken confirmed. Exactly. Swordsmanship is the art of blending the sword with magic, and one who reaches the pinnacle of that path becomes a sword saint. Saying that, he delivered a sword strike, and from the guard, vibrant green life force surged up. As the sun hit it, the aura seemed vivid and intense, dancing on each blade. Kentel admired it, his eyes sparkling. Oh, so that's aura. Sword Saint Ken replied awkwardly. Yes. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit restless inside. I still find it hard to believe this is happening. Ken cleared his throat, brought his other hand to the sword hilt, and said, talking about the combination of illusion and reality sounds quite abstract. Deep down, I am actually teaching swordsmanship to a savage. Outwardly, he maintained his composure, held the sword low below his shoulder, and spoke sternly. So I will let you experience it firsthand. As he finished, his eyes became sharp. He lowered his body and unleashed a strike, the sword energy curving miraculously, the tip of the blade hitting hard, causing the floor to crack into a deep groove. From that spot, the aura split into 5 lines carrying sword intent and shot out. Kentel was shocked, your swordsmanship. Watching the sword intent clearly split into 5 paths, then converge on a single target, he admired it, disbelieving, split into 5 parts. The dust quickly settled, revealing a concave hole right in the wall. The sword saint said calmly, there are many techniques that create illusions with aura, but only my swordsmanship can turn those illusions into reality. Kentel was listless, the technique you just performed. Before he could finish, the old man puffed up his chest with pride. Yes, that is a mystical masterpiece. What do you think? Kentel replied bluntly, I think I can do it too. Ken was shocked into numbness by this innocence. The sword saint frowned and asked back, what are you talking about? He thought indignantly, I have dedicated my whole life to the way of the sword, combining innate talent with relentless practice, and it was so hard to achieve this. How could a savage learn it just by looking at it? Kentel said confidently, I'll show you. Ken looked at him startled. Is that an axe? Kental laughed radiantly, carrying a large axe on his shoulder. Took a wide step, crouched down, slid the axe back, and let speed take over. In 1 second, he unleashed dozens of axe strikes. Ken's eyes widened. That's swordsmanship. He watched in astonishment as Kental hacked wildly, using only brute force and overwhelming speed. For the final strike, Kental gathered his killing intent, split it into 5 branches, and surged forward, putting all his strength into one point. Boom! A loud explosion. The wall shattered into fire. The sword saint was terrified and astonished. The axe rested by Kental's feet, still emitting faint smoke. Kental casually carried his axe, turned around, and smiled. Done, what do you think? Ken rolled his eyes, reminiscing. It looked like a combination of illusion and reality when he attacked all at once. But in truth, it was just brute force and overwhelming speed. Even I was almost fooled for a moment. He commented firmly, "You're just swinging that axe with brute force. There's no technique at all." But Kental argued, "But the result is no different, right? Swordsmanship is meant for real combat. As long as the result is the same, isn't that enough?" He asked so directly that the sword saint was flustered, stammering, Yes. Outwardly he remained calm, but inside he was a sea of tears, his eyes subtly weeping a drop of sympathy. He is not wrong, but he hurt my pride too much. Ken gritted his teeth. In that case, how about this? Afterward, he swung his sword again. This time his silhouette split into illusions, wildly unleashing his technique, his whole body wrapped in deep aura, with countless slashes raining down. Kental was stunned. Your body split. The sword intent flew, gathering more and more, turning into a giant magical orb. When no more sword intent could be packed in, the orb exploded, the shock shattering the ground into pieces. After everything settled, where the sword saint stood was now the center of a giant crater, at least 6 or 7 meters in radius. Ken breathed heavily, speaking coldly. This is the cloning technique achieved through the supreme realm of aura use. He wiped the sweat under his chin and asked cautiously, "Can you imitate that?" Kental shifted his feet, silently moved to the side. His face serious, shifted his axe over his shoulder, his gaze calm. He repeated the old move, relying on his extreme speed, crazily hacking out countless slashes of intent. Ken's eyes widened in shock. Kental maintained his steady axe-swinging stance, the lines of killing intent converging into a towering vortex, the killing intent swirling in a circle with him at the center. A stroke of the pen, a noble vortex stained with deep, dark purple, chaotic killing intent. Time passed and Kental's clear voice rose. "What do you think?" He smirked and stepped out arrogantly. Ken collapsed to his knees on the cracked ground, trembling and crying silently. My life's work. In the crater of that battlefield, the two faced each other. Kental smiled and looked at him, confused. Ken was emaciated and pained, his mind screaming, "My swordsmanship. Truly, I don't know what to say. It is bullying an old man. This young man is truly going too far." Back to the story, the sword saint bowed his head, muttering, "Impossible," and then began to cry pathetically. Kental crossed his arms and sighed, speaking calmly. Your mental state is weaker than I thought." He slowly stepped forward, saying, "Your swordsmanship is truly miraculous." Ken stopped crying. Kental lowered his head to look at him, straightforwardly. "I was just swinging my axe fast. That wasn't original swordsmanship. The technique you just used wasn't just an illusion, it was real swordsmanship." Ken listened blankly. Kental stammered slightly. I can't reach the realm of true magic." He pursed his lips, thinking proudly. "That's right, my swordsmanship still has value, combining illusion and reality into a definite entity. Only I can do that in this world." Ken revived with a flame of determination. He clenched his fists and thought, "That's right, my technique is perfect. That savage is just a madman." Ken glared at him, thinking, what kind of madman can move so fast that he becomes just a blur in the air without using aura? That is not something a human can do. Suddenly Kental asked, "Can you teach me the true meaning of this swordsmanship technique?" The sword saint paused, then quickly regained his composure. I apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. I hope you can understand." "I understand." Ken calmed down, cleared his throat, and began to explain the true technique. "First of all, you must learn to control aura." He opened his palm, upon which deep blue aura flames ignited. He continued, "But to control aura, you must understand magic first. Whether you are a mage, a swordsman, or a wizard, no one can enter a higher realm without awakening magic. Only those who believe in gods are the exception." Kental asked curiously, "So divine power is something different?" The sword saint replied, "Their miracles come directly from the gods they worship, having nothing to do with personal ability." He nodded in understanding. Ken continued, "Magic is the power hidden within every human. How one uses that power will determine everything." Kental looked at the aura-emitting palm of the old man, thinking, so to use aura, absorb magic power, or control spirits, The foundation of all fantasy power stems from understanding magic. Magic has 5 different stages. Ken raised a finger, his face serious. The most basic is sensing magic. That is the realm of knowing, discovering, and feeling magic. He asked, not everyone can feel magic, right? Ken nodded, that's a given. Without talent, you cannot feel it. People who can feel magic, we call them the third rank. He explained clearly, the ability to use magic is divided into 5 levels. The third rank is the first level. Kentel recalled when Milna had explained it to him. Usually we classify them as third rank, second rank, first rank, transcendent, and hero. The words matched, those were the 5 main levels of magic. Kentel thought to himself, oh, so that's how it is. Actually, this is just a way to categorize things for better understanding. Within the same level, there is still a large gap. The boundaries between people at the same level are not clear. Just understanding this concept is enough. He was serious. I understand what you mean. The old man replied casually, then let's start. Ken said straightforwardly, the first step of magic is to sense magic. Feel everything around you. Ken closed his eyes and guided him, and Kentel also shut his eyes to feel. Receiving the technique also meant awakening a new awareness never experienced before. Expand your senses to the utmost. In his mind were the sounds of the grass and trees outside, the wind sliding past, the warmth from the earth, every movement in the air. Even the sunlight in the sky, among it all, search for a particular presence. Kentel sat in meditation, trying to sense his surroundings. Suddenly he opened his eyes, the linking thread broke. I can't feel anything. Hearing that, Ken looked at him in confusion. The atmosphere grew awkward, the two of them exchanging embarrassed glances. Really? I assumed with your talent you'd sense it immediately. He thought of how those with talent often gather energy easily, but it's not a rule. The strong who lack magic are often more receptive to techniques. Perhaps you're an exception, wild one. Seeing this, he rubbed his beard, his face full of bewilderment. It must be because of the Bai Hong abnormality. In his mind, Kentel recalled the people from his countryside. I don't know. No one around me has ever sensed what they call techniques. People from the wildlands are like that. Seeing this, he tried to explain. Actually, the majority of people aren't easily receptive to techniques. Let me try channeling energy directly into you to open a path to the technique. Kentel stared back in confusion, eyes wide with admiration and excitement. You're going to transfer your internal energy. He nodded seriously, looking at him like that, his face full of enthusiasm, pointing to himself solemnly. All right, I'm mentally prepared. He awkwardly confirmed, I'm ready. Ken stood moved behind Kentel, his eyes shining with anticipation. He reminded him, rolled up his sleeves, now relax your whole body, focus inward, channel every sensation into your body. His hand touched Kentel's back. Receive the magic I'm about to transmit into you. His expression darkened in astonishment. His arms stiff as a board. Is he really human? He pictured Kentel's body as a solid block of stone. How tightly compressed is this flesh? Is he truly an ordinary person? Kentel felt nothing and was equally bewildered. Ken quickly withdrew his hand, startled. Ah, sorry, my mind just wandered off. Then he announced, let's begin. He sent energy again, eyes closed with confidence. I'll initiate the flow of internal energy. The key is to awaken the path to the technique within you, finding it isn't actually that difficult. Kentel earnestly tried to feel. Ken froze. Wide-eyed in confusion. What's wrong? His body stiffened while Kentel hugged his knees, smiling excitedly and waiting. I can't find the technique path in his body. No, to be precise. His face filled with disbelief, shouted inwardly, I can't reach it. While Kentel kept waiting, Ken thought, it's like being submerged in water. No matter how much internal energy I expand, I can't make contact. Like swimming in a bottomless abyss, crushed by the pressure of the depths. Finally, he closed his eyes in surrender. This won't do. Ken cleared his throat, making Kentel widen his eyes in confusion. Kentel's face looked struck by lightning. What do you mean, won't do? Do you mean I have no aptitude? Ken tried to explain, no, that's not it. Simply transferring internal energy into you isn't enough to locate the technique. He thought of the energy compressed within Kentel's body. You have to find the path inside yourself and awaken the sleeping power. Kentel sat on the ground looking at him. I understand. But Ken said plainly, I can't find a path to the technique in you. He widened his eyes in confusion, his face blank with disbelief. You mean I can't receive the technique? The man stood before him, reaching out. No, not exactly. I can't even confirm whether it exists. Ken Chu looked up. What do you mean? Ken affirmed your body is injured. Ken Chu jolted and looked up. He calmly added, to find the technique, internal energy must penetrate deeply. But your constitution is too dense. My internal energy can't seep deeply enough into you. He pictured an unyielding rock pinned under the sea. I've never seen this before. Pure physicality blocking internal energy. Kentel sank into thought, closing his eyes in helplessness. Even a holy sword would be powerless. His face saddened as he asked again, so I'll never absorb the technique. Ken replied, it's hard to say. I can't make any definitive claim either way. Then he suggested two paths to Kental. I'm not even sure the path exists in you. You should find a giant Sheng who understands internal energy better, or go to the Mage Tower. Next, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed sincerely. In any case, I apologize. He looked at him. No, it's fine. Kental touched his chin, lost in thought. There's still hope. That's enough for today. Then he pushed off his knees and stood up. Still smiling optimistically, I've learned a lot these past days. I'm very grateful. He stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words, then recalled the terrifying savages from before. Every wild person I've met has been fierce and hard to control. They pillage, drink, and live by violence. That's why society shuns them. But this one is different. Ken stared at him. Have you ever considered joining this kingdom? Kental looked puzzled. What do you mean? He reached out to explain. I mean swearing loyalty to the kingdom and receiving a title. With this power, you would rise very high. I'm even willing to sponsor you. He clenched his fist. That's an intriguing offer. But then he bowed his head. I refuse. I don't want to be bound. Elsewhere, Ken schemed inwardly. If I had him, I might escape the Empire's control. Ken looked at him puzzled. Could a title really not tempt you? Isn't that enough? His expression darkened. Then he crossed his arms and smiled, voicing his ideal to Ken. I choose to enjoy my own freedom. Ken was also startled, realizing. Awkwardly looked up at him. Oh, is that so? I understand. He looked at him in puzzlement. Then Kental smiled and reached out warmly. Anyway, thank you. I won't forget this favor. Ken lowered his eyes. Inside the corridor, Ken walked alone. He sank into thought with shame. I was truly foolish. Then he remembered Kental's figure, thinking he could control him, even briefly, but that was impossible. That wild man acts only on his own ideals. Cooperation with outsiders is possible, but only to that extent. His inner world holds only his own notions. Then he recalled Kental's refreshingly candid reply. Impossible to guess what he's thinking, perhaps making him harder to read than any barbarian tribe. A man born from demonic lands, a wildland native of Bai Huang. He recalled the savages he'd met in the snowstorm. Ken murmured, the emperor. He looked up at the moonlight to invade the demon realm. What scheme is he plotting? In Lu's room, he sat at the table, hands empty and puzzled. Really, the emperor truly wants to conquer the demon world. Ken sat opposite with arms crossed, displeased. People are sacrificing themselves under the pretext of reconnaissance, yet you still don't believe it. Are you serious? He bowed his head and sighed with certainty. Of course, maybe he thinks himself an incarnation of an ancient sovereign, but that's a matter for later. Ken's face was grave as he folded his arms and said, we haven't fully secured human territory yet. Lu looked down and understood. It's only a matter of time. Lu looked down and understood. It's only a matter of time. Then Ken seriously raised his head. Yes, this land belongs to the Empire. We could be summoned at any moment, so we should be prepared. Lu replied, thank you. He leaned back in his chair, tired, thinking the times were already chaotic, and now the Emperor was half sane, half delirious. What a headache. At that, Lu was jolted. His gaze sharpened, cold. Could the rumors be true? He calmly confirmed, yes, the demons have begun mobilizing their forces. He widened his eyes in alarm. Then Ken remembered the monsters. The hellish eruptions were also abnormal. It couldn't be confirmed yet, but reports had come in of a leak at the Ma Abyss breach. Then there were mentions of demons and the white snake. Events are unfolding. Whatever the case, this is a calamity for humanity. Suddenly he seemed to recall something. On second thought, perhaps the strangest thing is already among us. Lu also bowed his head. Exactly. Across the way, Ken probed, what do you think? He hesitated, I'm not sure. Then he thought of Xiang, more optimistic. At least he's not an opponent. But then he pictured the frenzied image of Kental. Aside from that, I can't say anything more. The next morning, the sun shone across the city. Kental strolled cheerfully down the street. Suddenly he looked toward a woman and a child clinging to each other and staring at him in fear, which puzzled him as well. He turned his head and saw a man cowering against a wall, trying to avoid. That only made him more puzzled. He touched his chin, lost in thought. Are they afraid of me because of my clothes? He remembered meeting a couple while standing by a tree, showing off his new shirt, and then thought, or is it because I'm not wearing animal skins that I look unrefined? A fur jacket is okay, but I don't look like a polite person. They must think I'm crazy. No one wants to mess with me. But it turned out he had misunderstood. He frowned, determined. All right. Kental clenched his fist, looking excited. I'll go buy some decent clothes. Inside the shop, clothes were hung on racks. Fabrics were stacked neatly. The door opened with a tinkling bell. The shopkeeper, who was measuring an outfit on a mannequin, turned around. Welcome. His face went pale with terror when he saw Kental. Opposite him, Kental stared, unknowingly emitting killing intent. I need to buy some clothes. The shopkeeper panicked internally. A savage. The shopkeeper stuttered, tears streaming down his face in fear. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I have nothing that fits your bill. Hearing this, Kentel crossed his arms, looking troubled. That's annoying. So there's no other way. The man bowed his head and suggested, if you are willing to wait, our shop takes custom orders. Kentel laughed excitedly and accepted. Oh, is that so? Then do it. The shopkeeper looked up in confusion. Yes, of course. We will notify you once it's finished. In his heart, he imagined Kentel getting angry when the clothes didn't fit, grabbing him by the collar and glaring. You call this clothing? His face darkened as he sank into the past. Will I even survive this? On the way to the guild, Kentel suddenly spotted something under his feet. What's this? A blue gem. Kentel picked it up. Kentel lifted it up to the sunlight, curious. A gem. Inside the gem, it was sparkling brightly. He squinted his eyes, admiring it. Then he tucked it into his side pouch. All right, I'll go ask the guild about it. At the trading guild, Kentel asked Rosa, do you know what this is? Rosa, the guild receptionist, stared blankly as she received the gem. I found it on my way here. Kentel sat opposite, arms crossed, nodding that it didn't look like a regular orb. Rosa stuttered. I understand. She carefully examined the gem. It didn't look like a precious stone. The surface was extremely smooth, as if someone had crafted it. She stared intently at the sparkling blue gem in her hand, her eyes gradually becoming unfocused. There was no emblem or mark on it. Why does it radiate such a feeling of value? Suddenly, a snap of fingers brought her back to reality. Rosa was startled and snapped out of it. She looked up at Kentel, completely dazed. He pulled his hand back and asked, are you okay? She was still dazed. What do you mean? Kentel explained, you looked like the orb had hypnotized you. She was still foggy. Kentel shook his head. Yeah, whatever, forget it. Rosa looked back at the stone, confused, and suggested, even so, this orb is really strange. I feel a weird energy flow from it. Do you want me to ask an expert to appraise it? He smiled, enthusiastically refusing. I appreciate it, but I'll find out for myself. That's the fun part. He changed the subject, crossing his arms and smiling. By the way, is there any work today? She quickly responded. Oh yes, please wait a moment, I'll get the quest board. Rosa placed the quest board and pushed it toward him, cleaning the streets, unclogging sewers, weeding, digging potatoes. Kentel excitedly grabbed the quest board. That day a bag of money was placed on the table. Kentel lay with his arms behind his head, smiling happily. Another glorious day. Then he took the blue gem out to look at it, seriously. What on earth is this? He remembered how Rosa looked when she was mesmerized by the gem, appearing as if she was going crazy over it, which made him suspicious. Could it have some kind of power? His eyes went wide. A voice echoed in his mind, making him jump to his feet. The gem emitted a black aura. Find me. Kentel was confused. Why did I just hear a voice from the orb? Then, without putting on any clothes, he curiously followed the gem into the night. It kept repeating, find me, which only made him more confused. Where was it trying to lead him? He closed his eyes, thinking of the arrows pointing the way appearing in his head. Now it displayed a map like some kind of control technique. Kentel looked at the gem, emitting a black aura in his palm. It urged, find me. He calmed down and scoffed lightly. Then he returned to the room and looked out the window, excited. Well then, let's go. By a bush, Kentel pulled it back and the voice echoed again. Find me. He sighed. I told you I'm coming, shut up. He stood before a path. He looked up HMP8. In front of him was a pitch-black cave. Is this the place? Kentel smiled. Inside, a skeleton opened its blue eyes, sensing him. The voice echoed again, find me. He wasn't afraid at all and stepped into the cave. I'm here, the one behind the voice growled. Amidst the chains, the tracking energy revealed his image. Another sacrifice has entered. This time it's that stupid savage, but at least he's big enough. The gem on the staff glowed brightly. The skeleton grinned smugly, its body emitting a blue glow as it declared, that makes 10 souls enough. He sat within a magic circle, one hand holding a staff and the other channeling energy, with an altar behind him, wondering, is this an illusion? Can one even achieve resurrection like this? In the past, during a chaotic era when many kingdoms collapsed, a wicked mage pulled the strings from the shadows, manipulating emotions, controlling the minds of countless monarchs, inciting wars and ruling over kingdoms. But his ultimate cruelty was eventually exposed, and he was destroyed by heroes. However, right before his defeat, he transferred his soul into a living vessel, becoming a lich, an undead mage, an immortal entity that would exist until destroyed. He laughed maniacally, raising his skeletal hand to cast a spell, and thus the evil sorcerer who once conquered the world became a lich and began plotting his own resurrection. His dark magic spread into every corner, and the resurrection ritual required a vast amount of life force, so he settled near a remote estate, releasing bewitching orbs to harvest sacrifices little by little. Those orbs acted as the mana cores necessary for the resurrection ritual, the stones shimmering with eerie light amid streams of malevolent, deathly aura. With such immense power, he intended to conquer the world once again, fueled by madness and ambition. That goal was nearly complete when his deep voice echoed, "Why is a barbarian here?" The peaceful scene of the carpentry village held abundant life force. "This is a remote territory I chose to gather power, a secluded place unnoticed by the masses." That was why the appearance of a barbarian here was highly unusual, and Kentel's shimmering image was projected before. The mage watched the magical flame tracking Kentel, his intentions malicious. "The creatures from the north have wandered quite far, and based on your size, you will make an excellent sacrifice. I placed a special effect on the orb that only bewitches those unaware of the mysteries. Anyone enchanted by it here will be unable to comprehend the truth." He loosened his skeletal grip, letting the magic orb drift into the cave, and laughed nonchalantly. "Come here, barbarian, and become a stepping stone for my glorious resurrection." Time passed, and the scene shifted to Kentel standing before a massive wooden door, easily twice his height. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Kentel's eyes widened in surprise. The pitch-black eye sockets flickered with light, and the skeletal hand tightened around the scepter. The mage stood leisurely on a high platform, having waited for him for a long time. Kentel stared speechless and muttered in amazement, "It's actually a lick." In his imagination, a lick wore black robes and held a staff, looking like a priest of an ancient civilization, the peak state a top mage could achieve, an entity that always appeared in fantasy stories as a villain. I never expected to meet a real lick in person. Seeing him standing there like a statue, the mage asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Don't tell me you weren't enchanted by the orb." Kentel finally snapped back to reality and laughed in realization. "So that's how you lure people here," he said, noticing the scattered, bleached bones on the floor, and then he fell silent. The mage was puzzled by the situation, thinking, "What's this? I don't sense any mysteries from him, which means he's just an ordinary barbarian." If that were the case, he sneered in a raspy voice, "You must be carrying a mind-protecting artifact, one so high-level that I cannot detect it. I have no idea how a barbarian could possess such a thing." But the mage added playfully, "It seems you got lucky and picked it up somewhere," to which Kentel retorted, denying it, "Why would I have something like that?" The mage didn't believe him and said, "Do you think you can lie to me?" Having said that, he channeled his magic, and the stone atop his staff emitted arcs of white light, beaming down upon the skeletons on the ground as he continued, "If you had obediently been enchanted by my magic, you would have died painlessly." The mage's voice hardened, "But now I will eradicate you." Immediately, the limp pile of white bones on the floor suddenly stood up. His voice turned cruel, "Advance, my soldiers." No sooner had he finished than a skeleton soldier lunged forward aggressively with a sword. Kentel thought to himself, "A dungeon where an evil lick is hiding. Ha!" The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "I think I've got a rough idea of what's going on here." The skeleton soldier leaped valiantly, its eyes burning with malice as it prepared to swing its sword. But before it could even strike, and without anyone seeing when Kentel launched his attack, he kept a cold expression and smacked it straight in the head. The mage was startled. The skeleton soldier immediately collapsed to the side, its skull shattered into 3 pieces, and then it slowly crumbled into dust. Kentel flicked his hand, judging coldly, "You're shallower than I thought." The mage was momentarily deterred and fell silent. But the mage quickly regained his composure, saying arrogantly, "Let's see if that mouth can still babble after your limbs are severed." He gestured, and magic flowed like water, raising the skeleton soldiers again to stand in front, his voice raspy. "As long as you are alive, that is enough." "Take him down," the mage ordered, and the entire group of skeletons swarmed toward Kentel at once. He tightened his fist, the sound of his knuckles popping audible. With a cold face, he swung his fist, and the skeleton on the right was immediately knocked backward by the punch. Kentel lunged forward again, his left hand slamming hard into the head of the one on the left. Finally, he unleashed a kick that caught the skeleton in front completely off guard. He kept striking as if he had a homing lock on the skeleton's skulls, hitting them head-on, with every strike being a precise, fatal knockout blow. The mage's jaw dropped in horror, watching as his white bone army slowly vanished. Kentel stood up slowly and said calmly, "Just as you said, if you lose your head, you die." He rubbed the back of his head with boredom, looking at the mage as he evaluated. "I thought you could at least command death knights or zombies, but are you really this weak?" The comment pierced the mage's pride, dealing critical damage. The mage's voice was heavy. "You bastard, I've had enough fun," leaving Kentel baffled. The magic stone on the staff in his hand glowed brilliant. His voice raspy, "Awaken." A source of mana quickly enveloped the skeletons, transforming them into phantom knight armor. Kentel was startled. "That's a dry bone knight." The magic had recreated it to perfection, and standing before him was a skeleton wearing full armor, shield and sword in hand. He was slightly surprised. I didn't expect to run into a dry bone knight. Kental remembered the previous skeleton soldiers and grew even more expectant. Since it was created by a lick, the structure might be a little different. Things are getting more interesting. Suddenly, the mage's hand emitted more magical energy, pouring out violently. Kill him. The dry bone knight followed the order and immediately flew into action, its momentum fierce. Kental tightened his fists with interest, laughing. A knight created by a lick. Before he could wait, the dry bone knight swung its sword aggressively, and Kental said coolly, "I'm curious to see how this one fights." In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, decisively delivering a strike straight into its midsection. A powerful punch followed, sending the dry bone knight flying all the way to the foot of the wall. A deafening boom rang out. Dust filled the air, and if one looked closely, fragments of armor and a shattered shield could be seen flying from the shockwave. As the white smoke slowly cleared, the dark, murky silhouette of the dry bone knight could still be seen in the air, battered but still driven by a death-defying will. Kental admitted, "It's tougher than I thought." The mage's eye sockets glowed with a brilliant blue light, his voice deep. "Take the hit of my ultimate dark magic." Waves of magic wrapped around the dry bone knight, the power exploding. Just then, another skeleton lunged over in a terrifying form, and Kental exclaimed, "What is that now?" The skeleton prepared to attack. Kental clenched his hand, then threw a powerful punch into its face, which sent it flying backward. A massive explosion rang out again, leaving nothing but smoke and dust. Kental observed the situation seriously, while the mage was startled and panicked. It took a while for the smoke and dust to clear. Kental stepped hard on a skeletal hand and said, "That's unusual, but it doesn't seem that different." At this point, the mage questioned, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, "I can't feel any mysteries or magic from this barbarian at all. If he were using an artifact, I would at least sense some mana, but there's nothing." He wondered, so this is his pure, raw power. He defeated a knight using only physical strength. The mage exclaimed, "You are truly special." Kental jerked his head to look in that direction. The mage's skeletal hand gripped his weapon. "Fine, I will face you myself. Consider this an honor." Immediately, a stream of dark power radiated out, enveloping the space. Kental was panicked, as he was now submerged in darkness, where two glowing eyes appeared. "Are you afraid?" "Yes, fear me, barbarian. You must pay the price for trespassing in my sanctuary." Unexpectedly, Kental replied calmly, "No, I only came here because the orb called me." "Weren't you the one who distributed that orb?" The mage broke out in a sweat, because those who arrived there were attracted by the mana he emitted, and Kental was no exception. He screamed in fury, "Shut up, barbarian. I am a great and supreme mage. I destroyed the southern kingdom and fought against Hero." Hearing this, Kental remembered the elf queen Maria Haja Kaja. The name was longer than 2 lines. Was that the trend in this world? The mage continued to unleash dark magical power, becoming a stepping stone for Taji's resurrection. That disgusting stream of power shot straight toward Kental, looking both mystical and powerful. But he just watched it calmly. Kental's eyes swirled, and the magic used to control human emotions washed over, bringing with it negative emotions that swallowed the victim until their mind shattered. This was the signature magic of dark mages, extremely powerful for the amount of mana consumed. An ordinary barbarian shouldn't be able to control this power, left completely helpless before true magic. The mage kept calculating, "What should I do next? Is there something different about this barbarian? He doesn't look like he's carrying any special artifacts." Then the mage snapped his fingers. "I'll take him with me and study him." Immediately, the skeleton lying on the ground moved again, and was controlled to advance toward Kental. Kental shifted his stance. The skeleton grew even stronger. Suddenly, Kental's eyes flashed. He unleashed a powerful kick that sent the skeleton flying into the air, and the skull flew off as well. Kental was calm, while the mage was horrified and disbelieving. "No, how can the mind control spell be ineffective?" Kental retorted, "Are you just going to stand there and watch and try to have these dry bones catch me? How boring." He showed clear disappointment and even let out a sigh. The words were like an arrow, piercing the mage's heart. Humans are creatures that act based on emotions, and even for powerful supernatural beings, negative emotions always exist deep in their hearts. That is why they cannot escape emotion-controlling magic. However, Kental wondered, "Can't you use magic like fireballs or magic missiles?" The mage replied, "I don't know how you are still standing, but how dare you compare my magic to those pathetic spells?" Then his eye sockets lit up. "Aura gather, O murky stream. Regardless of the form, become a wave. Swallow the world and cause chaos in the unseen realm." As he spoke, The Lick raised his scepter, and a surge of mysterious power appeared. Seeing this, Kental not only didn't worry, but his eyes also sparkled with excitement. That strange, demonic power flooded the space. Then a skeletal hand reached out, swallowed by the eerie light. Kental remained standing in place. As the demonic stream washed over his body, it gradually vanished into thin air. The Lick opened his mouth and roared, laughing loudly. Ha ha, victory is mine. He was extremely smug, but the very next second, a mouthful of invisible blood sprayed from his throat. Cough, ha ha, cough, cough. His body collapsed to the ground. The Lick grimaced, thinking, too much. I used everything except the mana needed to maintain my body, but with that move, he must be gone. Just then, Kental's voice rang out, startling him. Impressive. He appeared nonchalantly right in front of him. Kental asked coldly, but is that really all? The Lick was terrified, his expression twisted and distorted as he screamed internally. Even that didn't work. I used the strongest dark magic among all my mind control spells. Even a great hero would have their mind torn apart if they took that hit head-on. What kind of monster are you? Kental looked down at his own hand and said calmly, that move was impressive, but I don't feel any different at all. If that was your strongest move. As he spoke, he pulled out his weapon. Kental swung the axe, his gaze cold. I guess it's my turn now. The Lick screamed in panic. Stop. Kental asked, what is it? He continued, you came here, so you already know who I am. Exactly, everything is clear now. But the more Kental heard, the more confused he became. What was wrong with this guy? The Lick suddenly opened his mouth and laughed heartily, full of excitement. Ha ha ha, Empire, are you that afraid of me? I must admit, your intelligence network is truly formidable to have found me so quick. But I will return. I will destroy your swords and rule the world once again. HMPH, I once heard that there is a human training camp in the Empire that produces countless strange individuals. That Barbarian must be a product of that place. A sword forged only to destroy me, a killer sent by the Empire. He laughed more and more insanely, yelling, regardless. I am Keto's Brantum Lessie. I will destroy you barbarians and topple the Empire. Kental watched that action with a blank expression, his head full of question marks. Are you crazy? Right at that moment, an invisible vessel radiated a surge of immense power. Kental's expression became curious. The Lick shrieked, surrender your body to me. That surge of power shot straight into Kental. His eyes rolled back into his head, yet he remained full of confusion. The Lick calculated in his heart. I have invaded the savage's body and swallowed his soul. Afterward, if I cannot become a Lick again, I will be trapped in this body forever. I have no other choice. Heh. The Lick was extremely smug. This body now belongs to me. Transferred into Kental's consciousness, the Lick suddenly felt something ominous. Huh, what is this? Is this the inner world of the savage? I have never seen anything like this. Something is wrong. Just standing here is enough to make my mind chaotic and shatter. Could it be the Empire? Right after that, an image that terrified him appeared. The Lick clutched his head and screamed in agony. Ugh, no, it's not the Empire. Even the Empire could not create this. Kental appeared at this moment like a giant, completely manipulating him. Everything became chaotic. The Lick was in extreme panic. No, my mind is collapsing. Outside, Kental scratched his head with a blank look. What just happened? He did something to himself, and then suddenly collapsed. That black vortex looked pretty strong, but that was it. Isn't a Malik the highest evolutionary form of a mage? I was even curious about what kind of magic he would use. Kental clenched his fist and noted seriously. Turns out the Lick in this world isn't scary at all. Anyway, I've cleared the dungeon. Now it's time to collect the rewards. As he spoke, Kental bent down to pick up the magic staff. It glowed while casting a spell. Does this thing help perform magic? If I own it, can I use magic? He wondered. Suddenly, Kental plucked the blue stone from the staff, looking blank again. A second later, he laughed happily and tucked it into his pocket. Best to keep it. Suddenly, he realized something. Oh, since it was the Lick's property, could this be a soul container? Kental looked down at the vessel rolling on the floor, picked it up, and told himself, I should ask Jossa to check this. Then he looked around. All right, I think I've collected enough rewards, but something isn't right. His eyes suddenly widened. In front of him, a giant circle of symbols appeared on the wall. Kental reached out, wondering, what is this? Could it be a hidden room? His finger pressed on a spot, and the secret door activated instantly. Kental looked on, stunned, as the wall collapsed. When it crumbled completely, he stepped inside. Inside were many people who had lost consciousness, but were still standing upright. So many people. This was the Lick's secret sacrificial chamber. Kental's eyes went wide, and he started sweating. Turns out it was real. But he kept walking forward. He observed the people inside, questioning, who are these people? Kental waved his hand in front of one of them and spoke up. hello. Then he called to another, is anyone there? No one reacted. He rubbed his chin, pondering, what should I do now? Finally, he decided to turn back. All right, I'll head back to the territory for now. When I report the situation, they'll surely send someone to handle it. As he walked, Kentel happily calculated. Very quickly, he returned to the territory. The doorbell rang. Kentel stepped inside, and Rosa, who was working, was astonished to see him. She stood up and greeted him with a smile. Oh, Mr. Kentel, you're home really early today. Kentel smiled and replied, just had a few things to take care of. Rosa was full of questions. What things? Kentel smiled mysteriously. Oh, something related to the orb I showed you yesterday. Upon hearing this, Rosa sighed. Oh, come on, stop joking. I'm not joking. She just laughed it off, not believing it in her heart. There are only 5 liches in the entire world, and one appears in this remote place. Right at that moment, Kentel placed the vessel on the table in front of Rosa. She was startled, her eyes wide. Kentel's eyes lit up. I brought back a vessel that looks like a Lich soul container. Could you examine it for me? Rosa froze as if turned to stone. Her expression grave, her heart shocked. He wasn't actually joking. She stared agape at the dark vessel. What is going on? Kentel suddenly remembered something and continued. Oh, and one more thing, there are still a few other people in there. I intended to bring them out, but their minds were completely shattered, so I had to leave them behind. It's best if the guild sends someone to investigate. Hearing this, Rosa shrieked, sorry. She fell silent, eyes wide, lost in deep thought. Thinking back, there had been several disappearances in the territory recently, but there was no information on finding them. If the cause was a lich. Just thinking about it, Rosa panicked and slammed the table, demanding, wait, hold on, I'll call someone immediately. Immediately after that, the captain appeared, crashing through the door. What on earth happened? A lich, what did you say? Kentel looked blank and waved his hand politely. Oh, hello. He waved his hand dismissively. Everything is already solved, nothing to worry about. He was helpless. Wait, what do you mean? As soon as the story ended, he shouted in terror. Is it Cos Branny Ukes? Kentel nodded. Yeah, I think that was his name. You know him. He jumped, scared out of his wits, and yelled. Of course I know him. Cos Brandulis Kessi, a mage who shook the whole world over a century ago, the founder of mind control magic, causing endless chaos. He made kings lose their minds and invade each other, pushing 5 kingdoms to the brink of extinction. And yet, that person appears here as a lich. Is this for real? Kentel, looking as innocent as a deer, recounted everything briefly. That's right, but he's not scary at all. Just a guy doing weird stuff in secret and then dying on his own. He couldn't believe his ears. What are you talking about? 1,000 questions filled his mind. How could the body of a mage like Cos destroy itself? I want a clearer explanation. Kentel rubbed his chin, racking his brain for a logical answer. Even if you ask me like that, I have nothing more to say. He started to freeze up, overwhelmed by such sudden event. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he turned away. Wait here for a moment, I'm going to report to the Lord. A few short minutes passed in a daze. What the hell is going on? A lich right near my territory. Lu asked back to be sure. Is it definitely a real lich or some other type of monster? Kentel honestly recounted the whole story, quoting the rescued people. It doesn't seem wrong. We even have clear evidence. The ancient vessel was placed down, and the captain fell silent in thought. Do you mean the soul treasure? A lich of that caliber hiding near the territory without anyone knowing. The Empire could send an inspector at any time, and with Mr. Kin absent, this was really troublesome. Not thinking much more, he slammed the table and stood up. Get ready to send a report about everything to the capital. He looked out the window and replied quietly, yes, then whispered, but perhaps we are still lucky. The captain nodded. That's right, if the savage hadn't discovered him, we would likely have been the first victims. In some hidden corner, the haunting figure of Cos appeared again. Cos is likely in the preparation stage of resurrecting into a lich, so it's very possible he has. He concluded, everything is too dangerous. That's exactly right. Lu looked far out the window, letting his mind calculate further. Regardless, this is still a significant achievement. We must reward that savage appropriately, as long as it's within the capabilities of the territory. Before long, the sky brightened, the first rays of sunlight shining into the large chamber, and a frantic voice called out, my lord, my lord. Someone's feet stepped down and put on sandals, adjusting their robes neatly. I'm already awake, let them in. The palace door creaked open, and the maid rushed in with a look of terror. My lord, the inspector of the sun god, Lady Aquas, has arrived in the territory. Lu widened his eyes in surprise. What? In the guest room, a white-haired girl sat waiting, and Lu ran over, his hair disheveled. What is going on? Why is she here? That girl was the inspector of the sun god, the most powerful person on the continent. Even the empire had to respect the sun god church. She had authority far beyond a border lord. So why would someone like that be here? Aquas opened the conversation. This territory has been quite restless lately. Lu firmly stated, there was a small problem in the dungeon, but it has now been handled. He thought to himself, so she didn't come here because of the lick. Then he probed, may I ask the reason for this visit? She thought for a moment and then stated her purpose. I have come to discuss a divine tool. Lu's eyes widened in surprise. However, before going into detail, Aquas wanted to know more about what had happened recently in this territory. Lu bowed his head, finding it hard to speak, but finally recounted everything. Aqua's face changed. Savage, do you mean this person defeated the Lich? Lu admitted it, adding a few more details. That's right, and it might have been Cosbrandi Euless Kessi. His horrifying image appeared. Aquas was terrified and muttered, what, that person is here. To be sure, the ancient vessel was placed right before her eyes, Cos's sole treasure. Aquas turned pale. What on earth is this? She gripped the sun necklace on her neck to ease her anxiety. Everything fell silent. That savage is still in this territory, right? Lu's answer was like a bucket of cold water splashed on Aqua's face. He is still in these lands. Aquas frowned, anxiously asking, that savage defeated Cos, is that actually possible? Lu confirmed firmly, it is true, he is quite strong. Even Mr. Can was defeated by him. Aquas realized that the future would see a major change. A new power had risen. Which tribe does that savage belong to? Lu pursed his lips, his voice low. He said he came from the snowy plain. Kentel's image appeared in Aqua's mind, full of suspicion. Snowy plains? Do you mean he is a savage from that wasteland? How could someone from there appear here? Could it be that he is the reason I was sent here? Lu noticed the whisper and paid attention. What was that? After finishing, she demanded, that savage, can I meet him? At the same time, in a quiet room, Kentel held the stone, radiating a dark purple glow in his hand. Curious, what is this thing actually used? Looks like a magic tool. Oh well, I'll ask a mage later. Suddenly, he remembered. Oh, it's time. Right at that moment, someone outside the door called. The inspector of the sun god requests to see you. The location is the cathedral. He warned, when you meet her, I hope you will show respect. Kentel smiled, don't worry, I know. Seeing his normal expression, the man was confused. But let it go, it's good that you understand, let's go. In this world, gods truly exist, bestowing power directly and even manifesting on earth. The dwellings of their worshippers are called cathedrals. What makes the cathedral here different? Walking for a while, they arrived, and he signaled Kentel. We're here. This is the cathedral of the sun god. He let Kentel go in by himself, saying someone would guide him. Thank you. Kentel stepped inside alone, surprised by the magnificence. The goddess statue was displayed gorgeously. The seats were neatly arranged, and the space was sacred and quiet. The priest stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, Mr. Kentel. Inspector Aquas is waiting. Please follow me. Kentel was taken aback by the scene. Ah, all right then. After a long while, Aquas spoke up. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Aquas, an inquisitor of the sun god. Kentel replied confidently. The pleasure is mine. I am Kentel the Barbarian. In his heart he thought, this is an inquisitor. She's so young. But she is genuinely very strong. Aquas was startled by that cheeky smile and wondered what it meant. Seeing her silent, Kentel spoke up. Why did you want to meet with me? Aquas lowered her head. It concerns the recent dungeon incident. The twos, the mage you claim to have defeated, had committed countless crimes across the continent before ultimately becoming a Lich. Only powerful heroes would have the strength to face him. Kentel recalled the entity he had just fought. I've heard of him, but the Kos I encountered was just a lonely Lich struggling, lacking the strength before self-destruct. You may not believe me, but I am simply recounting what I saw. Aquas proposed. Then, would you agree to let my god directly witness this conversation? Kentel asked in surprise. Witness it. Aquas explained. Yes, if you lie in his presence, the god will react. Kentel began to understand. A form of interrogation using divine power. She was extremely guarded while speaking to him. Even if he wasn't an ordinary barbarian, he was still a barbarian, and there was no way he would agree to this. Aquas offered him a choice. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you may refuse. Kentel's eyes lit up, and he excitedly agreed immediately. Why would I refuse such a request? This is the perfect opportunity to experience divine power. Kentel responded to Aqua's offer. She probed again. Are you certain? He nodded. Certain. Please begin immediately. Even Aquas felt dissatisfied with his expression. What, is he actually looking forward to this? She asked repeatedly. Does this not worry you at all? What do you mean? Kentel asked in surprise. she repeated, when there is a god watching you. Kental innocently retorted, why should I be bothered? I have nothing to hide. I have never told a lie in my life. Without further ado, Aquas closed her eyes and began. Ah, I understand. Then let us begin. O the god whom I serve, the observer from the highest realm, the ruler of the blazing sun, please use your eyes to expose all lies in this place. An eerie, glowing eye manifested, and a brilliant ray of light shone directly from the sky onto the roof of the church. The light surprised Kental. What is this? I can feel it now. A presence far beyond imagination, truly magnificent, an existence that cannot be described by human language. He felt confused while facing it, as a faint, shimmering light enveloped where they sat. Fortunately, what Aquas had feared did not happen. Thank goodness, there is no reaction. Then let us begin. From now on, within this pillar of light, no lie is permitted to exist. Kental was delighted and agreed. I understand. Aquas and Kental sat opposite each other, talking under the gaze of the sun god. After listening to Kental's account, Aquas watched him intently, thinking, he is explaining the dungeon conquest process exactly as he said before. Without any negative reaction, Aquas continued to ponder, understanding that everything Kental said was the truth. She shifted the topic to another aspect. Perhaps the twos were severely weakened while preparing for the resurrection. If the Kos had still been able to use magic, this barbarian wouldn't be here anymore. He is truly lucky. While she was lost in thought, Kental suddenly asked, have you cleared all your doubts? Aquas was startled, her eyes wide as she looked at him, then quickly nodded. She placed a hand on her chest and said slowly, yes, I have, thank you, please forgive my rudeness. Kental replied politely, it's fine, I found it quite exciting myself. Hearing this, Aquas asked cautiously, then may I finally ask you one personal question? Kental quickly replied, of course. Aquas hesitated for a moment, then decided to ask anyway. Do you truly come from the frozen wasteland? Kental looked at her, slightly stunned, then replied nonchalantly, that's right. Aquas still didn't believe him and asked again, do you really come from there? At this moment, Aqua's complexion paled slightly, looking at him with worried eyes, thinking to herself, could he be the legendary gray barbarian of the Empire? This time, Kental didn't answer, but asked back, then, let me ask you a question in return. Why did you come to this land? The unexpected question made Aquas stammer, slightly lowering her head to avoid his gaze. I have personal business to attend to here. Kental asked leisurely, is that personal business to confirm if I am an unclean being? Hearing this, Aquas felt guilty, but remained calm as she replied, I don't understand what you are talking about. Kental reflected on the fact that he had just faced the divine eye. Resting his chin on his hand, he voiced his thoughts. I'm not sure. But for a god to personally look down on this matter, isn't that a bit excessive just to detect a lie? Aquas frowned slightly and closed her eyes, full of embarrassment. I want to say that's not it, but under the divine eye, all lies are forbidden. Finally, she admitted, you are right. Kental exclaimed and asked, so you were targeting me from the start? Aquas looked at him and asserted firmly, that is not the case. She recalled when she had first arrived, kneeling in the church with her hands on her chest, explaining, there was a prophecy. When I came here, I thought you might be the one mentioned in it, but as you can see, that was not the case. This time, Aquas bowed her head again, placed a hand on her chest, and said sincerely, I apologize, I hid my true intention. Kental looked at her and replied calmly, it's fine, I found it interesting in my own way. So let me ask you one more thing, what did the prophecy say? She looked up at Kental with a stunned expression, clutching her necklace, hesitating in her heart, thinking that normally she shouldn't reveal this to someone she didn't truly trust yet. But in the end, Aquas spoke. That prophecy made the atmosphere of the conversation more mysterious than ever. No one knew what Aquas had revealed to Kent. Those words left him stunned in surprise. The conversation soon drew to a close, and soon the sky turned pitch black. Aquas stood before the window in deep thought. In the silent space, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly approached. Aquas heard them and glanced behind her. It was the Lord, walking toward her with a solemn expression. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, you seem troubled. Aquas nodded, admitting, indeed I met him, but that only made my thoughts more chaotic. Hearing this, he asked curiously, who exactly is he? Aquas decided to keep it a secret. Her gaze was sharp as she looked out the window, her voice firm. He is undoubtedly a barbarian from the frozen wasteland. Upon hearing this, he asked in shock, is that really so? Aquas replied, that's right, we have no news from within the frozen wasteland, but that is a confirmed fact. The Lord became silent, thinking, I had hoped it was a false rumor, but in the end the truth is undeniable. His voice dropped, if this spreads, the whole world will be shaken. The Lord thought of the frozen wasteland and the Emperor, worried. If the Emperor takes action personally, imagine the chaos. As he pondered, Aquas spoke up, you don't need to worry about that. That statement left him with wide, surprised eyes. Aquas was silent, her mind a mess of thoughts. The relationship between barbarians and those who served the gods had never been good. Because of that, their growing strength was not something she could laugh off. The Lord brushed the matter aside and asked, "By the way, what was actually written in the prophecy that you had to meet him in private?" She replied slowly, "I needed to confirm something." The Lord wondered, "What do you mean by confirm?" Aquas turned to look outside, sharing her thoughts, to determine if he is a pure human or just something else disguised as a man. The Lord, standing behind her, exclaimed, "Goodness, what on earth was written in the prophecy?" Aquas answered cautiously, "The prophecy stated that." Her gaze was sharp, her face serious. Those prophecies could not be taken lightly. After listening, the Lord's expression was also one of surprise. He stammered, "How can that be?" The morning sun shone through the window, and a steaming cup of tea was placed on the table. The Lord asked Kental, "Are you still doing well?" Kental replied nonchalantly, "Thanks to you, I'm living quite well in the territory." He wondered, "So why did you call for me again?" His voice became solemn. "As the Lord, there is something I wish to speak with you about." Kental crossed his arms and said leisurely, "I'm not very concerned." The Lord then said, "It is not an apology, but I have prepared a reward for your contribution in saving the territory." Having said that, he brought out an item. Upon seeing that item, Kental's eyes widened. With obvious surprise, the Lord placed the large bag on the table and said seriously, "We are presenting the reward that the Lord has granted." Looking at the tied-up bag, Kental thought to himself, "A magic item, a leather bag." He said gently, "It's no ordinary leather bag, inspect it yourself." Kental's eyes widened in amazement, thinking, "This is a magic bag." Seeing him open it, the Lord explained, "You can store as many items as you like, as long as there is space inside the bag." Kental peered deep into the bag, seeing a vast, empty space, estimated to be the size of an entire room. He mused, "A magic item, an object created with magic." Kental stared in silence at the bag, thinking, "This is the first time I've seen a real magic item in person." The Lord spoke again, "Even if an item is larger than the bag's opening, you can still stuff as many in as you want." Hearing this, Kental picked up a large axe, thinking, "In that case, let's test it with an object." Seeing the axe was too large for the bag, Kental thought to himself, "It doesn't look like it will fit from the outside." But after bringing the axe to the opening of the bag, it was automatically pulled inside. He exclaimed in surprise. The Lord continued to instruct him on how to use it. To take anything out, just reach into the bag and visualize the item. Kental listened and did as instructed, and indeed he was able to pull it out. His eyes sparkled, and he shouted in excitement, "That's truly amazing." Contrary to his excitement, the Lord's voice was calm. "This is a gift I am sending in return for your saving the territory. I hope you like." Kental quickly replied, "Like it, I absolutely love it. I will definitely put it to good use." Hearing this, he smiled and said slowly, "Seeing you happy, I am happy as well." Not enjoying the moment for long, he worriedly thought, "All right, I think this matter can be considered settled here. What remains is just the prophecy." In his heart, he asked himself, "What on earth is happening in this far-off land?" In another world, strange beings from the demon realm were spilling into the world. Standing before Asisha, his face was serious. "It seems something is going on in the world." The Lord also broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Perhaps everything is related to this prophecy." He remembered what Aquas had said while standing before the window. The prophecy had said that demons would descend, a great demon would fall and spread across the world. The Vakan territory was a network connecting countless villages, so the villages were still in contact with one another. Then one day, communication with one village was suddenly cut off. At first, no one thought much of it. But as many days passed without news, a nearby village sent people to investigate. They also never returned. Upon hearing the news, the Lord sent guards, but they didn't come back either. Only then did the Lord realize that something serious was happening. Rosa raised a finger and asked, "What requests do we have today?" "There is an urgent request today," someone answered. Kental crossed his arms and asked, "What is it about?" Rosa replied immediately, "Go and confirm the status of a village that has lost contact." Seeing him still sitting there, she conveyed the information. "A few days ago, a village stopped responding. You just need to go and check the situation. It's a simple departure mission, but the reward is very generous." Hearing the words "generous reward," Kental rested his chin on his hand, his face bright. "I like tasks like that. I accept this mission." Seeing his excited expression, Rosa thought to herself, "Just as I expected." Just as I expected. H looked tired and was leaning against a tree trunk. She walked with heavy, dragging steps forward. Suddenly a voice rang out. H started, looked toward it, and screamed in panic. Kental appeared before H and smirked. H scanned him from top to bottom and said suspiciously, Your clothes. Kental waved his hand and replied, I just had a new set made. The old one I wore before was completely ripped. H stared with wide eyes and mouth agape, praising, the design looks quite unique. Kental didn't mind showing it off. I designed it myself, H replied. That's truly impressive. Suddenly, H remembered and asked, did you receive this mission too? Kental crossed his arms and nodded smugly. Yes, I couldn't miss such an interesting mission. Hearing that confidence, H thought to herself, just as I thought, he really is special. Seeing Kental walking alone, H wondered, but why are you going alone? Aren't your group members coming with you? Kental suddenly remembered the two group members. Alexandro and Cassin aren't participating. H analyzed calmly. They must have already received the mission details. Perhaps they refused to participate. Hearing this, Kental only replied, I understand. Having said that, he looked around and saw 3 people in the distance, then pondered. Fewer people than I thought. Kental rested his chin on his hand and thought, the mission is simple, but the reward is high. I thought there would be many people signing up, but altogether there aren't even 10 people. It must be a dangerous mission. He turned to ask H, but so what? The mission itself seems simple. H pondered and analyzed. True, it sounds simple, but the reward is too high. There is a rumor that the guards went and didn't return, so ultimately, this is not a simple mission. Kental was also hesitant and looked around, saying, even so, the number of people participating is still too few. I thought there would be at least 10. H hesitated. Actually, she whispered, there is another rumor being spread. Kental's voice became intrigued. What rumor is that? Suddenly, H smiled awkwardly. It turned out it was because Aquas was walking over. Her complexion was heavy, her gaze somber and unhappy. Seeing this, Kental thought to himself, Aquas, the heretical inquisitor of the sun god, is also going to participate in this mission. H was worried. Not many mercenaries dared to collaborate with a heretical inquisitor of the sun god. H muttered in fear. She isn't planning to split my head in two, is she? Kental heard and reassured her. That won't happen. She's a very good person. H was startled. Wait, you know that young lady? Kental naturally admitted. Of course I do. Having said that, he walked toward Aquas and said, she is a friend of mine. Hearing that, H was frozen stiff, eyes wide open, screaming internally, a heretical inquisitor and a barbarian are friends. Seeing Kental moving closer and closer to Aquas, H hurriedly called out after him, Kental. Approaching Aquas, Kental raised his hand to greet her, cheerful. It's great to see you again. Contrary to his emotions, Aquas replied coldly, I don't recall when we became friends. Hearing this, Kental burst into laughter and pretended, you heard that. Well, from now on, being friends is fine too. Aquas was helpless with. Glancing to the side, she said, now that you mention it. Aquas asked bluntly, your companion serves another deity, doesn't she? Seeing Kental didn't understand, she continued, I mean Miss Kooja. Hearing this, Kental was taken aback and asked, so you are the same as her? Aquas responded, puzzled, yes, but wait, are you saying she is a priestess serving Kaloja? Kental asked in a low voice, is there a problem? She fell silent for a moment before speaking up. No, it's just that as far as I know, the followers of Miss Kooja are currently in a period of ascetic practice. Upon saying this, her voice became heavy. Only someone with a high status could be acting at a time like this. Kental's voice dropped, hesitating. Don't tell me that. Aquas then let out a heavy sigh, quickly concealing it. It's nothing at all. I can't know the details of every cult, so perhaps I was just mistaken from afar. Suddenly, a panic sound rang out, causing both to turn and look. Heavy, powerful footsteps approached, accompanied by a solemn voice. You've arrived, have you? Kental turned to look, and it turned out to be John. In his heart, he thought, the guard captain. Kental greeted him enthusiastically. We meet here again. Contrary to him, John appeared much more pensive. John walked with 2 other guards, speaking clearly. I welcome everyone who has accepted this request. He was the kingdom's guard captain, John. When everyone was present, John announced, let's move out. The steady, firm footsteps of the guard unit began to advance, while Aquas just coldly observed them, and Kental followed suit. In Kental's mind, he thought, all of us gathering like this feels like we're about to run a dungeon raid. The evening glow began to turn golden. Kental was no longer as cheerful as before. His heart sank. He asked in a low voice, does acting right now mean the time has come? The sudden question startled Aquas. She didn't answer immediately, but turned to stare at him. Kental also glanced at Aquas. A moment later, Aquas' gaze deepened, whispering, I'm not sure about that either. The deity did not reveal the exact timing. It could simply be that we have lost contact with the village. She continued anxiously, but that also means it's still a possibility. Kental, however, was not too worried. He smirked. In Kental's head, Aquas' words from that day appeared. The deity has prophesied that evil will descend. He remembered very clearly the arrival of a great demon. Thinking of that, Kentel became a bit more confident. Just then the guard's footsteps stopped, and John's voice echoed, "We're here." Kentel and Aquas were both surprised as they looked forward. Before them was a small village, with houses sitting closely together. John's face was grim as he pointed to the village entrance. He turned to ask Aquas, "How does it feel?" Aquas replied, "I can't sense any presence at all." Hearing this, John's face grew tighter, his voice rasping. "Then perhaps they have fled." John turned and shouted, "Everyone, spread out and look for clues." The guards responded in unison. "Understood," Kentel said excitedly. "Got it." He observed the scene, secretly evaluating. This village is only big enough for about 100 people. But even so, there's no way the whole village disappeared without leaving a trace. John's gaze became sharp. There must be some clue. He urged everyone to continue searching. The group scattered in all directions. Suddenly, someone discovered a dining table, the food on it still looking very fresh. He muttered blankly, then waved to call out, "Captain, there's food here." John calmly analyzed. Maybe they abandoned it when they fled. The man immediately dismissed it, shouting, "No, it was just cooked. The food is still warm." Hearing this, John's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately moved to check. The food was indeed still hot. He asked suspiciously, "What is going on here?" Confusion stirred in John's heart. This village had lost contact for several days, and many people had been sent, but no one had returned. Putting his thoughts aside, John asked, "Are there any signs?" The definitive answer was, "There is no indication that they left the village or are hiding elsewhere." Hearing this, John's gaze darkened even more. "For now, just keep searching." John looked at the food still being prepared, his heart in turmoil. There are many traces of daily life, but not a single soul. He clenched his fist. How is this possible? He turned to ask, "How is it on the other side?" The man scratched his head and answered shyly, "It's exactly the same." It was clear people lived here, but there was no one, not even a footprint. John turned to ask Aquas, "Do you know anything?" Aquas replied helplessly, "I don't know either." John looked back at Kentel, "And you?" Kentel answered, "I haven't found any significant clues either, and I can't sense any presence." John bowed his head in frustration. "This is driving me crazy." Seeing this, Kentel suggested, "Why not try asking someone who might know?" John was astonished. "What?" Kentel looked around, his voice indifferent. "Doesn't it still feel like something is here? There is someone else here." These words made John's face turn pale. "Wait, what did you say?" Now that he thought about it, John looked at the strange woman in front of him, and doubts arose in his heart. Who is that woman? How long has she been here? Asisha had been standing there, no one knew since when. She wore an innocent smile, her voice clear. "Interesting. I camouflaged myself so perfectly, yet you still discovered me." Kentel crossed his arms, his voice cold. A stranger appearing suddenly, of course, one would have to pay attention. Asisha burst into laughter, her voice eerie. "No, that's not what I meant. Normally, others wouldn't notice." She glanced at Aquas, curling her lips in mockery. Even the heretic inspector of the sun god didn't notice. Then she turned to Kentel. "It seems you haven't awakened any special abilities yet." Asisha smirked, laughing coldly. "Who are you?" She continued to say confusing words. "This is an unexpected harvest." Suddenly, John shouted loudly, "Everyone fall back. Everyone fall back immediately." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." John turned to Aquas, calling out anxiously, "Aquas." She froze, suspicious. "I can't sense anything at all. There is no aura whatsoever." Hearing this, both John and Kentel looked at her worried. Kentel thought in terror, even the heretic inspector can't detect her. Two possibilities flashed through his mind. Either Asisha is not a demon, or she is a demon at a level that cannot be detected. Asisha rested her chin on her hand, lamenting, "What a pity. I wanted to follow you for a while longer before leading him into the abyss." Her face sagged, her voice eerie. "I have decided." She looked straight at Kentel, calling the name of that interesting savage. Her fingers transformed into sharp claws. Seeing this, Kentel's jaw dropped in shock. On Asisha's head, thick horns protruded, and sharp teeth bared as if to devour Kentel. She said happily, "You will become my slave and come with me to hell." After revealing her true form, Ashishire snapped her fingers. Instantly a black hole circle, a symbol of darkness, appeared. She hovered in midair with black clouds swirling around her. That single small action left them utterly stunned. Sensing danger, the captain of the guards shouted, "Everyone, run, hurry, move." But it was too late. They were trapped by the sealing circle Ashishire had just formed. The guards panicked and screamed, "No, open it, open it." She looked triumphant at the scene, thinking, "This entire village is my domain. No one can escape." Moreover, she taunted them, "You are all my prey." A commotion rose everywhere. A demon. Impossible, how could a demon be here? Kettle also wondered, a demon. Priest Hayes confirmed, yes, it's a named demon. Beside her, she prayed, Lord Kalosha, please save me. He patted her head and said, Hayes, calm down. He also reassured her, I'm right here with you. Hearing Kettle's comfort, Priest Hayes was deeply moved, but she immediately collapsed again when she heard him ask, but what does named demon mean? Priest Hayes hesitated. The thing is, as far as she knew, not everything called a demon in this world is powerful. They are called demons out of convenience, and in reality, most are just fragments of malice and magical energy. However, there are entities that can be called true demons. They are born from darkness, not birthed by a mother, and they give themselves names by their own will. In short, they are genuine demons. Even the weakest among them can shake an entire kingdom. He guessed then that one is certainly one of them. Priest Hayes agreed, yes, that's right. She also speculated, and judging by those horns, it's Ashishire, a demon that appeared centuries ago. Why would something like that show up in such a remote land? Kettle hesitated, so we can't break this. To Priest Hayes's surprise, he reached out and touched the sealing circle. She affirmed, no, this place has become a demon domain. Unless the demon is destroyed, there's no way to break this seal. After touching it, Kettle said indifferently, is that so? Something he saw beyond the seal made him, suddenly, grin wickedly. He even swallowed with a loud gulp. Priest Hayes was puzzled to see Kettle dancing and thinking, maybe I'll just watch a bit longer. She asked curiously, Kettle, what are you doing there? He denied it, nothing, and Priest Hayes had to say, understood. Meanwhile, Aquas was furious. Is this a demon's joke? Ashishire mocked, is that so? Isn't it entertaining? Doesn't it make you want to investigate further? She was enraged inside. A village vanished but left signs of recent habitation. It's just the demon's trick. Aquas internally realized it might be treating the villagers like toys and said in disgust, what a sick game. Meanwhile, she still wore a mocking smile. He, on the other hand, eagerly awaited the spectacle. They found it strange, a named demon. Summoning such a demon would require a huge sacrifice. A village's population wouldn't be enough. And for an entire domain to be transformed without anyone noticing, that should be impossible. This raised suspicion. Then how did it descend into this world? Ashishire sneered. Do you really think I would tell you? She spat with hatred, filth, polluting this land. Hearing the insult, the demon only mocked, filth, unclean. She even taunted, hey, you dogs of the god, do you really think your god will save you? As expected, this only drove Aquas into greater fury. Then Ashishire warned, listen closely. Cracks are appearing in this world. It no longer belongs to you alone. She recounted that long ago, the gods and humans fought the demons. And as everyone knows, the gods and humanity won. The defeated demons were expelled from this world. Because of that, Ashishire harbored resentment. From a hell of suffering, she had waited for this day for a long time. She formally introduced herself. I am Ashishire, the demon of gravity. I swear I will wash away the old shame and blacken this world with malice. She angrily cursed, repulsive creature. This world belongs only to the gods and us. Aquas demanded, so go back to where you came from, demon. She began to summon the power of the god. Immediately a stream of light enveloped Aquas. A scepter signifying divine power appeared in her hand. Kettle watched with interest, just as I thought, so the demon won't attack while she's transforming. Aquas's transformation gradually completed, from weapon to battle boots. Even her armor was ready for combat. Ashishire laughed with interest, intriguing, and she began to engage. Very well. Ashishire taunted, then come here, dog of the god. Aquas responded to the challenge with arrogant defiance. Their gazes sharpened like never before, as demon and godly powers clashed direct. The collision produced a massive explosion that shook the sky. Priest Hayes screamed in terror, while the two of them remained deadlocked. Ashishire frenziedly spun her blade in hand, not forgetting to mock, a battle should have dignity. Don't you hunting hounds of the god know that? Continuously provoked, Aquas flew into a rage. Are you done talking? A massive golden armored boot slammed into the ground, sending a shock that cracked the earth. The woman in golden armor unleashed a powerful, blazing strike with lightning speed. Ashishire stood calmly opposite, surrounded by a dark aura. She moved so fast she left vague, shadowy aftermath. Aquas froze in stunned amazement at the sight, her pupils flashing with disbelief. Ashishire suddenly appeared behind her and spoke teasingly. You're here. She smiled slyly, sharp teeth bared. Ashishire dove down from the air and struck fiercely. Aquas raised her weapon to defend and retaliated, her voice ringing out, crush them. They charged at each other. Their auras collided violently, producing strong aftershocks that affected the surrounding. The golden-armored woman's footing was gradually pushed back, creating long cracks in the ground beneath. The two held their positions, unleashing power to confront one another, neither yielding. Above Aqua's head, a purple hand manifested, shattering defenses. She intoned the scripture, chapter 2, verse 12. A pair of bright eyes appeared in the enveloping darkness, and a voice proclaimed, "The light of glory shall never be defiled." Light erupted from her, shooting skyward and knocking Ashishire far away. The bat-winged woman was thrown back, landed, braced herself to avoid being flung farther, and stared intently at the scene before her. Aquez radiated a powerful aura, a brilliant golden light enveloping her body. Ashishire rose slightly and taunted her. "Can you read scripture at that age?" She wiped the smear on her face with a hand, exclaiming in admiration, "Impressive." The golden-armored woman's lips murmured another line, Carmenune, chapter 5, verse 59. She raised her weapon high. Thunder rolled across the sky as Aquez's voice echoed through the air. That light, a blazing aura exploded, shining through the dark. The proclamation rang out, "Incinerate all evil." As soon as the words finished, she lunged forward, raising her shield and weapon, leaving a trail of force behind her. A red gleam flashed in Ashishire's eyes as she watched the opponent warily. Aquez spun and swung her weapon from behind, her hair streaming with the motion. Her strike left a long, shining slash in front of her, colliding with the dark aura around Ashishire. Ashishire laughed with delight and quickly stepped back to avoid that direct attack. She pulled out a weapon and brought it down hard on Aquez, but the golden-armored woman immediately blocked the blow. She redirected the force, pushing the weapon aside and forcing Aquez to be driven backward. Sweat on her face, Aquez glared at Ashishire in fury and gritted her teeth. Ashishire laughed with glee, her eyes gleaming with cunning. They gathered momentum and charged at each other again. The sky shifted color and fine dust filled the air around them. The two clashed weapons, creating a shockwave that blew everything away, and energy burst out powerfully. The two extremely powerful currents clashed, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the space violently. The two powers collided, rocks shattered, and the spreading pressure caused everything to break apart. Priest Hayes was affected by that horrific power and closed her eyes, shrieking. Nearby villagers were also terrified by this sight. Some ran away, others fell to their knees begging, "Please, please save me." The two opposing energies clashed. Both exhausted their power to fight, their eyes fierce, neither yielding. Their battle created small explosions, the ground crumbled, and the shockwaves blew everything away. Kental stood proudly as a spectator, watching and smiling admiringly. Impressive. She moved closer to him, calling out loudly to get Kental's attention. "Kental, Kental, can't you help Aquez?" He replied nonchalantly, "Maybe." Hearing that, Priest Hayes was startled, then she began. But before she could finish, Kental interjected, "But why should I help?" That statement made Priest Hayes freeze, staring at him blankly. Kental looked at her, repeating his words. "Why should I interfere and ruin that battle?" She hesitated. "What did you say?" He glanced at the two of them, whispering softly, "Of course, I also want to fight a demon one day." Kental wore a strange smile. "But for now, I just want to stand and watch this battle." Priest Hayes was completely frozen, her face showing disbelief. She thought to herself, "This is not what I expected." On the other side, both sides struck at the same time. The energy clash creating a shockwave that cleared all obstacles. The energies clashed violently, creating such a shock that both were blasted backward. Ashishire was pushed back, using her strength to dig into the ground to avoid flying far. The woman opposite her did the same. She muttered uncomfortably, "What a hound of the god, but anyway, in terms of pure power, I still have the advantage." Before she could regain her composure, Aquez appeared right in front of her, causing her to panic. Ashishire was on the defensive, blocking the strike from the golden-armored woman, thinking, "Even so, the compatibility between the two sides is too bad. In this world, magical entities cannot withstand divine power." She swung her weapon in a sharp, purple-glowing arc, calculating, "If it continues like this, the battle will drag on." Ashishire wore a wicked smile. Finishing her thought, she rushed forward, and the space around her changed. Aquez startled, watching the direction of her movement, her brow furrowing tightly. Ashishire smiled triumphantly, moving forward without hesitation. The woman in golden armor saw her action and calculated, that direction." Seeing her head toward the civilians, she panicked. Dangerous. An explosion suddenly flashed right afterward, causing the surrounding ground to shatter. Aquez appeared, blocking her path, and both continued to battle each other. The villagers sat paralyzed on the ground, mouths agape, watching them without moving. Those who hadn't managed to evacuate behind them were in a panic, sitting still and screaming while looking forward. Aquez swung her shield to the left, blasting her far away. She frowned, looking at her with anger, and hissed, "You filthy thing." When Ashishire heard herself being scolded, she used her sharp claws to cover her mouth and burst into laughter. She flew straight down, inquiring, "Do you really think a demon will play fair?" Aquez shouted indignantly, Holy Scripture, chapter 1, verse 1. Let the brilliant sanctuary of gold be open. As soon as her words finished, a giant golden magic circle appeared in front of her. She turned back, shouting to everyone, "Get in here, hurry." Seeing this, the soldiers immediately ran into the protective circle. The blonde man in the back laughed joyfully. The young swordsman entered, speaking hurriedly. "Thank you, Lady Aquas." On the opposite side, Ashishire smiled meaningfully. He. She spoke up. "Do you intend to waste the sacred scripture like that?" Facing this taunt from her opponent, veins bulged on Aqua's face. She shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth." The words barely finished. She lunged toward her opponent, attacking once again. On the opposite side, Ashishire smiled confidently. "That's right, reacting like that is the right thing to do." After that, the two lunged at each other like moths to a flame, their hands gripping their weapons tight. Aqua swung her spear in a direct strike toward Ashishire, but Ashishire easily blocked the previous attack. Right afterward, she did a somersault in the air before Aqua's eyes, which were filled with astonishment. Ashishire lectured, "Death is just death. No one will care about your noble sacrifice." She wanted to erode Aqua's will, but Aqua's remained clear-headed, continuously launching attacks to resist. However, these strikes couldn't cause any damage to Ashishire. Ashishire continued, "If it goes on like this, you will lose and bring shame to your god's honor. But if you defeat me and survive, your fame and the influence of your god will both rise. It's very simple, just destroy the holy shield protecting them. How do you feel about that?" Facing this rosy proposal from her opponent, Aquas remained vigilant, mocking, "Do you intend to deceive me?" Seeing that Aquas didn't fall for her trap, Ashishire covered her mouth with her hand, smiled, and continued, "Do you really want to die?" Aquas, her grip still tight on her weapon, spoke up. "There is nothing left worth listening to." On the opposite side, Ashishire continued to smile, nodding in agreement. "Good, then die like a martyr." No sooner had the words left her lips than she soared high into the sky, then unleashed an incredibly powerful attack upon the entire village, causing the surrounding ground to shatter into pieces. Caught within the assault, Aquas had to strain every muscle to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the strike. High above, Ashishire poured even more power into her attack. Aquas's eyes suddenly widened as she sensed a danger right in front of her. Just as she realized it, Ashishire had closed the distance and was standing right before her in the blink of an eye. This startled Aquas, who shouted, "What the?" The words were barely out before a massive explosion occurred as the two collided. Luckily, Aquas was quick to retreat backward, narrowly dodging the direct hit. She slid across the ground for a distance before finally coming to a stop. She stared ahead, her eyes filled with shock. At that moment, Ashishire lunged forward again, not giving her a second to catch her breath. She unleashed countless rays of dark energy, which surged forward and surrounded Aquas like a net. Trapped inside, Aquas's eyes darted around in utter astonishment as she cried out, "Holy sanctuary, repel the darkness." Before she could finish, Ashishire attacked yet again. In a split second, Ashishire soared forward, grabbed Aquas's head with one hand, and muttered, "That's enough, I don't want to hear any more scripture." The moment she spoke, she slammed Aquas's body into the ground, causing her to let out a cry of pain as the earth beneath her back shattered. Aquas tried to struggle free from her grasp, but it was far from easy. Ashishire's other hand summoned a dark spear, preparing to deliver the final blow. Sensing the danger, Aquas's hand holding the shield tried to move. As the spear lunged forward, Aquas quickly raised her shield to block the fatal strike. The impact sent violent tremors through the surrounding space, and the tension in the air became heavier than ever. Facing Ashishire's immense power, Aquas struggled to hold back the attack, while cracks began to spread across the surface of her shield. Witnessing this, Ashishire wore a sarcastic, excited smile. Then she poured in more power, shattering the shield in Aquas's hand into pieces, sending Aquas flying backward with cries of agony. On the other side, Ashishire snapped her fingers once more, creating several writhing rays of dark energy around her body, which shot straight toward Aquas and wrapped tightly around her. As the dark power overwhelmed her, the protective shield shattered completely, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence. A few seconds later, the protective shield crumbled into nothingness. Seeing this, the blonde-haired youth stepped forward and screamed, "No way, if this keeps up, we're all going to die." Ashishire wore a mocking grin and said, "I'll enjoy you lot as a dessert. But first, I want to see what a hound of God tastes like." She flicked her tongue, bringing her sharp teeth toward Aquas's porcelain-white neck. Just as she opened her mouth to savor the meal, a hand from behind grabbed her shoulder and commanded, "Stop." This unexpected action froze Ashishire in place for a few seconds. The person who intervened was none other than Kettle. He added, "That's enough." Faced with his casual tone, Aquas's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "What?" Looking at him, she muttered to herself, When did he get here? Why couldn't I sense his presence? Before she could process anything, Kettle tossed her high into the air like a piece of dirt. Once she reached the peak, her head plummeted straight down toward the earth, causing the ground to shatter on impact. Handling the situation with ease, Kettle approached Aquaz, reached out a hand, and asked, "Are you okay?" Witnessing the spectacle, Aquaz was stunned, staring at him as she thought, "That's right. He is the person who defeated Sword Saint Can, a superhuman warrior." But suddenly, a few angry growls echoed from the side. It turned out Ashishire had recovered her wits after the previous blow. She shouted in anger, "You arrogant bastard. How dare you interfere with my meal?" Kettle crossed his arms and replied flatly, "She is my friend, so I can't let her die." These words enraged Ashishire even more. She gritted her teeth and said, "At first I wanted to keep you as a toy." She was about to continue when Kettle interrupted, "But I have no interest in being your toy." This blunt refusal only intrigued Ashishire further. She said, "Oh, really?" Then she reached out and summoned a sharp weapon, speaking, "Then today you must die." As they were engaged in a tense standoff, Aquaz spoke up, "Fall back." She struggled to stand up, staring straight ahead. "You cannot defeat a demon." But Kettle cut her off, "You know I'm quite strong." Aquaz shook her head, insisting, "No, this isn't about strength. Only divinity can banish a demon from this world. No other kind of power can achieve that. This is a law set in stone since the dawn of gods and demons. Moreover, this is the demon's domain. There is no room for luck here. Thus, only a god can oppose a demon." This confusing explanation made Kettle stroke his chin, pondering for a few seconds before speaking. Nevertheless, he glanced at Aquaz and lamented, "You don't look like you have enough strength left to fight." Her entire body was trembling violently, her breathing becoming labored. She replied, "I must do it. I serve the god and I will fight against the demon." Faced with this determined resolve, Kettle thought, "Is this the willpower of those who serve the divine?" Then he stepped forward, patted her head, and praised, "Impressive, but leave it to me this time." No sooner had he finished than he walked straight ahead. Under Aquaz's bewildered gaze, he looked toward Ashishire and said, "I've always wanted to fight a real demon." Faced with his stubbornness, Ashishire scoffed, "Do you really not understand? I already told you you cannot win against me." Kettle wore a confident smile and proposed, "Care to test that?" This unexpected proposal amused Ashishire. She licked her lips and said, "Haha, I want to watch your face twist in agony." As soon as she spoke, she vanished from her spot and lunged out from a spatial circle right in front of Kettle, momentarily startling him. She charged forward with a confident expression. Outside, Aquaz's eyes widened, and she cried out in helplessness, "No." Ashishire wore a self-assured smile, while Kettle's hand tightened slightly. Ashishire daydreamed about defeating him in a single blow, which left her absolutely thrilled. But Kettle's fist flew straight toward her face, instantly waking her from her dream. A gentle punch, yet it easily shattered Ashishire's head into pieces. Outside, witnessing the scene, Aquaz turned into a statue, frozen solid. She thought to herself, using a single punch to crush a demon's head, does he think he's One Punch Man? Using bare hands to attack a demon's head, how could that possibly happen? Even Kettle was surprised by his own strength. He looked at his small hands and exclaimed, "Not bad, right?" On the other side, Ashishire's body fell to the ground with a dull thud. But immediately after, something happened that made Kettle's eyes widen in shock. An intense glow suddenly emanated from the corpse, radiating a massive amount of energy. Within seconds, her head had fully regenerated, looking brand new. This left Kettle extremely excited. Whoa, so even if it's crushed to bits, a brand new head grows back. Ashishire looked at him with sheer terror, asking, "Who on earth are you?" Faced with the question, he stammered, I'm just an ordinary barbarian." Seeing the bewildered look on his face only served to infuriate Ashishire further. She gritted her teeth and snapped, "Don't you dare mock me. What on earth is this bizarre feeling? I can't sense any mystery from him at all. He's not an aura user or a mage, if that's the case." As she thought, a flash of murderous intent crossed her eyes, and a spatial circle appeared behind Kettle, grabbing his attention. She continued her train of thought. "The only way is to verify it myself." She lunged through the spatial circle, closing in on him, swinging a scythe. "Die, you bastard. Though this human form is a bit annoying, I'll have to put up with it." Facing her attack, Kettle remained as calm as if nothing was happening. As she approached, he unleashed a punch that pierced straight through her chest, forcing her to let out a cry of pain. Her eyes filled with shock, a dumbfounded expression on her face. Then he withdrew his hand and sent her flying, crashing hard into a nearby house. She let out a miserable shriek and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, before falling to her knees, lost in her own thoughts. Absurd, absolutely absurd. just a simple punch, not enhanced by aura or magic. Was that really just a pure, raw punch? Kettle stood there, still looking intrigued, and said, regenerating instantly, huh? Their eyes met, sparks flying. Suddenly he asked, what is the principle behind that, anyway? As he spoke, he stomped hard on the ground, causing it to shatter, and shot forward at the speed of a bullet, leaving Ashishire on the other side, looking terrified. With no other choice, she summoned another weapon. But before she could strike, Kettle was already upon her with a clenched fist. The moment she realized he was there, she glanced to the side, and instantly took a punch straight to the cheek, shattering her jawbone and losing her teeth in the process. The powerful downward punch smashed her head back into the ground once again. She was killed yet another time, but shortly after, countless rays of dark energy appeared and wrapped around her bodies, leaving Kettle stunned on the other side. Within seconds, her body regenerated yet again, which only served to excite Kettle more. He remarked, looks like if the head is crushed, a brand new one just pops up. That's right, if you're a demon, you should have at least that much skill. So is your core weakness in your head or not? No sooner had he finished than her helplessness turned into trembling rage. A flash of killing intent crossed her eyes, and she thought, ridiculous. Are you planning to use raw strength to face me? Or do you mean you don't even need to use your full power when facing me? After a moment she spoke. Listen closely, I am Ashishire, the demon of gravity. Do you really think you can continue to face me with raw strength alone? Her words were like water off a duck's back to Kettle, who hadn't understood a single word. But he replied nonchalantly, it's nothing special, you don't look that impressive. These words were like cold water dumped over her head, causing Ashishire to freeze solid. She exclaimed in anger, what? The pride of a demon has been shattered into pieces. She screamed in fury, do you want to die? The moment she finished, she charged into the attack again. This time she summoned a sledgehammer and headed straight for him, ready to strike. She swung the hammer back and then let it fly straight toward his face. The immense pressure caused Kettle's hair to whip in the wind, but he simply reached out a hand and easily blocked the attack. This left Ashishire's gaze frozen once again. He praised, not bad, you really do have some skill, but that's not going to cut it. The hammer trembled under his strength. He tightened his grip, causing it to shatter instantly into pieces. And once more, his fist of love headed straight for her face, gifting her another fist of love to the cheek. The result was the same as before. Her head shattered into pieces. She thought to herself, this is just too absurd. This time, the regeneration speed was faster than before. She seethed internally, I am the demon of gravity. If I use my full power, I can concentrate the weight of an entire fortress wall into this hammer. Yet, not only did you block it with your bare hands, but you also shattered it. A mediocre savage, who hasn't even mastered mystical power. Her whole body trembled again with rage. That was absolutely impossible. She unleashed a massive surge of power, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. She shouted, die, you savage. Countless streams of dark demonic energy attacked, heading straight for his position. Meanwhile, he maintained his usual calm demeanor, his hands clenched tight, then unleashed another punch, easily shattering the attack. The incredibly powerful blow continued to destroy the energy flow behind it, and then headed straight for where Ashishire was standing. The violent collision created a massive explosion, filling the air with dust and smoke. In the distance, witnessing this brutal torture, Aquez thought to herself, what on earth am I witnessing? Ashishire, a remarkably powerful demon, supposedly destroyed an entire kingdom single-handedly hundreds of years ago. A demon of such caliber is being beaten to a pulp by mere punches. This is truly insane. Her body regenerated completely once again. He stepped forward, stomping one foot onto her face, and said, so you really don't die. It means this demon cannot be killed by mere physical strength alone. Despite getting pummeled, Ashishire still wore a very smug smile. This is the first time I've felt such pressure. He was strong, overwhelmingly strong. And she suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha, what kind of monster are you? He answered with the same line. I'm just an ordinary savage. She replied angrily, stop talking nonsense. Still, I feel a bit better now, but I want to try one more thing. As the words left her lips, countless beams of dark energy from beneath the ground shot past him, then flew straight into the sky, converging at a single point. Witnessing this scene, both he and Aquez looked up in utter astonishment. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and rocks flew into the air from a powerful suction force. A giant magic sphere appeared in the sky, rotating above. At the center of the sphere was Ashishire's body, wings spread wide, radiating immense pressure. She immediately summoned dozens of spears around her body, stared straight at him, and shouted, Savage, I will release my power at full strength upon you. The spears now seemed to have a life of their own. They moved in a specific trajectory, spinning in the sky. Then all aimed straight at him below. To counter this attack, he pulled his axe from his subspace, shouldered it, and said with a smile, "All the power of a demon is it." Watching this duel from outside, Aquez broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "This is too dangerous. You can't deal with a demon using only pure physical strength." Ashishire now wore a confident smile and declared, "Holy spear, pierce and destroy." As the words ended, all the spears in the sky shot toward him at lightning speed. He remained calm, with no reaction at all. But when the spears were just centimeters from his body, he continuously swung his axe, batting them all away. He brushed them off easily, as if it were a walk in the park, without any difficulty. This left Ashishire on the opposite side agape, exclaiming, What the hell is this thing?" Before she could finish her sentence, he had already surged forward to close the distance once more. Her whole body was dripping with sweat from fear. Then from outside, Aquez shouted loudly, Kamen, Chapter 3, Line 58, "Light burns all evil." As her words ended, his black axe was enveloped in a layer of light, turning it golden. Looking at it, he exclaimed, "What is this? Is that the power of a god?" Aquez shouted from below, "I've gathered enough divine power. Hurry and defeat that demon." His expression shifted suddenly, and he said coldly, "I wanted to watch a little longer, but it seems I can't." "You're fun, demon." As he spoke, he swung his axe hard forward. The strike was too fast for Ashishire to dodge, and she took the full hit with a look of extreme astonishment. "What is that?" With just one axe swing, he easily sliced the demon in two. She shrieked in despair, "Did I really lose?" Then she let out a pathetic wail of helplessness. After her final breath, her body dissolved into the air, vanishing from this world. He stepped over and sat down, consoling. "Thank you, that was an interesting fight." Although defeated, Ashishire still managed to smile. "Ha ha, it's a pity to be summoned back to hell like this, but it wasn't completely in vain, because I've confirmed that someone like you exists in this land." Then she asked, "What is your name?" He replied, "I am Kentel." On the side, before she could stop him, he had already said his name, causing Aquez to startle and scream, "Don't say it." But what could be done since he'd already let it slip? Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Ashishire's smile became even more manly. "Ha ha ha, all beings of hell, etch the name of the savage Kentel into your minds." Realizing the danger that had arrived, Aquez shivered uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Following the call, countless demons had received the order. They displayed extremely excited faces. "I'll continue, swallow my memories and feel them," the one known as Kent. Countless demons appeared before him, leaving Kentel stunned for a few seconds. They rushed into his body like a tidal wave. This made Ashishire even more excited. "Ha ha ha, savage, you already belong to us." Countless demons had now infiltrated his body. He was transported into a mental space, facing countless bewitching eyes directed at him. But it seemed he was immune to these types of charms. The demons were unable to infiltrate his mind. He immediately reached out to grab them, causing them to be terrified. They wanted to turn and leave immediately. Kentel slowly began to wake up, his eyes gradually opening. And then nothing else happened. He turned to Ashishire and asked, "What the hell was that? It felt like something just pierced into my body." This statement made Ashishire angry. "What do you mean?" The darkness definitely traveled from him into my body. Before she could say another word, he stepped forward, stomped down hard, and sent her back to hell once more. This decisive and effortless action left Aquez's mouth wide open in astonishment. Even she gaped, still in a pose from moments ago. He reached out and softly hummed a few lines of a song after such an exhausting battle. The dark night faded, restoring the clear sky of this place. Feeling the fresh air return, Kentel smiled with satisfaction. "Is the mission complete yet?" Time flowed like water, shifting the scene to the kingdom of Jehante, specifically the Barca territory. Right then, information about the battle with Ashishire had spread everywhere. "Urgent news, urgent news." A boy shouted while throwing newspapers in all directions, and people quickly updated themselves with this information. Naturally, as the master of the territory, Lord Barca had received the information early. After finishing the article, he angrily slammed the table and shouted, "A demon." After the lick Ashishire appeared, "What on earth is going on? Why has such a catastrophe descended upon this small land?" Then he slumped into his chair, his head filled with chaos, a named magic beast that was recorded even in ancient books. Opposite him, the soldier also reminded the Lord, "Rumors are spreading rapidly throughout the entire territory." After hearing this, Barca's face reflexively broke into a cold sweat from worry. He whispered to himself, "The only lucky thing in this disaster is that the sun god's heretic inspector drove it away successfully." Thinking, he lowered his voice to command, We must carefully consider what to do next. In another development, Kental was present in Lady Aquez's rest room. The whole territory seems to be in turmoil, he said nonchalant. Meanwhile, Aquez could only mourn for Lord Barca. Well, of course, this is no small matter. The Lord must be having a headache over this. Speaking, she rose, as if wanting to go somewhere. This made our protagonist curious, so he reminded her, "Don't tell me you're leaving already. Shouldn't you rest a bit before going?" Replying to this, the white-haired girl shook her head in refusal. "I cannot. I am not allowed to delay. I must report this to the Holy Land as soon as possible." Hearing this part, the big guy didn't bother to stop her anymore. "If that's what you want, I won't stop you." Before leaving, Aquez seemed to hesitate before expressing her gratitude. "Hey, Kental, thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have become a toy for that demon," Aquez said with a tone full of gratitude. However, our male lead didn't care much, waving his hand. "No need to thank me. I just saved a friend." "Oh, that's right, we are friends now, right?" he said that while scratching his cheek, wearing a goofy smile. As for her friend Aquez, hearing that, she was also a bit confused about a savage and a servant of the gods being friends. After a few seconds of silence to regain her composure, she asked, "The heretic inspector of the sun god, even so, do you still want to be friends with me?" Kental replied bluntly, "Is there any reason I shouldn't?" The unexpected answer made Aquez's eyes bright. Then she asked blankly, "Oh no, but..." Before she could finish, Kental interrupted again. "Then that's not a problem, is it?" Aquez was silent for a moment, but then she offered a slight smile and nodded, "You're right." Setting this aside, the protagonist seemed to think of something, so he asked, "By the way, I want to ask one more thing. Is it forbidden to tell demons your name?" Mentioning this, the white-haired girl's expression became a bit more serious, and she carefully warned, "That's because a demonic mark uses a name to carve a dark mark onto a human soul, using this mark to summon evil spirits. Those branded with a mark become like a scent, emitting an aroma that lures evil things. Ancient traditions hold that those branded must receive a baptism to be saved. Otherwise, they will be hunted and destroyed by dark forces." Opposite her, the big guy heard this and his face went blank. He pointed at himself and asked, "So have I been branded too?" Luckily for him, Aquez denied it immediately. "No, it's not like that. You haven't been branded, Kental. However, your name is likely now known to the entities in hell. But even so, there's no need to worry too much. Without a brand, they cannot find your location. They can only know the target's identity. There is no way for them to find you unless they meet you directly. Otherwise, there won't be any problems." For the protagonist, although he was also afraid of those minor demons, he was quite surprised by their abilities. "So that's it. Truly wonderful. I didn't expect to be able to handle it with just physical strength." To explain this, Aquez began to talk about what she knew, because they are the essence of demons. Since ancient times, the supreme gods created humanity. Humans are foolish, weak, and only act on instinct, but the gods do not intervene in the human world. Therefore, external entities expressed interest in the human world. They crossed dimensions and slaughtered humans brutally. Finally, the gods could no longer tolerate it. So they descended into the human world, stood on the side of humanity, called those entities demons, and drove them away. Since then, humans have built sanctuaries to honor the gods who saved them, and continued to thrive under divine guidance. But then, as time passed, for some reason, demons gradually reappeared and interfered in the human world. Therefore, the gods chose loyal individuals, granted them power, and continued to fight the demons. Demons are creatures that can only be destroyed by divine power. Thinking of this, Kental's muscular head gradually understood everything. "So that's it. They don't belong to this world, so they can't be destroyed in the usual way." Aquez nodded in agreement and added, "That's right. From the beginning, they were not creatures of this world." Opposite her, Kental frowned, sighing, and said, "I understand. If those things appear often, that would truly be a night." Hearing that, the white-haired girl shook her head slightly. "Named demons cannot appear easily. It seems like the demon realm, which was supposed to be sealed, is now influencing this world. The cycle of dungeon creation is becoming abnormal, and more dark entities are gradually revealing themselves in the human world. It all started a year ago." She spoke with a serious tone, and even Kental himself felt like he had been struck by lightning when hearing that information. He thought to himself, "A year ago, you say? If it was a year ago, wasn't I on a mission in the icy lands then?" Cain was striding down a sunny hallway. He sighed in exhaustion. Cain complained tiredly, "Meeting His Majesty always leaves me exhausted." Suddenly, he widened his eyes when hearing a voice. "It seems you're not having an easy day." Cain jumped, then turned around to investigate. Right behind him was a man wearing a black cloak. Cain was confused, not understanding what was happening. He subconsciously pondered for a moment. The Grand Mage of the Magic Tower, the gathering place of all mages and scholars in the world, the tower master of the powerful magic tower. Kane immediately asked, "Well, what brings you here?" The man in the black cloak replied nonchalantly, "You know, it's just periodic contact. What are you doing here?" Kane turned his face entirely to one side, saying, "I'm just here to report the mission results." The figure in the black cloak stroked his chin, probing. It was the Demon Realm reconnaissance mission, wasn't it? That silent forest, the place where everything is buried in silence. The old man replied, "That's right," and the other continued to press him. "How was it?" Kane broke out in a nervous sweat and hung his head. "It's beyond any knowledge we have of this world. It's a terrifying place in every sense of the word." The old man imagined the gloomy scene before him. Just as the name suggests, the silent forest. I couldn't hear a single sound. Even my magic detection spells were unstable, and no matter how loud I shouted, there wasn't so much as a vibration. Kane recalled being all alone in that forest and recounted. By the time we realized what was happening, the soldiers had vanished one by one. It was an eerily silent place. Finally, the old man emphasized, "It's an incredibly unsettling place." Kane then asked nervously, "What on earth does His Majesty want to conquer the demon realm for?" The cloaked figure speculated, "Perhaps he wants to rule the entire world. Who knows what crazy thoughts are swirling in the head of a power-hungry man." He laughed lightly, "But I have to say, the demon realm is certainly an interesting place." The cloaked figure crossed his arms, deep in thought. "I must admit, I'm feeling a bit curious myself." Kane remained serious. "As for me, I don't want anything to do with that place. I prefer a normal life." The cloaked figure snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, an image appeared before him of Kane, standing in the middle of a blue circle. Suddenly, both men were standing facing each other on a massive blue circle. Kane watched his surroundings vigilantly. Teleportation magic. What is this? Why all of a sudden? The cloaked figure laughed cheerfully. "No need to be so formal." Then he took a stride forward. The cloaked figure asked, "You met someone very special, didn't you?" Hearing this, Kane jumped in shock. "No way." But the cloaked figure didn't seem to care in the slightest, smiling nonchalant. Kane squeezed his eyes shut and accused, "Damn it, that observation eye. Since when did you put that thing on me?" The cloaked figure's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Since our last meeting. It's one of the few pleasures left for an old man like me." Kane snapped in anger, "Go to hell." The old man lowered his head and said, "If you've already seen everything, why bother asking?" The other still wanted an answer from Kane. "I want to hear your thoughts." The cloaked figure suddenly turned dangerous. "About the person I thought only existed in ancient myths. About that barbarian from the Snow-White region." The old man hung his head, worried. "I still am not sure." The other replied coldly, "Think carefully." The cloaked figure crossed his arms and presented his case. "A barbarian with enough strength to defeat a sword saint and wipe out Licardos like swatting mosquitoes, appearing from the edge of some snowy region. Doesn't that already seem highly suspicious?" Suddenly Kane looked up and asked, "Wait a minute, you said he defeated Cardos." The man looked surprised. "What, you didn't know?" The cloaked figure rubbed his chin. "I suppose you're right, that news hasn't leaked out yet." He recalled and recounted, "But rumors have already started to spread within the magic tower." The cloaked figure continued, "Cardos, the mage who once shook the entire continent. I heard he tried to revive himself on the periphery but failed, so I went there to pay my respects to him." His face turned ominous. "He was one of the few liches who was a friend of mine, so it's a bit sad he's gone." Kane replied bluntly, "I didn't expect you to feel sadness," to which the cloaked figure explained, "Of course, friends are indispensable to someone who has lived as long as I have, however." At that moment, the handsome face from before completely vanished, replaced by a skull. It seemed no one had found any artifacts in that Lick's lair. Kane asked sternly, "Wasn't everything collected when Cardos died?" The cloaked figure replied, "For the most part that's true, but..." He postured, "The most valuable treasure wasn't there. I wonder where it is now." But then he answered evasively, "Anyway, let's put that aside." The cloaked figure got straight to the point. "I want your opinion. Do you truly believe that Barbarian defeated Cardos?" Kane thought carefully. If it was that Barbarian, then he replied, "I think it's possible." The cloaked figure wondered, "Now that I think of it, you haven't reported this to the Emperor yet, have you?" Kane asked nonchalantly, "Why should I?" The old man immediately explained his reasoning. "He is throwing away precious human resources into the demon realm like trash. If that emperor finds out about the existence of this barbarian," Kane emphasized, "then there will surely be a clash." Suddenly, the old man paused, thinking, a barbarian who acts on his own whims and an emperor who wants to grasp the whole world. If that happens, the kingdom will surely be dragged into it. The cloaked figure was excited. "Really? That sounds fascinating." He took another step forward. The cloaked figure asked again, "Are you implying that the barbarian can single-handedly stand against the entire empire?" Kane hesitated. "I'm not sure, but..." The old man looked more serious than ever. I felt a sensation very similar to when I first met. Hearing these words, the cloaked figure jumped. He asked quickly, "Don't tell me, hero class." Kane broke out in a nervous sweat. "I'm not qualified to judge that." The cloaked figure rubbed his chin, "But he is very valuable." He emphasized, "Perhaps even more than that." Kane went pale. "Don't tell me you intend to." It was a beautiful morning in the Barken territory, Jehent Kingdom. A girl with blonde hair, looking very gentle, peered around. Suddenly, she tripped over a stone lying in the middle of the road. The blonde girl turned pale and pitched forward, but a hand swiftly reached out and caught her. A handsome young man smiled. "Oh my, you should be more careful." It was Kettle who asked gently, "Are you okay?" The blonde girl stared wide-eyed, but didn't reply to Kettle. Suddenly, he was startled and turned pale. Kettle thought, "I'm sure she's going to run away out of fear." But she politely bowed and thanked him. Then the blonde girl turned away. Kettle stood there in surprise, watching her back. He watched the back of the blonde girl, deeply confused. Kettle was utterly bewildered. What is this? What is this strange feeling? Immediately after, another beautiful girl appeared right before his eyes. It seemed these things left Kettle so stunned that he stood frozen there for quite a while. Right after that, he wondered in panic, why? Why is everyone not staying away from me? Aaron lowered his head, rubbed his chin, and muttered, "Does it take something to verify his identity?" Next, he placed a silver badge on the table. "Use this." Rosa glanced down and thought, "This is." She picked up the badge in surprise. It was the Mercenary Guild badge, something that wasn't easy to obtain. Rosa understood this and immediately heightened her vigilance. Sure enough, his identity was no ordinary one. She then placed the badge back on the table and said, "Verification complete." Rosa replied calmly under Aaron's steady gaze, "Then I will proceed to collect the commission fee." He nimbly slipped his hand into his sleeve to search for something. After a few seconds, Aaron dropped a gold coin on the table. "I will pay with this." The small gold coin in the tray emitted a glittering light. It was pure gold, and with this quantity. Rosa tilted her head, counted for a moment, and replied, "We can provide one person." Aaron was startled and blurted out, "What?" He gaped, unable to believe it. Only one person. Amidst Aaron's utter bewilderment, Rosa explained, "It is an escort request, after all." She rubbed her chin and continued, "You will be taking the mercenary for the entire journey. The risks are very high, and furthermore, the kingdom of Denian is quite far from here." Rosa paused for a second, then held up a hand. "Depending on the situation, it could take nearly a month, so naturally, the fee is higher than a normal mission." Aaron replied in confusion, "Well, that's true, but..." He was so panicked his eyes went white, and he asked awkwardly, "Is there no other way? At least 2 people." Rosa replied quickly, "That's possible, but in that case, the mercenary will have a lower rank. Can you accept that?" She kindly advised, "If you want a reliable escort, it is best to choose a mercenary from rank D or higher." Aaron hesitated, muttering 2 words, "Well then." He said firmly, "Please choose someone with those skills for me." Rosa replied, "In that case, this amount is only enough for 1 person." Aaron hesitated again. "Even so, is there no other way?" Rosa frowned and lamented internally. "Really, why do you have to look so desperate?" She closed her eyes in compromise. "Honestly speaking, in a remote region like this, it's hard enough finding someone willing to take the job. I will try, but finding 2 people is very difficult." He could only sigh, "Is that so? I understand. I'll leave it to you then." The gold coin from a distance drew nearer. Rosa was now holding it, contemplating. A small gold coin, but very pure. However, the surface has been heavily worn down. She gulped uneasily, as if trying to hide its origin. This is going to be troublesome. Not long after, as night had fallen, in some small house, a pair of brown shoes suddenly stopped before a room door. A mysterious person in a cloak gently raised a hand and knocked a few times. Inside the room, the girl with blonde hair asked guardedly, "Who is it?" Aaron, standing outside, slowly removed his hood and replied, "It is your loyal subordinate." Hearing that, the girl reached out to open the door. She stood by the door and whispered his name, Aaron. "This beautiful blonde girl was Aline," she said, "Come in." Aaron moved into the room step by step. Aline looked at him anxiously and asked, "How did it go?" He replied quickly, "They have temporarily accepted the request." Aline felt relieved. Thank God. How many people did they say they could provide? Upon hearing the question, Aaron couldn't help but hesitate. Well, it's just. His answer startled her. Only 1 person. Aaron felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry, we no longer have enough money." Aline lowered her head and closed her eyes. "No, it's not your fault." He muttered sorrowfully, "If only I hadn't been foolish enough to get tricked." Aline quickly comforted him. "No, that was unavoidable. Even if it were me, it probably wouldn't have been any different." No sooner had she finished than both of them started to tear up. Aaron and Aline knelt and sobbed uncontrollably. The 2 had to stop when they heard a furious shout from the next room. "Quiet." They could only look at each other. aggrieved and teary-eyed, in silence. A while later, Eileen suddenly asked, "By the way, Aaron, how long do you think it will take?" Aaron replied gloomily, "I don't know. We are trying to find someone reliable, so it might take time." Eileen lowered her eyes in worry. "I see. In that case, we have no choice but to wait." She tried to force a smile. "It's late. Get some rest." "You've done well, Aaron." Aaron bowed slightly, yes. After a moment of pitch-black darkness, Eileen said sadly, "Still no luck, huh?" Aaron twisted his mouth in self-reproach. "I truly feel ashamed." He lowered his head even further. "It seems very difficult to find someone truly reliable." Eileen couldn't help but sigh. "This is troublesome." She suddenly turned around and said, "Our food is also running out. There is no other way. We will have to endure hunger for a while." Aaron was startled. "It is all because I am incompetent." Eileen comforted him. "No, it is not your fault, Aaron." His face darkened as he said, "Even so, what about telling the Lord here about our situation?" She suddenly raised her voice to interrupt. "We cannot do that." Aaron looked up in surprise. Meanwhile, she was clenching her hands until they shook uncontrollably. Eileen said firmly, "We cannot trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard was already very risky. We cannot take any more chances." She stared intently at him. "Aaron, remember why we had to abandon the kingdom and run. We don't even know who is a friend and who is a foe." Eileen calmly continued, "Even though we've been in hiding for a while, there has been no news from there, even though both of us managed to escape." Aaron closed his eyes and spoke with a remorseful tone. "Your Highness, I apologize. I have become far too weak." Just then, Eileen suddenly asked with concern, "By the way, are you certain that the kingdom of Denian is truly safe?" Aaron replied without hesitation, "Yes, that place will protect you. The king of Denian swore an oath when the princess was born." He even frankly added, "They might even help us get our revenge." Eileen stood against the light, continuing to listen to every word from Aaron. "Therefore, your Highness, you must live, Eileen Mavrachi, our princess. If even you are lost, our kingdom will truly perish." She suddenly spoke up, "But the mercenary, can we really trust him?" Aaron immediately stepped forward, taking Eileen's hand to reassure her. "Do not worry. We paid in gold just to ensure his reliability. They will certainly introduce a trustworthy person. At least, I hope so." Eileen's eyes widened, thinking to herself, "Who, in the end, will be the one escorting me?" She blushed, imagining a handsome face amidst a beautiful garden. "A mercenary. I hope it's someone handsome and chivalrous." At the same time, Kental was lying on his bed, looking vacant and having nothing to do. He suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Now that I mention it." He thought of his friends from the Mandi Ashen tribe and mused, "I wonder how those idiots are doing. They were the only ones who didn't shun me." Then Kental suddenly pictured their faces, likely still living their foolish lives as always. He suddenly asked himself blankly, "Oh right, the quest is over, isn't it?" Images of when he faced the giant bear suddenly rushed back. "Since I woke up in the snowy region, that quest window has always been with me." Then images of when Kental tried to survive also appeared. "At first, I thought I was just dreaming. But the biting cold and the monsters made me realize everything was very real." He couldn't help but sigh, right. The first quest was just to survive for a week. Not long after, when Kental arrived at the guild, he suddenly asked, "A request for an escort." Rosa, sitting at the reception counter, beamed like a flower while holding papers in her hand. Kental sat elegantly, crossing his massive, muscular arms over his chest, and asked calmly, "What is the content of the quest?" Rosa slowly brought out a clipboard with a paper pinned to it and held it before his eyes. Just as the name implies, simply protect the client until they reach their destination. Seeing only that one piece of paper clipped there, Kental couldn't help but ask, "Is that really it?" She replied gently, "Yes, but it will take at least a few days of travel. Preparing for the trip is entirely the mercenary's responsibility." He closed his eyes with a relaxed expression and said, "Looks like it will take quite a bit of effort." Rosa also replied in a soft voice, "In exchange, the payment is very generous. However," she suddenly hesitated. Seeing this, Kental's eyes cracked open, unable to hide his curiosity. "However." Rosa's face suddenly changed. It turned stern, with her eyes flickering with something unusual. "There's a smell about it. To be honest, this is a very stinky quest, so you can refuse." Suddenly his voice rang out, as light as a feather, startling the guild receptionist. "You don't know anything, Rosa." A nonchalant smile briefly appeared on Kental's face with a calm demeanor. "That's exactly why it's good." Rosa looked at him with a question mark, confused. "Yes." At this moment, his gaze flickered down to the paper she had just handed over. Anyway, the quest was clearly written on the paper. Escort quest, targets, 1 woman, 1 old man, destination, capital of the kingdom of Denian, quest rank. Reading this, Kental seemed to have a strange feeling he had experienced before. Kingdom of Denian, he thought to himself. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. The image of graceful hair and a gentle, sunny smile belonging to Milena briefly flashed through his mind. Kentel's eyes went blank as if he had discovered a shocking truth. Milena of the Akasha family. A series of memories about that girl suddenly surfaced. The woman from the merchant family he met on the snowy plateau. He remembered on the hands holding that sparkling bracelet. She had said she would welcome him if he ever had the chance to stop by. Without hesitation, he immediately smiled and replied indifferently, "What a coincidence, I accept the quest." Suddenly, a blurry silhouette of the system gradually appeared right before his eye. Just by seeing the blurry shadow, Kentel's eyes suddenly brightened, showing clear astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he jumped up, causing the chair behind him to be knocked over with a loud bang. Light from the system panel flared up unexpectedly, shining straight into his eyes, leaving him stunned. Words slowly appeared on the system interface. Quest 785. Escort the target and travel to the kingdom of Denian. Kentel's face flashed with a sense of bewilderment, unable to speak. No, why is this appearing here? His mood soured as he saw the quest notification board, while Rosa didn't understand what he was doing and called out, "Mr. Kental." At this moment, the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps of someone rushing forward echoed. That person pounded on the door, making Aline inside feel quite puzzled. The door creaked open, and a foot slowly stepped onto the floor, entering the room. Aaron's exhausted appearance and heavy breathing startled her, and she called out, "Ah, Aaron." Aline immediately grew wary when seeing that look on him and asked, Is something wrong? Don't tell me it's the pursuer." Aaron's voice rang out with a bead of sweat falling. "Yes." She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His eyes suddenly lit up with a spark, and he replied powerfully, "In this territory, the only C-rank mercenary has accepted our quest." Repeating the previous event context for strict adherence to flow numbering, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Yes." His eyes suddenly lit up, and he replied powerfully, "In this territory, the only C-rank mercenary has accepted our quest." Hearing this, Aline couldn't hide the joy on her face and replied, "C-rank, a mercenary. Is that really true?" Aaron, seeing her so happy, replied softly, "Yes, we have an appointment for tomorrow, so miss, please rest comfortably for today." Aline chirped happily, "Yes, yes." Right at this moment, Kentel's face suddenly went numb, his eyes as if paralyzed, unable to speak. He still silently stared at the system notification that had appeared. Quest 785. Escort the target and travel to the kingdom of Denian. Kentel rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head in confusion. Why is it appearing now, after having been silent for so long? After staring for a long time, he frowned slightly, pondering the words that had just appeared. Suddenly, Kentel's whole body froze, his eyes brightening as if he had realized something. His gaze stopped on the line of text that had appeared, his brow furrowing in confusion. Could it be that it's not a beast exclusive to the White Snow Plateau? His face changed color, as if wary of something. Or could it be, is there something going on? That thought had just flashed by when the rain poured down violently, accompanied by thunder that roared as if in anger, tearing the sky apart. Repeating for flow, that thought had just flashed by when the rain poured down violently, accompanied by thunder that roared as if in anger, tearing the sky apart. Inside the house, a slender hand lightly tapped the corner of the notepad against the table. Aline bowed her head, speechless. Before both her and Aaron was a quiet space with the guild receptionist, Rosa. Aline couldn't stop thinking about the person who had commissioned that quest. What kind of person would they be? A series of dreamy thoughts suddenly appeared. Since he's a mercenary, he'll probably have sharp features, or maybe his whole body is covered in scars. No, wait, that sounds really cool. Amidst the pouring rain, a foot stepped out firmly, splashing water everywhere. A bell rang softly as the door was suddenly opened. Hearing the noise, Rosa spoke up, snapping Aline out of her daydream. "They have arrived." A figure with white hair flickered mysteriously behind the door. Seeing Kentel's figure, she nervously and constantly turned her head to look curious. Finally. A massive, muscular frame appeared amidst the rain with eyes glowing like two fireflies, sending shivers down everyone's spine. All of Aline's illusions vanished into thin air. Her face turned pale when she saw him. The moment Kentel appeared, the air felt suffocated. Both she and Aaron immediately froze, their bodies stiffening. Each step he took closer made Aline startle and panic. Her face instantly turned pale with fear. "No, don't tell me." Kentel spoke in a cold tone that terrified Aline. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Her eyes were so filled with fear that the whites were showing. She was terrified to the point of nearly wetting herself. "Sir, mercenary." She was so panicked that she immediately fainted into Aaron's astonished arm. Seeing Kentel still standing there, he yelled in fear, Princess Elaine, who on earth are you?" He looked at them with a calm, cold gaze that made people shiver. "Honestly, it's been a long time since anyone was as wary of me as this in this territory," Kentel thought to himself. After defeating the demon, the people in the territory stopped avoiding me. After that, he turned back to ask the receptionist, Rosa, are these people my clients? Rosa immediately answered, that's right. She maintained her calm demeanor and then slowly spoke up. Let me introduce you. Facing his cold gaze, Rosa said, this is the person who will be responsible for escorting you, Mr. Kentel, a savage. Hearing this, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Aaron's eyes, and he stuttered. Wow, what? His whole body froze, and then he shouted, a savage? What kind of absurd thing is that? Immediately, I demand a change of mercenary. Suddenly, Rosa's voice became more serious than ever. So, that is your wish now. Her gaze flickered coldly over them, her voice devoid of emotion. Are you doubting the decision of our mercenary guild? Aaron trembled in panic. Ah, no, I didn't mean. Rosa immediately interrupted. If you doubt the guild's ruling. Her eyes flashed with anger, and she replied in a deep voice, then this transaction is considered never to have happened. We will return the deposit. He yelled tremblingly, that's not what I meant. Kentel's face went blank at this indescribable scene. It felt as if he had just turned into a ticking bomb. A voice suddenly rang out, freezing him. I will accept. Aline slowly straightened her clothes, then stood up leisurely after her moment of faint. Seeing her grave demeanor, Aaron opened his mouth and said hastily, Miss Aline, but seeing Elaine's decisive look made Kentel briefly show astonishment. A slender, fair-skinned hand reached forward. I look forward to your assistance. She maintained a haughty yet cautious air while introducing herself. My name is Aline. The soft sound of footsteps moved forward, followed by Aaron and Aline. Kettle seemed to notice something and froze. He turned back puzzled and said to them, isn't this too far? Kent glanced at the two walking far behind and spoke. I think we should get a little closer. Aaron and Aline awkwardly declined. No, we're fine. They assumed there were still no signs of anyone nearby. He went along with it. Why? I don't quite get it, but if you feel comfortable, that's fine. Then Kent continued walking. Watching the back of him walking ahead, Aaron and Aline fell silent and followed. They remained on their guard around him. Aline felt awkward, thinking to herself that things had ended up like this. Last night at the Mercenary Guild, Kent had cheerfully shaken her hand and introduced himself. I look forward to your help in the future. I'm Kent. Aline bit her lip, looking at the huge hand before her. Is this really okay? Kent's eyes were full of eagerness as he looked at her. Just trust and rely on me. As long as I'm escorting you, I'll guarantee your safety. Aline forced a smile and replied, yes. She inwardly sobbed. Was this really the best choice? Kent's voice suddenly brought Aline back to the present. First, we'll spend the night here tonight. He looked at her in surprise and asked, are you all right? Aline startled and answered Kent, yes. He explained again, as you can see, it's dark so visibility is poor. That's because we set out at night at your request. Hearing that, she complied, yes, let's do that. Watching Aline's expression, Kettle thought to himself that she seemed more afraid of Mandy than he had imagined. This trip was sure to last a while. After a moment, he took the small pouch at his hip. For now, I'll prepare a place to sleep. A huge object was pulled out of that tiny pouch, then formed into a tent. Aaron exclaimed in amazement, a treasure. Aline was also stunned, thinking, such a high-level treasure, how could Mandy have it? Kettle looked at the two calmly. She said this, I've been diligently doing quests, so I earned it. Hearing this, both Aaron and Aline were even more horrified. He continued, but there's only one tent, so you two will have to share. How about that? Aline suddenly whispered to Aaron. Kettle immediately reassured them, I don't mind. After all, I'm used to sleeping outdoors. He thought to himself that compared to digging into ice to sleep temporarily on the Zuyuan Plateau, this was heaven. You can leave the watch to me. On the Zuyuan Plateau, I once stayed awake an entire month being chased by monsters. Kent was very pleased, thinking it was far too easy, and reassured them, you two can sleep soundly. The rest is my responsibility. Aline spoke worriedly, it's okay. You don't have to shoulder so much alone. We'll take turns keeping watch. Kent didn't refuse. Whatever works for me. The two answered in unison, we're fine too. If that's the case, then so be it. Kent inwardly regretted. I was planning to use this chance to earn her trust. What a pity Aaron and Aline are so wary. Who knows what he might do while we sleep. Dawn broke, greeting a new day. Inside Kent's tent, a scene of deep resentment was unfolding. Aline's eyes were rimmed with blood as she glared wide awake, unable to catch a wink, feeling like she might die. She looked to the next corner, and so did old Aaron. When Aline pushed the flap aside and stepped out, her stomach began to rumble loudly. So hungry, a kind voice spoke up. Are you hungry? Understandable, you haven't had a proper meal. Wait a bit. Aline startled and looked over. Yes, ma'am. Kettle looked at her. I'll cook for you. The sizzle sounded irresistibly appetizing. Kettle chopped the seasonings finely. and cheerfully cooked. The sight made Aline's eyes widen in surprise. Watching him skillfully stir-fry, she thought to herself that a Mandy could actually cook. Aaron and Aline both were so hungry their mouths watered. He asked him hungrily, "Have you ever learned to cook?" Kettle glanced over and replied calmly, "Just a hobby." He recalled when he first transmigrated. The people on Gaoyuan Zoo never cooked. They only filled their bellies with the meat and blood of the monsters they hunted. As for me, I cooked with the leftovers of those monsters. The ingredients on Gaoyuan Zoo were all very poisonous and dangerous. So there were times I almost died. But after countless trials and errors, I was able to cook a perfect dish. I studied cooking in a place where even making a fire was difficult, like Gaoyuan Zoo. There's nowhere I can't cook. Kettle thought proudly that this really was too easy. After a while, he held out a plate of noodles. "Here, it's ready." Seeing the glistening, aromatic plate of noodles before them, the two were entranced. Aline suddenly snapped back to reality. She dejectedly bowed her head. "No, it's fine, I'm okay. I don't really like greasy food." Aline took a strip of jerky from her pouch. "I have this already." Aaron cleared his throat at the sight. "Me too." Kettle widened his eyes at the two. "Oh, you prefer jerk?" He bent over, ate a mouthful of noodles, and said, "What a pity then, I'll just have to eat alone." Watching Kent eat heartily, Aline clutched her jerky, craving a bite. But she couldn't trust Amanda's cooking. How could she eat it? On the third night of the journey, Aline curled her legs up, shivering from the cold. She hunched over, trembling in discomfort. Aaron looked on worriedly as her condition worsened. "Princess, are you all right?" Aaron worried, thinking that 3 days had passed, and we'd been trudging through this harsh journey without proper meals. He lowered his head, secretly heartbroken. For someone raised with love and indulgence like her, enduring this was probably impossible. "I really should have paid more attention." Aline gently turned to him to reassure him. "Aaron, I'm fine, sorry for making you worry." Aaron replied softly, "It's all right." She smiled and asked again, "What about you, Aaron? Are you okay? You kept watch for both of us. You must be tired." Aaron patted her hand and said, "I'm fine." He gave a reassuring smile. "Old people don't sleep that much anyway." Aline nodded sincerely. "Thank you." A moment later, after Aline had fallen asleep, Aaron briefly thought that she was truly pitiable. He sat seriously, keeping watch for her. Aaron was determined, thinking to himself, "I must protect her, even if it means sacrificing my own life." A few hours later, outside the tent next to the campfire, several fragrant dishes were roasting. Kettle stood by the stove, gently flipping the piece of beef on the grill. Nearby, Aaron and Aline were dry-mouthed and drooling. The two of them just kept staring intently at his grilling spot. A moment later, Aline's stomach growled, which made Aaron snap out of it. She felt embarrassed and quickly stood up. Aline hung her head and said hesitantly, "I'll step away for a moment." Kettle turned toward her, curious, and asked, "To go to the bathroom?" Aline snapped, "How rude." He suddenly realized and replied, "My apologies." Aline was still a bit frightened as she turned away. "It's all right." She was confused, thinking to herself, "What is this? I'm getting an apology from a savage." After that, Aline said quietly. And then she hurried off into the forest behind them. Aaron looked after her with some concern. "Your Highness," Kettle, who was nearby, suddenly spoke up. "I know you don't trust me," he continued, "but I am your protector." Kettle flipped the meat while adding, "I hope you will trust me a little. I'm a human being too, so I can get hurt as well, you know." Hearing that, Aaron was slightly stunned. Then he murmured to himself, feeling a bit guilty. "Is that so?" Kettle turned back toward Aaron and handed him a plate of freshly grilled meat. "Take it, it's venison. Do you want to eat it?" Aaron looked at the plate of meat, hesitating briefly, but his eyes lit up in surprise. On Aline's side, she was sobbing quietly by a stream. The stream was clear and sparkled under the sunlight. Aline looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her, while nibbling on her hard rations and sniffling. She sighed softly, "I'm so hungry. My feet hurt so much." She hurriedly wiped away her tears and told herself, "No, I have to endure it. Aaron must be even more exhausted than I am." A moment after Aline returned, she suddenly stopped in fright. Nearby, Aaron and Kettle were leisurely enjoying their food. The atmosphere between these two seemed quite harmonious. At the same time, Aaron was eating when he suddenly stopped. Aline spoke up softly to call Aaron. Aaron heard that and looked up in a panic. He quickly dropped the piece of meat he was eating and hurriedly jumped to his feet. "Your Highness, this is just a misunderstanding." Kettle looked at his appearance with some surprise. Then he secretly glanced forward, thinking to himself, "Your Highness." Aline clenched her fists, angry. "What is it? That's not what it seemed." She remembered what Aaron had said, "Be careful with the savage and protect each other. We promised as much." Aaron stuttered, trying to explain, "That's not how it is. Then he said quietly, "Actually, he doesn't seem like the kind of dangerous person we need to be this on guard against." Aline asked in astonishment, "You're still saying that?" Kettle quickly cut her off. "I hope you two will calm down." Aline finally started in fear and turned back toward him. Kettle questioned them briefly. "Is that the reason you won't eat the food I cook? And the deliberate rotation for keeping watch? I suppose that's because you don't trust me, right?" Hearing that, both of them turned pale at their mistake. En replied awkwardly, "That's not it." Seeing the fearful look on the two of them, Kettle thought deeply to himself, "How should I resolve this?" This world had deep-seated prejudices against savages. Of course, he was a savage from the snowy plateau, so he didn't know the details. Perhaps the savages outside the snowy plateau had done many hateful things. If he said he wasn't a savage now, surely nobody would believe him. Then Kettle thought of a way and smiled slightly. "It's this," he quickly spoke up. "You're having a misunderstanding." Aline and Aaron looked at Kettle with confusion. He smiled lightly and said seriously, "I'm not a savage." Kettle explained slightly, "To be more precise, I was born a savage." He continued, "But I wasn't raised like one." Aline and Aaron stood frozen upon hearing that. Both of them made confused, blank expressions. Kettle quickly made up a story. "Just a week after I was born, my tribe was destroyed. After that, I was picked up by an adventurer and grew up under his care." He felt a slight twinge of guilt, thinking to himself that he had obviously just made up the story, but that didn't matter. Sometimes, depending on the situation, a lie could be a remarkably effective medicine. Kettle said softly, "So, even though I'm a barbarian, I was raised like a civilized person." He continued, "Of course, I know that sounds hard to believe." But Kettle sincerely suggested, "I hope you understand that I'm just like the two of you. There's no difference at all." He thought to himself, "Everything is a lie." Kettle observed the awkward look on the two people in front of him, thinking, "But look, isn't the pity they feel for me obvious?" Aline looked momentarily flustered and said, "So that's what happened then." She felt a touch of regret as she recalled how, out of fear of the label barbarian, she had rejected his kindness and the food he had offered. But even so, Aline thought with a flicker of guilt, "This person still cares about us and respects us. Perhaps he has had to endure countless prejudices and discrimination his whole life just because he is a barbarian." She then bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, Master Kettle. To be honest, until just now, I couldn't bring myself to believe you." Kettle quickly replied, "It's all right. I completely understand." He secretly smiled with relief, thinking, "It worked." Aline, on the other hand, thought regretfully, "I can't believe I doubted someone like this. I feel so ashamed." Kettle reached out a hand and said, "Well then, I look forward to working together from now on." Aline was a little surprised and asked, "Oh?" Kettle kept looking at her with a friendly smile. Aline looked back at him, a bit dazed, before smiling in return, "Yes." Nearby, someone was observing the group with Kettle through a magic screen. "What's this?" That person is the master of the magic tower, Lick in disguise. He was slightly curious. "They seem to have gotten quite close all of a sudden, don't they?" Lick muttered to himself, "I'm observing with my meditative gaze, but unfortunately, I can't hear what they're saying." He rested his chin on his hand and mused, "But he really is as strange as the songs claim." Lick felt a bit contemplative. What exactly is in that snowy plateau that would produce a barbarian like that? He asked himself, hardly able to believe it. It's so strange. How does he look more socialized than the usual barbarians outside the snowy plateau? Lick continued to watch Kettle's group, thinking to himself that he would wait a bit longer. Then he stepped lightly toward them to get a better look. At the same moment, Kettle, on the other side, suddenly became alert and turned toward where Lick was standing. He saw this and was caught off guard, startled. "Did we just make eye contact?" Aline saw Kettle's guarded demeanor and asked, "Master Kettle, what's wrong?" Kettle replied in a low voice, "There's someone here." Aline was startled and afraid. "Oh," Kettle spoke to her softly. "Wait here for a moment." He quickly headed toward the forest ahead, adding, "I'll be right back." Kettle pushed off with his feet, putting force into his stride, and in an instant he had vanished into the forest. In the clearing of the woods, the wind whistled as something rushed past rapidly. Kettle swiftly lunged toward where Lick was standing. He stared with wide, terrified eyes. What? No way. Lick hastily used magic to try to stop Kettle, but in that very second, a massive explosion erupted right where the two were standing. After the smoke from the blast cleared, Lick looked at the scene in front of him with fear. "Impossible," he thought, panicking. "In that split second, I clearly set up a barrier." Lick thought disbelievingly, that screen should have been able to withstand even a hit from a magic ballista. He asked himself, terrified, is it useless again? At that same moment, Kettle had already grabbed hold of Lick. He warned him in a stern tone, You'd better not try anything stupid. Kettle glared down at Lick and said quietly, if there's the slightest sign of anything unusual, I'll snap your neck immediately. Lick desperately blurted out, I admire you so much. Kettle looked at the person on the ground, in confusion and silence. He asked back, you, what? Lick replied, yes. A few minutes later, Kettle grabbed Lick by the collar and asked, what's your name? He quickly made something up and said, it's Patrick. Aline and Aaron watched the scene of Kettle dangling Lick in front of him, feeling a bit speechless. On the other side, Lick was crying to himself in humiliation. Is that guy even in this state, too? A moment later, Aline asked with a hint of worry, Master Kettle, who is this? Kettle answered lightly, someone who was tailing us, but suddenly claimed to admire me. Aline asked back, somewhat disbelievingly, oh, what does that mean? Suddenly, Lick spoke up. It means exactly what it sounds like. He put on a serious face and said, I've always wanted to become a strong adventurer since I was young. Lick praised him with admiration. To me, Master Kettle, you're the one who supported the heretical inspector in defeating the demon. He continued with reverence, you are my goal and my idol. Lick thought to himself, terrified, I'll just make it up as I go for now. Since the original goal was to get close to him, I guess I've halfway succeeded. Kettle asked unexpectedly, so that's why you were following me? Lick scratched his head and replied shyly, yes, I admired Master Kettle so much that I did it subconsciously. Kettle pondered for a moment before saying, even so, I can't just let you go. He thought carefully. There was still no solid proof that this person was harmless. After that, Kettle suddenly remembered something, and he said excitedly, doing this should work. Lick's face turned pale with fear as he wondered to himself, do what? One of the most talented mages in the world, the head of the magic tower in the body of a Lick, someone like that was currently wearing a human disguise. To observe Kettle, he had, of course, prepared a fake identity named Patrick. Lick turned pale, looking at the rope in front of him in bewilderment. Kettle took the end of the rope and pulled it tight, then told him with a bright smile, all right, this is enough. Aaron and Aline watched on, helpless. Let's get going then. By this time, Lick was still in shock, unable to find words. And just like that, Kettle pulled him along as they set off. Aline shot a cautious glance toward Lick, who sighed in deep contemplation. This is the first time I've ever found myself in a situation like this. But Lick looked up at Kettle, his eyes full of calculation. I could have just stayed by his side to observe him. Now I understand what that guy Kane said. A speed far exceeding the limits of perception and pure strength, capable of destroying even magic itself. He is both fast and strong. Even here, in the body of a mortal, I can usually deal with superhuman levels with ease. If that's the case, he looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Watching Kettle's back, Lick had a theory. Could it be that he's actually at the hero level? A voice suddenly spoke up beside him. Master Kettle, I have something to tell you. It was Elaine who spoke. She looked at him cautiously. Kettle turned his head and said with some surprise, You've finally decided to speak up then. Elaine was astonished by his question. Yes, could it be that you already knew something? Kettle replied, You intentionally set out at night to avoid people's gaze, and then you took a detour to avoid the main roads. He crossed his arms and looked at her with an indifferent expression. It was easy to notice that you were hiding something. Elaine was stunned and could only hesitate. Is that so? Finally, Kettle reassured her. It's fine, I understand. It must be hard to trust someone you've just met for the first time like me. Elaine bowed her head, speaking with difficulty. Regarding why I kept quiet until now, she clutched her clothes tightly. I am truly sorry. If you don't mind, I will tell you the whole story right now. Elaine didn't dare to look up, saying tensely, If, after hearing the story, you feel you cannot continue with this mission, please just say so. Kettle suddenly interrupted her. Wait. He glanced to the side, frowning. We have uninvited guests. Elaine was surprised. Yes. She looked in the direction Kettle was watching. Elaine judged the situation with caution. A pair of armored feet emerged from the forest, followed by more armored figures approaching. Kettle turned to Aaron and Elaine and said, It looks like they're here for you. Hearing this, she went pale and exclaimed in fear, No way. Elaine gasped in shock as she uttered the name Rukento. The soldiers bowed respectfully. The leader of the soldiers spoke carefully. Captain of the Blue-Green Knights, Rukento Edenhamer. I humbly greet the Princess of the Kingdom of Ludian, Elaine Mavrachi Ludian. Hearing this, Patrick thought to himself, the Kingdom of Ludian. Rukento stepped closer toward them. He suggested, Princess, because we didn't know where you were, we had to search everywhere for a long time. Please come with us now. His Majesty has been very worried about you. Hearing this, her eyes widened in fear. Rukento turned to Kettle and said, You look like a mercenary. The person you are escorting is the princess of our kingdom of Ludian. He crossed his arms and stared at him with wide eyes. Then why is the princess here? Rukento explained. The princess ran away from home not long ago. He turned to look at Aaron, and she even brought along her loyal attendant. In any case, mercenary, this matter is in our hands from now on. Aline unexpectedly interrupted. No. Rukento asked her suspiciously. Princess. Aline's face darkened. Who are you? He knitted his brows, looking completely bewildered. What do you mean by that? Aline clenched her fists and spoke coldly. You? She looked straight at Rukento and asked in a cold voice. Who are you, really? He stammered, I am Rukento, of the kingdom's blue-green knights. Before he could even finish, Aline screamed in anger. Don't be ridiculous. I don't know you. I know Rukento Edenhamer, but you are not Rukento. When did you infiltrate the palace and start impersonating my friends and family? She recalled their strange behavior, even though they looked exactly the same. Aline, filled with resentment, screamed, what exactly are you things? Where are my parents and everyone else? Lick, hearing this, felt a surge of interest. He secretly used his magical power to probe them. The red magical aura passed through Rukento and then returned. After checking, Lick thought with surprise, they really are human. Elaine still kept her head bowed. You. She gritted her lips and spoke her thoughts. You must want to devour me to seize the entire kingdom, right? Aline looked up and glared at them as she shouted, but I will never let you get your way. Just you wait. Aaron looked at her with great pain and continued, I will take revenge for everyone who has disappeared. Rukento listened and fell silent for a moment. He unexpectedly let out an unwilling sigh. Rukento didn't reply to her, but turned to Kettle and said, you heard that right. The princess has developed delusions. Aline heard this and argued back, what? I'm delusional. Stop talking nonsense. He calmly explained to her, Princess, please think logically. To say that everyone except the princess has become strange. Do you really think that's possible? Aline hesitated and retorted. He didn't let her say another word and stated, the princess needs to be treated as soon as possible. Rukento reached out a hand toward her. Come, he said, his footsteps never stopping. Princess, please stop and come with us. Aline looked at them, terrified, as they gradually closed in. She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed in her heart, no, it can't end like this. Please, someone help me. Kettle calmly spoke up and asked, what the hell are you doing? He unexpectedly blocked Aline's path. Rukento glared at Kettle and commanded, move aside. He curled his lip and said, I'm afraid I can't do that. Aline was stunned as she looked at the back, blocking her path. He bowed his head slightly and said without a hint of compromise, if you don't move, I will have no choice but to use force. Saying that, Rukento immediately lunged toward. Just as the distance between the two closed, Kettle grabbed him by the head with one hand. Then, with a single motion, he slammed Rukento straight into the ground. The members of the night squad watched this scene in astonishment and shouted, Captain. They unleashed their fury, yelling at him, what the hell are you doing? Kettle immediately defended himself, arguing that they had attacked first, and that his job was to deal with any enemies daring to approach his employer. Rukento struggled to get back up. The princess is suffering from an illness. Do you actually believe all of the princess's delusional raving? Contrary to his expectations, Kettle replied nonchalantly, you're talking some weird nonsense. Isn't it only natural for a mercenary to believe what their employer says? Aline's eyes widened in shock, not expecting Kettle to actually trust her. Hearing this, Rukento's face darkened with anger. You all have lost your minds. Kettle smirked slightly. That remains to be seen. After saying that, he turned back and called out, Aline. Though she didn't understand what was happening, she replied suspiciously, yes. Kettle glanced over and spoke to Elaine. They appeared without any warning. She asked back in confusion, what do you mean? He didn't hesitate to expose them. Simply put, these guys suddenly appeared out of thin air. Hearing this, Aline turned pale, thinking in a panic, what? Observing the current situation, Lick also grew suspicious. Indeed, Kettle continued to voice his doubts. How did you all suddenly appear here? Rukento's group turned sullen and didn't utter a word. He looked up and asked defiantly, does that matter? We came here to find the princess, yet you keep pestering us with these strange questions. Seeing Rukento's stubbornness, Kettle sighed. It seems you have no intention of answering, huh? If that's the case, then I'll escort her to the kingdom of Denial. Seeing Kettle take her side like that, Aline pursed her lips, thinking that there was no one else like. She recalled the behavior of everyone else. Not a single person had ever believed her, and she felt the situation wasn't looking good. Rukento grabbed the sword at his waist. He signaled to the other soldiers, there's no point in talking anymore. Kettle stepped forward, not forgetting to warn them. Everyone stepped back a little. Aline spoke to him worriedly. Sir Kettle, please be careful. They are the strongest knight order in our kingdom. The entire squad didn't hesitate and drew their swords with cold voice. Kettle smirked, showing his amusement. This is interesting. Lick used his crimson eyes to assess them. Second class, all of them can manipulate mysterious energy. Furthermore, he looked toward Rukento. And is that guy over there first class? Fine. He ordered, deal with that savage. Kill him, it doesn't matter. Immediately, the soldiers moved in unison. They all focused on one person, Kettle. As all 5 of them closed in, Kettle stood calmly. Then with a single punch, the man on the right was sent flying in pain. The man on the left met the same fate against Kettle's physical damage. He raised his fist high, getting into a stance to unleash his power. A series of 3 soldiers were knocked down by Kettle's rapid-fire punches. In the end, the entire encirclement was easily dismantled by Kettle. He looked up, feeling slightly annoyed. As expected, being ganged up on is a real pain. Rukento saw this and didn't give up. He ordered his forces again. Don't stop, attack all at once. The soldiers obeyed and replied, yes. Another wave of encirclement approached Kettle. He used both hands to grab the heads of 2 men at the same time and threw them away. Not only that, Kettle conveniently used them to knock down the remaining men. And so, another attack wave ended in an overwhelming victory. Unable to hold back any longer, Rukento finally started rushing toward this monster. He shouted with resentment, die, watching the blade close in on Kettle. Aline shouted worriedly, dangerous. But the scene before her made her freeze. Kettle used his sturdy jaw to block Rukento's sword strike. He stared in disbelief with wide eyes. He watched with his own eyes as his sword was bitten in 2 by the man. He was knocked backward, thinking, blocked with his teeth. Kettle clenched his hand. Do you want to continue? In front of him, all the soldiers were lying scattered on the ground. Rukento struggled to get up and said with difficulty, everyone, retreat. Hearing this, those who were just lying on the ground vanished, as if they had been hit by a curse. A voice called out to Kettle, Sir Kettle. Aline approached him anxiously and asked, are you all right? Kettle replied, I wasn't wounded, there's no need to worry. He turned to Aline, I will fulfill my request just as I promised. However, I want to hear the whole story in detail. She clenched her hands and nodded at Kettle, of course. I will tell you everything that happened. Aura is the essence of mystery. It can easily tear through steel and even sever magic. In other words, there is no way to break through aura with mundane materials. Yet, despite biting into the aura with his teeth like that, there wasn't even a single scratch. Lick watched Kettle intently with a judgmental gaze. A body that can withstand even the mysterious. Could his very body be a mystery itself? After they were done, the group sat around a fire. He asked, so how did everything happen? The 2 of them were lost in thought for a while. Aaron started to recount the story. Our kingdom was replaced by something. When the princess and I realized the truth, the kingdom had already fallen. He continued, so that's why you both ran away. He replied, if we had stayed there, the princess and I would have been replaced. This distortion began about a year ago. Hearing this, Kettle was slightly startled, thinking to himself, what, a year ago? A coincidence or something else? Thinking back, Aquas had said the same thing. He remembered what she had once said. It seemed the magic realm, which should have been sealed, was exerting an influence on this world. The appearance cycle of dungeons had become abnormal, and countless evil entities had been gradually revealing themselves in the space since a year ago. He continued to think, I didn't pay much attention to it back then. But the fact that it was also a year ago. By the way, that guy also said some strange thing. That strange name I met during the final mission, I thought it was the struggle of someone about to disappear. But could it be that it wasn't like that? Aaron spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. I don't know where it all started. When the princess and I felt that something was amiss and requested the mages and mysterious practitioners to investigate. Not one of them could find the cause. On the contrary, they themselves had been replaced. He thought for a few seconds. Then he turned to ask, how did you 2 realize that? He explained, it's hard to describe exactly. But the air and the places they gathered was very different. For example, even though they still talked and acted as normal, I still felt an unbearable sense of detachment. He questioned, is it merely just a feeling? He replied, at first when I heard the princess speak, I didn't believe it either, but then inexplicable things started to happen. I used to work in management and overseeing servants in the royal palace. Among them was a shy and timid child named Kathy. If the other servants told ghost stories at night, she would be so scared that she couldn't sleep and would yawn while working. Such a child. I found that reaction quite interesting, so I would occasionally tease her with ghost stories. But from some point on, Kathy didn't have any reaction to those ghost stories anymore. At that point, I didn't think much of it. Perhaps because she had grown up, she was no longer afraid of ghosts. But the real problem occurred after that. Kathy worked in managing the statues in the royal palace. Because the statues were often large and heavy, Kathy used to worry about whether she would be careless and get crushed to death. Then one day an accident actually happened. A statue tipped over toward Kathy, but fortunately she wasn't seriously injured. However, that was a situation where a slight bit of carelessness could have cost her life. Yet, Cassie didn't feel any fear or horror about the fact that she had almost died. She was only worried about being punished. So at that moment, I realized that the Cassie standing in front of me was not the Cassie I knew. A shy and timid child from some point on was no longer afraid of death. Her behavior didn't change. She still laughed and talked as usual. But I couldn't treat that child as Kathy anymore. After that, I tried to probe others in the royal palace a few times. But most of them had already transformed, just like Kathy. He interrupted, "So that's why you fled," he replied, "because I was afraid that I would also become like them." He continued to ask, "Then why do you both have to come to the kingdom of Denian? If you needed protection, other places could have fully provided that." Aline, who was on the side, clenched her fists and replied, "Because only the kingdom of Denian can execute the Humanity Declaration." He was extremely puzzled by this. Humanity Declaration. What is that? She explained, a very long time ago, it was said that humans originally lived together with other races. But there was a man who wanted to create a purely human kingdom. That man sought out an unknown god and expressed his wish. The god granted him a power. The power to distinguish between who is human and who is not. After that, that man established a kingdom. He continued for her, and that kingdom is the current kingdom of Denian. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's exactly it. Those who bear the blood of the kingdom of Denian can execute the Humanity Declaration. This left him extremely curious. There's even such a thing. He thought to himself, truly a world that is never boring. Then he exclaimed, "So you both intend to use that power to find evidence? That's a good idea." The lady asked worriedly, "Is Sir Kettle all right?" He smiled and replied, "Nothing has changed. I will still continue to escort you as I promised." This made the lady extremely moved. She stammered, "Thank you truly, sir. If the matter concludes, I will fulfill whatever you desire." "Whatever I desire." He also replied warmly, "Good, I will look forward to it." Her words made Aaron slightly startled. He thought to himself, "Princess." After those words, there was a quiet space beside the crackling fire. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Does Sir Kettle believe her? This voice caught his attention. He glanced at Patrick beside him. He contemplated for a few seconds, then offered his assessment. "I'm not certain, however. It is possible." Patrick spoke his mind. "The Azure Knight Order are human. You yourself have clashed with them. You certainly understand them better than anyone." Seeing that he realized this just as he did, he turned to reply, "I think so as well." Patrick hesitated for a few seconds, then warned him, "Sir Kettle, you are going against an entire nation." This statement from him made him think about what he had done. He continued, "Even if her words are true, it is still a problem, because they will find a way to kill people. Knowing this truth, do you truly accept this mission only because you want to fulfill the contract? Knowing this truth, do you truly accept this mission only because you want to fulfill the contract?" Then he stood up to explain. "But above all, a story as interesting as this. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it?" Saying that, his eyes widened. He stared straight at Patrick, making the man feel a bit fearful. He thought to himself, "What are you saying? Savage, is this whole situation just a game to you?" His voice added a hint of madness. "Do you need anything else?" he asked back curiously. "Do you truly only take the mission to fulfill the pact?" He pondered for a few seconds, then replied, "One could say that." He then stood up, but more importantly, "A story as interesting as this, wouldn't it be very regrettable if I missed it?" This suggestive remark of his made Patrick worried. "What the hell are you talking about? Barbarian, is this entire situation just some kind of amusement to you?" He asked in return, "Do I need anything else then?" You replied, "An alternative existence that no one knows about. Is truly something special. This will be interesting." He analyzed these words, thinking, is that line of thought also typical of the barbarians from the snowy plateau? I really want to study that body. I want to dismantle the existence of that guy Kettle piece by piece to understand its principle. Moving to the next day, the group continued their journey. And as he followed behind, he kept thinking, an existence from three sides that just chases its own interest. I have things I want to look into, but for now, I have to be patient. At the moment, I'm just an ordinary person who admires Kettle. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, an arrow shot straight toward their group. You remained calm, not at all startled by the situation. Then a loud shout echoed through the air. You had immediately caught the first arrow with extreme ease. This left Aline and Aaron completely stunned. You smiled, guerrilla tactics this time. That's clearly not a bad strategy. Instantly, a swarm of soldiers rushed out from the edge of the forest, attacking you from behind. You looked back, your voice cold, but that's not a perfect solution either. Without a moment's hesitation, you flicked your hand, and 3 soldiers were sent flying backward. Countless cracks appeared on their armor, and the force of the strike was so overwhelming that one of them couldn't hold back and spat out blood. Then the 3 of them collapsed to the ground, as if they had been hit by a shockwave. Afterward, they turned to flee. Let's retreat for now. This monster. You looked in their direction and let out a bored sigh. Aline stepped forward, praising you. That was amazing. They aren't exactly weak, are they? This compliment piqued your interest. Oh, is that so? She stared straight at you, wondering. But why did you spare them? If you did it out of concern for us then. You interrupted her. It's not necessarily for your sake. This blunt answer made her feel a little embarrassed. Ah, I see. You glanced at the swords they had left behind on the scene. I just have a few things I need to confirm. A while later, 3 more soldiers rushed out. One of them roared, "Hand over the princess. Damn barbarian." Their constant reappearance began to annoy you. Are you going to keep coming endlessly without getting tired? The soldier screamed, "Damn barbarian, let the princess go." You didn't reply to them, but immediately lunged forward, grabbing the soldier by the neck, making his entire body tremble violently. In just a few seconds, you had easily wiped out all 3 soldiers. This armor is the same one I shattered a few hours ago. This statement left Elaine puzzled. What? You explained, I distinctly remember the scratch on that armor. It's identical down to the last detail. This is truly interesting. You then tossed the soldier to the ground. The 3 of them retreated and turned back into the forest again. The repetitive action made Elaine anxious. Wait, what does that mean? You replied, it's not just that they're being reinforced, but that the armor and swords I shattered have been restored to perfect condition. You asked, can magic even do that? Aaron answered, it's possible, but it would require a vast amount of equipment and at least a full day. You began to analyze the situation that had just occurred. It's the same armor I broke 5 hours ago, so that can't be how it's done. You thought to yourself, by now I have a vague guess. After I push them back past a certain distance, their presence completely vanishes, and then they appear again, as if they are being reset. Now, there's only one final step to confirm. Just as expected, they returned once more. Hand over the princess. Damn barbarian. You observed them for a moment, then turned to call out to Aline. She understood what you were implying and gave a slight nod in agreement. You immediately drew your weapon, prepared to face them. Just seconds later, your weapon was stained with fresh blood. You looked at the soldier lying on the ground and began to analyze. I mean, it's a human shape, so it's a bit unsettling. But doing this will make things certain. Let's see if my theory is correct. The scene shifted to the afternoon. They continued moving through the forest. Aline was carrying an indescribable feeling. Seeing this, you turned to ask, is that an acquaintance of yours? Your sudden question startled her. She lowered her gaze and replied, yes, that's right. Occasionally, when I passed by, I would see him training. I know he's no longer the person I once knew, but to have to see an acquaintance die right in front of my eyes. Just as she said this, his voice rang out again. Stop right there, hand over the princess, you barbarian. Their reappearance made the whole group jump and turn around. Aaron could only gape in shock. Elaine couldn't believe her eyes. That person is clearly. You smiled with amusement, as expected. The scene shifted to nighttime. They stopped and lit a campfire to start resting. Sitting around the fire, Aline muttered, they were clearly dead. You confirmed that's true. The thought of those soldiers made Aline shiver all over. What in the world have we been living with? You took a few seconds before explaining. Aaron once said that Kathy didn't feel any fear of death, even when crushed by a statue. I've suspected it. Is that why they're immortal? You scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to the princess. Whatever they are certainly not human. Then you looked at her and asked casually, do you have any theories about their true identity? She took the bowl of soup and replied, I'm not sure. At least this is beyond my understanding. Returning from the dead, that is not a living thing. But if there is any possibility, it is certainly. She asserted the existence of the magic realm. A new term left you feeling a bit troubled inside. You asked the magic realm. She nodded, confirming, yes. It is a place that human consciousness cannot reach, a distorted place. If they are entities from that place, this is completely understandable. You recalled a system window that had suddenly appeared in front of you. Quest 785. Escort the target to the kingdom of Denian. Is that the reason these things are appearing? Does it only appear when it involves the magic realm? But her words were refuted by Aaron beside her. That's impossible. Princess, I have told you before, entities of the magic realm cannot step out into the outside world. This only made you even more curious. What does that mean? He explained. Exactly what I said. Entities of the magic realm have never stepped outside, not even once. Since the magic realm was formed a long time ago, you understood what he meant. Aha, a deduction based on experience and history, huh? Eileen continued. But Aaron, as you can see, the world is becoming very strange. He agreed with that. That is true. You interrupted the two. They are the distortions that began a year ago. Did that event also affect the magic realm? Seeing the princess's sad expression helped you understand the issue. Sure enough, that's highly likely. You stroked your chin in thought. Entities of the magic realm, huh? Are the things that exist there overflowing to the outside? This is not good at all. Patrick observed you and evaluated. You're the one who is right. And so a long night passed. By the next day, the three soldiers returned to confront them again. Damn Barbarian, hand over the princess. Seeing them blocking their path again, the corners of your mouth curled up. Here we go again. The result this time was the same as all the other times. They were beaten to a pulp. Counting this time, they had died 3 times now. And every single time, they returned completely unharmed. Behind you, Eileen lamented. Truly disgusting monster. You were intrigued. At this point, I'm starting to get curious about their objective. The princess added, they definitely want to swallow our kingdom to quietly expand their power. They intend to turn it into a springboard to conquer the entire continent. Contrary to her thoughts, you denied it, not necessarily. I don't think things are just that simple. If their true objective was to swallow the kingdom, they would only need to kill you. As you said this, you flicked your hand to swat away a few arrows flying toward them. They don't need to waste the effort to find ways to capture you like this. Over the past year, they've had countless opportunities to kill you. Furthermore, they don't attack at night, just like humans who need to rest when night falls. Not only that, but this hit-and-run strategy is also quite absurd. Those immortal monsters have no reason to split up to attack. They could just rush in all at once from the start. If they die, they just respawn. They don't act like animals. Their words and actions absolutely do not exceed the limits of human. It's as if they truly believe they are human, which is why I say I have a very good idea. Witnessing the idea you were implementing made the princess's eyes wide. After respawning this time, the soldier was tied up with a rope by you. He yelled in anger, "You, untie me right now." His arrogant voice drew the attention of everyone. You clapped your hands excitedly. Come on, let's try talking. Confronting each other without even knowing what the other side wants. That's a shame. Watching your actions, Patrick was weary. This guy really is insane. Aaron wondered, what are you doing? You explained, I told you, didn't I? Let's try to have a sincere conversation. Are you crazy? Aaron shouted. You're telling me to talk to those monsters. Being called a monster made the soldier very sad. Sir Aaron, what are you saying? He explained, I am human. You know exactly who I am, don't you? I'm not a monster. A thick aura of evil radiated from his body. Eileen screamed in fear, shut your mouths. Disgusting monsters, don't you dare imitate him anymore. You've died and come back to life countless times right in front of me. And now you expect me to believe you're human. He continued to explain, that's not important. We are not monsters. We are human. The princess is just misunderstanding. She refuted those words. Don't treat me like a fool. Your true nature, do you think I don't know? You've already swallowed the king and queen, and finally, you're turning me into a monster, right? You intend to replace everyone to conquer this continent, don't you? He still struggled. No, that's not it. The princess will remain exactly as she is. Elaine's voice deepened. Then what is the meaning of all this? He continued, that I don't fully understand. But one thing is certain. Both of you must return to the kingdom. This time she turned away decisively. Enough, talking more is pointless. They only mimic meaningless, incomprehensible words. As expected, it's impossible to communicate with these monsters. Then her eyes suddenly turned toward you, who were watching her without looking away for a single second. She asked in confusion, what's wrong? Sir Kettle, is it really like that? He let out a sigh. This is getting interesting. Elaine, do you honestly think you're human? The slightly ridiculous question startled her, and she blurted out, isn't that obvious? A flash of magical energy flickered in his eyes. Is that so? She explained, are you thinking that I've been turned into one of them, right? A stream of hot blood suddenly gushed out, making Eileen's eyes white. In that moment, her gaze dropped to where the wound had erupted. It was coming from her own chest. Because right then, Kettle had thrust his hand straight through her chest. Witnessing this left Eileen unable to process her own emotions. She gasped in fear. What? A voice echoed inside the princess's head. Princess Eileen. The continuous calling made her snap her eyes open. She woke up inside the tent, gasping for air. She was covered in sweat, and the person calling her was none other than Aaron. He asked worriedly, have you woken up? She scanned her surroundings, confused. Aaron. Her gaze suddenly fixed on a spot, as if she had remembered something. She looked down at her chest. Wait, hold on. She clearly remembered looking down just moments ago, but now she realized there wasn't a single wound on her body. Kettle's voice rang out from outside. You're finally awake. He slowly walked inside the tent. His cold gaze was fixed on her. This made her feel both awkward and fearful. She began to explain, what exactly is going on? Clearly, Sir Kettle, he confirmed. That's right, I did. You clearly suffered a fatal wound, one that would have killed a normal person instantly. And yet here is the result before our eyes. Seeing this reality was impossible to believe. Eline's face turned gray. What do you mean? Then what are you saying right now? He explained. Exactly what you heard. You have been completely restored, as if nothing had happened at all. Just like those nights, furthermore, while you were unconscious. I also confirmed that Erin is in a similar state. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she tried to stay calm. No, that's impossible. So does that mean He watched her for a long time, then turned and left the tent to head outside. Seeing him emerge, Patrick asked curiously, Miss Elaine, how is she? He replied unscathed, just as I expected, though her mental state seems to be in quite a bit of turmoil. He continued, since when have you known about this? About her being the same kind of existence as those things. He closed his eyes to think. Since when? Let me see. Pondering for a few seconds, he replied, right from the very beginning. This left Patrick unable to believe his ears, standing frozen in place. He explained further, when I first met the two of you, I sensed a very strange yet familiar aura. At first, I wasn't sure what that aura actually was. But when I saw the knights chasing you, I was absolutely certain of one thing. Patrick thought to himself, aura, even though I couldn't sense it despite using my observational eyes, is there some kind of connection between those magic realm entities? He began to analyze. The suspicious points don't stop there. At first, Aline refused the food I offered. As I recall, she only ate a single piece of dried meat the size of a palm over 3 consecutive days, while being forced to march at a pace that would have exhausted even the strongest young men. A princess raised in the lap of luxury at the royal palace certainly couldn't have endured those circumstances through sheer willpower alone. Seeing him observe everything so meticulously, Patrick thought, he even observed such trivial detail. The more I look at him, the harder it is to believe he's just a savage. As the two were talking, the princess stepped out of the tent and called his name, Sir Kettle. She proposed, let's keep moving, toward the kingdom of Danayan. A slight smile touched his lips. It seemed she had managed to sort out her thoughts to some extent. But before we go, you might as well show yourself now. As soon as he finished speaking, the princess looked deep into the forest. In a clearing, a slight disturbance began to ripple. A voice spoke up. I clearly didn't sense any signs of magic, yet the air is beginning to fill with mana. His voice continued, is this due to intuition? A hazy figure gradually appeared. After a few seconds, an elderly mage emerged. He replied, intuition. The sudden appearance of this person made both the princess and Patrick turn to look. He muttered under his breath, so, it was invisibility magic, huh? The old man introduced himself. I am Admant Lagish, a member of the multicolored jewel school and the supreme mage of the Ludian kingdom. I have come here to talk. He asked in confusion, talk, aren't you here to fight? His voice was calm. Perhaps that won't be necessary, because it seems you have already explained everything clearly to the princess. He extended his hand forward. Now, stubborn princess, please return to the kingdom. If you step into another nation, it will surely ignite a diplomatic incident. This quality of the proposal made her contemplate for a few seconds before replying. What meaning does any of that have at this point? She clenched her fist in anger. I'm just a monster mimicking Elaine. The old man wondered. A monster. It is true that we have changed compared to the past, but that doesn't mean we are no longer ourselves. I am still Admant Lagish, the supreme mage of the Ludian kingdom. If anything has changed, it is only that everything has become more perfect. And you are still the princess of the Ludian kingdom, and the one who will become our future queen, and you will become even more perfect. At that moment, the ship of Theseus, the people of Athens, cherished the ship of the hero Theseus until long after his time. When the planks of the ship gradually rotted away due to time, I would remove the old planks and replace them with new, sturdier ones. Can we still call it the ship of Theseus then? Those thoughts kept spinning in his head. The current Ludian kingdom is just a giant ship of Theseus. Then the old man stepped toward the two of them. He continued to entice them. Please return, princess. The only place you belong is the Ludian kingdom. Princess Aline stammered, I was just about to answer when. He stepped up from behind. What are you going to do, Aline? If you don't want to, I'll chase him away. Seeing him casually interfere made the old man feel a bit angry. Step aside, savage. As you can see, we are of the same kind. Surely there is no reason for a human to interfere. He replied, so what? I don't care what kind of things you are. I'm only stopping you to protect the one who hired me. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice became choked. But I am not Aline. I am just, he cut her off. No, to me, you are Aline. I don't know what the Aline of the past was like. You hired me, you have traveled with me until now. And the person I want to protect is the Aline of the present. He turned to look at her, smiling. What do you want to do, Aline? These words felt like encouragement, leaving her deeply moved. Her voice was hesitant. I. Her eyes narrowed, then a look of firm resolve appeared, and she declared decisively, I don't want to go back. Getting the answer he wanted left him feeling amused. He snorted. Then he turned back. My client has spoken. This left the old man feeling quite helpless. He sighed. Then his expression changed. It ended up like this in the end. He turned to look at the two people behind him. Patrick, I'm leaving it to you. Then he left the three of them and headed toward the mage. His voice was filled with anger. This situation seems to amuse you, doesn't it, Savage? He smiled in response. Honestly, it's quite fun. He thought to himself, just by looking, I can tell he's a formidable mage. Let's see what kind of magic you're going to pull out. Without a second's hesitation, the man channeled mana to protect his body. You will regret crossing me, Savage. He began to chant some sort of magical incantation. Rays of mana converged from all sides into his palm. He kept chanting, completely unaware that he had lunged forward with a clenched fist. The terrifying speed left the old man terrified. His eyes widened as the powerful collision sent blood splattering everywhere. He clenched his fist with interest. The first way to deal with a mage is to finish them before they can cast a spell. But then the bloodstains on his hand turned into dust. They flew off and converged at a point in front of him. He understood what was happening. As expected. So finishing you off normally doesn't kill you. He had taken precautions, luckily using mana to regenerate his body, but he couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell is this? What just happened? Speed that doesn't even allow for a reaction. He praised infinite regenerative ability, is it? As soon as he spoke, the ground beneath him rippled slightly. He turned to look, and instantly, from all four sides, countless rocks grew from the ground to surround him. He chuckled, amused. You can do this trick too. Admant Lajish didn't hesitate, using his magical power to make two boulders slam into each other. Immediately after, he punched his arm forward forcefully. He summoned more magic. From the ground, vines began to rise, moving to wrap around the boulders holding. He roared, turned to dust. He followed up with a fireball technique, intending to turn him into roast pork. The flames roared, leaving the onlookers outside extremely worried. Aline cried out in fear, Sir Kettle. Patrick observed the situation, thinking to himself, he's firing off a series of spells, consuming a massive amount of mana. Is it possible that even his mana restores itself to its original state? A mage with an infinite amount of mana. If this news got out, it would certainly cause a massive shock. But he chose the wrong opponent, because at that moment he was inside, and with a single simple punch, he easily shattered his attack. This left the mage feeling slightly distracted. He immediately closed in from behind. Patrick's thoughts continued. That guy is a monster outside of any standard. His voice became excited. A mage can be this strong. This is truly interesting. He turned his head in fear to look behind him. As soon as he turned, he took the full force of his punch. His face was obliterated. His body disintegrated into mist once again. The bloodstains on his hand faded into nothingness. Whom the mage has revived once again. He gasped in fear. Monster, what on earth are you? He smiled in response. I'm just an ordinary savage. His voice became serious. Don't toy with me here. With that, his body slowly lifted into the air. All right, the probe is over. Now, I will use all my power to send you up. Seeing him hovering in the air, he was extremely amused. This is truly something to look forward to. When Adamant Lejesh cast his spell, the wind was described as sweeping leaves up into the sky. Below, the lick raised a protective barrier around Alina, Aaron, and a soldier. Kettle tilted his head back in astonishment, thinking that an experienced mage could even summon a calamity. Facing the wishful vortex created by Adamant Leke, he silently marveled that such magic was truly impressive. Then he beamed brightly and expressed gratitude, saying that thanks to him, he had witnessed something fascinating. Kettle then raised his foot and stamped down hard on the ground. The earth exploded, mana roared and tore the ground apart, creating a shockwave that surged toward Adamant Leje. He crossed his arms to block it. In the blinding light of mana, Adamant Lejesh's pupils contracted in horror. After a moment, white smoke spread everywhere. Alina collapsed to the ground in terror despite being shielded by the lick. The lick frowned in surprise, thinking he couldn't sense any mystical energy at all, and wondered if that destruction was simply the result of Kettle stamping his foot. Across from them, Adamant Legesh coughed and sputtered, unable to believe that his magic had been defeated by a savage like him. He ground his teeth and declared that this was absolutely impossible. But before he could react, Kettle lunged forward. Adamant Legesh's eyes widened in horror the moment Kettle delivered a powerful strike. Through the red dust, Kettle opened his eyes in suspicion, as Adamant Legesh admitted he was strong, but insisted that he could not be defeated. Kettle acknowledged that and said ordinary methods would not be enough. Looking at the torn cloth in his palm, he pondered his next move before asking, "What about this?" Adamant Legesh looked confused and annoyed by the question. Suddenly, Kettle clenched the cloth tightly. A burst of mana exploded around him, sending shockwaves in all directions. He realized the cloth had turned into multicolored powder, which shocked him. Adamant Legesh stared in horror as Kettle said he understood, then showed him the powder and asked if that was his true nature. In fury, Adamant Legesh roared that Kettle would pay, while Kettle calmly asked if he wanted to continue, also warning that from now on he would risk his life as well. Adamant Legesh broke out in a sweat, speechless as his body gradually dissolved into red sand. In a rage, he declared Kettle would pay before completely vanishing. Kettle quietly watched the remaining grains of dust. The next day, Kettle set out with the bound soldier, Alina and Aaron. Aaron walked behind them, his face showing obvious worry. Kettle wondered curiously if that was all there was to it. When they arrived at the city gates, the kingdom of Dayan, the Lick said this was as far as he would go with them. Since this was abroad, it would be a bit inconvenient for him to enter. Kettle understood and apologized, but the Lick reassured him that he had anticipated it from the start and that accompanying them had been enjoyable enough. Kettle said he was glad to hear that and hoped they would meet again. The Lick replied that they would certainly meet again, and it would not be long. Kettle stood watching the Lick's figure depart for a long time, while Alina and Aaron also watched with regret. Then inside the city, a soldier shouted for Kettle to stop, warning that this was the border of the kingdom of Dayan and ordering him to step back. Kettle was not surprised, thinking this was a normal reaction. But before he could answer, Alina stepped forward and demanded the gates be opened. She introduced herself with authority, saying she was the crown princess of the kingdom of Luten, Alina of Rochai, and had come to see King Barbosa Dayan. The soldier was astonished to hear that. Inside the palace, Kettle lay comfortably on the large bed, thinking that thanks to Alina, he had unexpectedly been given a guest room. He remarked it wasn't bad and that he had completed his task for now. A system notification appeared, announcing that Quest 758 had been completed and rewards would be distributed. Kettle seriously wondered what the reward would be, since he couldn't recall ever receiving a reward direct. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Alina entered dressed in formal attire and asked if he was free. After a while, with the two of them seated opposite each other, Kettle asked how things stood. Alina bowed her head sadly and said she had decided to have an audience with King Barbosa tomorrow, and once that happened, everything would be over. Kettle pondered and replied that perhaps that would only be the beginning. Alina admitted that might be true, then called his name. She asked if he knew what had taken over their kingdom. Kettle replied that he had his suspicion. Finally, Alina, looking clearly worried, asked him to tell her exactly what had happened to their kingdom and what she had become. Kettle held out his hand, revealing what lay in his palm. When Alina saw it, she asked suspiciously what it was. Kettle explained that it was the true form of the things that had replaced her people. Hearing that, Alina broke into a cold sweat and, terrified, said she had never seen anything like. Kettle continued that he had compressed them together with force, and that normally they were tiny, invisible to the naked eye. His words sent Alina into deep thought. Seeing her like that, Kettle silently wondered if she understood. He thought that although this was a fantasy world, it still followed a strict medieval context, and he doubted that in an era without microscopes they had any concept of the microscopic world. Suddenly, Kettle was surprised when Alina said she understood. She closed her eyes and explained that mana and aura were also invisible to the naked eye, but when concentrated they could be seen, and she thought this was a similar concept. Hearing that, Kettle was astonished inwardly, realizing she had grasped the issue. He thought this world operated not by science but by magic. Alina bowed her head in worry and continued speaking haltingly. Kettle told her to imagine that her entire being, from head to toe, had been transformed into a collection of those tiny particles. From heart to brain, from bones to blood. Alina grew increasingly panicked. She hugged her arms tightly, trembling, stammering in fear as if swallowed by darkness. Noticing her state, Kettle asked if she was all right, which startled Alina back to herself. She apologized tensely. Kettle reassured her that he understood and that it wasn't a pleasant thought. Watching the powder glow, Alina asked if those particles were dangerous. Kettle calmly replied that they were fine. Their functions were currently suspended, and they seemed to crumble when subjected to strong physical force. He suggested, for simplicity, they be called nano. Each nano was an independent entity, not a single organism, but countless entities clustered together to form a human shape. That was why they didn't die even when the body was damaged, like water not dying when a lake is cut with a sword. This made Alina uneasy, and she asked if that meant they were immortal. Kettle calmly replied that one could say that, and perhaps that was why they had no concept of death. Suddenly, Alina cried out that something didn't make sense, because unlike them, she was afraid of death. She argued that if what Kettle said was true, then she shouldn't be able to understand death either. Kettle admitted that she made a very good point. After a moment of silence, he concluded that she was likely a mutation. His words left Alina startled and breaking into a sweat. Time passed and sunlight streamed into the magnificent castle. Kettle lay relaxing on the bed with his legs crossed, wondering if they were talking to the king at that very moment. He closed his eyes, thinking about the king, a ruler of a fantasy world who was said to receive mystical power from the gods. He was curious what the man would be like and wanted to meet him. Right then, there was a knock at the door, and someone walked in. Kettle looked over in surprise when the man called him a barbarian and announced that His Majesty wanted to see him. The man introduced himself as the Sword of Dinian. Maximus looked at Kettle with an unfriendly gaze. A moment later, Maximus led Kettle away and warned him that even though His Majesty had granted him permission, he should still show basic respect if he wanted to keep his life. Kettle smiled and replied that he would keep that in mind. Shortly after, Maximus announced he had brought the barbarian before His Majesty. The person on the throne ordered him to enter. When Kettle stepped into the great hall, the sight before him made his eyes widen in surprise. Alina was already there, standing before the king of the Denian kingdom, Barbossa Denian, asked if he was the barbarian who had escorted Princess Alina. Kettle bowed politely and said it was a pleasure, introducing himself as Kettle the Barbarian. His words left Maximus shocked, and even the king paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Barbossa remarked that just as Alina had said, Kettle was quite different from typical barbarian. Kettle smiled comfortably and replied that he had heard that many times, secretly thinking that the barbarians here were no different from the ones in the White Wasteland. Just then, something caught his attention. He curiously stared at the person wearing a black and red robe standing next to the king and called out, "Patrick." Alina was surprised, while Lick started in shock. The king introduced him as Kettle, the tower master and overseer of the great magic tower. Kettle pointed out that Patrick used to be a citizen of the Barcan territory and asked why he was being introduced differently now. Lick hurriedly bowed, insisting that he was indeed the tower master and that he had never heard the name Patrick before, claiming Kettle must have mistaken him for someone else. Deep down, Lick was panicking about how Kettle could have possibly recognized him. While Lick broke into a cold sweat, Kettle looked confused, finally bowing and apologizing that he must have been mistaken. Lick forced a smile and said it was fine, thinking to himself that Kettle was probably just testing him. He reasoned that the puppets he controlled didn't just differ in appearance, but their mana patterns and personalities were also completely different. There was no way Kettle could have seen through the truth with just one look. Even so, Lick remained alert while observing Kettle, thinking that even if he were an entity from the demon realm, he shouldn't be able to see through magic that perfect. Meanwhile, Kettle noticed the other man's shifty eyes and concluded that it was clear he didn't want to be exposed, so he decided to let it go. Kettle turned to Alina and asked how the situation with the human declaration was going. She hesitated to answer. Just then, a voice rang out in the great hall declaring that they were humans. Barbossa solemnly said that their ancestors believed that if someone considered themselves human, then that person was indeed human. He affirmed that Alina, Aaron, and the knight she had captured were clearly human. Hearing this, Alina lowered her head in silence. Observing her, Kettle secretly thought that even though she used to call herself a monster, she still truly wanted to be human in the end. He said that he felt relieved and asked why he had been summoned. Barbossa looked at him for a moment. Then he said that Alina had told him about the entity's kettle called Nano. He quietly acknowledged it, adding that it was a tragedy, but she had lost a close friend and his child because of. Lick stood nearby in silence as Barbossa explained that the tower master was currently sealing them, but it was only temporary, and if things continued this way, the entire continent would sooner or later be replaced by them. Finally, Barbossa stated his purpose. He had heard that Kettle knew how to destroy them. At this moment, Kettle responded indifferently that he understood. Then he looked up at the king with a probing gaze. With a faint smile and cold eyes, he concluded that the king's true goal was conquest. At the same time, a system notification popped up, announcing Quest 786. Respond to the entity from the demon realm. Not long after, the soldier was brought in and forced to kneel nervously in the middle of the hall. Barbossa sat on the throne, looking down at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Below, Kettle, Aaron, and Alina stood in a row, watching. Lick spoke first, saying it was best to gather as much information as possible before confronting the enemy, adding that he had tried many ways, but this prisoner adamantly refused to reveal his true form. Since Kettle had been in direct contact with them, perhaps he would succeed, so Kettle glanced at him and then shifted his gaze toward the bound soldier. Lick reassured him not to worry about safety, as he had erected a completely isolated barrier. Hearing this, Alina looked at the soldier with suspicion. Suddenly, the soldier panicked and cried out, asking why they were doing this to him and insisting that he was human. Kettle closed his eyes and sighed wearily. Then he looked the soldier straight in the eyes, wondering what the best way to handle him was. His eyes suddenly turned purple. He told himself this method would be enough, and at the same time, a massive shadow with demonic eyes appeared before the soldier. The man immediately rolled his eyes back in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Kettle thought to himself that for a creature that had never known death, he would show him the horror of. Witnessing this, Barbossa jumped up from his throne in shock, asking what the hell he was. The terrifying pressure radiating from Kettle left Aaron and Alina stunned. Lick smiled wryly, his pupils constricting, secretly amazed that just the killing intent alone had such immense intensity. Meanwhile, the soldier was crushed under Kettle's aura, sobbing in extreme terror, and Lick observed and thought that they were only feeling a small fraction of the killing intent directed at the soldier, as he couldn't even imagine the pressure the soldier was enduring. The soldier's eyes bulged, and his body seemed to melt under the pressure as he screamed in horror. In the air, sparkling lights mixed with red sand appeared. Seeing this, Kettle thought to himself that it was finally happening. At this moment, the soldier transformed into a red and black energy creature with glowing eyes. Kettle watched with interest as the creature finally revealed its true form, and the red demon entity facing him roared, asking what the meaning of this was. Alina stood frozen, trying to keep her composure upon realizing this was definitely the true form of the Nan. Kettle calmly greeted the creature, saying it was a pleasure to meet it and that he wanted to talk, asking if that would be okay. Barbossa stood stunned, Maximus frowned in amazement, and Lick quietly observed everything. The creature mocked the idea of talking. Then it agreed and asked why Aaron and Alina were rejecting. Alina immediately grew angry and replied, asking if they were joking, as the reason was too obvious since they had devoured and slaughtered humans. The creature replied that it didn't understand, claiming they were just making humans perfect, and asked why that caused such resentment. Hearing this, Kettle realized the situation and concluded that this was how the creature perceived the issue, so he asked if the reason it wanted Alina back was to understand why she had rejected. The creature replied that it had no reason to answer. Kettle advised it not to be like that. He explained that humans never acted without a reason, and depending on the answer, Alina might choose to go with. The creature looked at him, and Kettle continued to explain that although it wanted Alina, it was clear that in the current situation, she would not go. But if it explained in detail, she might change her mind. Hearing this, the creature finally explained that their goal was to replicate, as their numbers were very few and they needed to replicate to increase. To replicate efficiently, the more individuals gathered, the better. Aaron and Alina frowned as it continued, saying that for some reason, the two of them were refusing the call, which meant an error had occurred. Kettle crossed his arms and asked what they intended to do once their numbers increased. The creature hesitated for a moment. Then it declared that they would bestow perfection upon this imperfect world. Kettle smirked, understanding that this meant they intended to replace everyone. The creature frankly admitted there was no reason to refuse, and insisted that the two of them must also become one with them to help the world. Kettle turned to Alina and asked what she thought. She looked at him sharply, thinking for a moment. Then she firmly declared that she refused and had no intention of joining such creature. This enraged the entity, which accused Kettle of deceiving it. Kettle denied it, asserting that he had never deceived. In a fit of rage, the creature threatened to devour them all. It suddenly fired a blast of red and black energy toward Kettle, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving it confused. Lick calmly mocked it, saying they hadn't come unprepared. Realizing the situation, the creature cursed them in anger. Lick snapped his fingers and declared that was enough. A blue cube appeared in his hand. It expanded and trapped the entity inside. He said that he had gathered enough necessary information, and they would proceed with the rest in his laboratory. When recovering the cube, Barbossa said anxiously that if these creatures were left to roam free, something irreversible could happen. He asked Kettle if he could destroy them. Kettle answered without hesitation that it was no problem and asked if they should set off right away. However, he remarked that the location was quite far, and even if they left now, it would take time. He glanced at Lick, who reassured him not to worry, as he would assist. Lick told everyone to get closer, saying he would use teleportation to take them, and Kettle was surprised, asking if he could do that too. Lick bowed slightly, saying he had intended to go with them anyway, as they needed measures to prevent the enemy from escape. Suddenly a voice interrupted, telling them to wait. Kettle's eyes widened in surprise when Alina stepped out, clenching her hands and begging to be allowed to go. Aaron hurriedly objected, but she firmly stated that she had to know. Barbossa frowned in worry, as she explained that she wanted to find out if she would lose her sense of self like those other creatures when faced with death. Aaron felt uneasy when she declared that she needed to know if they were truly different, and if she could still remain herself. Her determination made both Kettle and Lick watch her intently. Breaking the silence, Lick said he had no reason to stop her, and Kettle also agreed comfortably, leaving Alina surprised and hopeful, asking if they were serious. Suddenly Aaron shouted that if the princess was going, he was going too. Lick created a magic orb and warned him not to act recklessly. The turquoise light reflected in Alina's eyes as she startled. A moment later, a magic circle appeared beneath the four of them, leaving Kettle amazed. Sometime later, Aaron supported Alina as she slowly opened her eyes, while Kettle looked around in awe. Lick happily led them along the path in midair, signaling that it was time. Stopping before the grand gate of Ludian Royal Castle, he asked if they were ready to begin. Before entering, Kettle carefully confirmed once more by asking if they were truly sure. He was worried that such a commotion would attract a lot of attention. Lick just shrugged and confidently reassured him not to worry, saying he would set up a barrier around the castle to block both sight and sound. Hearing this, Kettle's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in amazement, not believing that was even possible, secretly marveling at how truly wonderful magic was. Meanwhile, Lick focused intensely, squinting as he prepared to cast the spell. The very next moment, a crimson light shone from deep within his eyes, and he calmly announced that it was done. Kettle, who had been excited earlier, now stood confused, asking hesitantly if Lick had really done anything. Seeing his puzzled expression, Lick explained that he had covered the entire castle area with the barrier, and not even an ant could leave without his permission. A spell of that magnitude only took him a moment. Hearing the reassurance, Kettle could only praise it as truly impressive. Lick's majestic figure reminded him of a real tower master. He thought to himself that this was the power of a hero-level mage. Thinking of that, the corner of Kettle's mouth twitched upward, and he admitted to himself that he had truly never felt bored with this world. Kettle slowly walked forward and declared with anticipation that there were no more problems now. Lick curiously asked what he intended to do. Staring at the massive, sealed gate before him, Kettle loudly suggested that since they were guests, they should start by knocking. His words made Alina Rocha hesitate and ask what he meant. But before anyone could say another word, Kettle immediately activated his magic, pouring all his pressure into his legs, causing the ground beneath him to crack deep. The next moment, he shot forward at a terrifying speed, causing Princess Alina Rocha to cry out in panic. Soon after, the only sound left in the air was the fierce whistling of the wind as Kettle charged straight at the giant castle gate. While charging, he shouted loudly, "Knock, knock, knock, knock," then raised his fist with a savage, bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. The moment Kettle's fist connected, a deafening explosion rang out, the sheer power sending the castle guards and stone fragments from the wall flying into the sky. Looking at the ruin he had caused, Kettle smiled contentedly and casually apologized. The horrifying sight made everyone else turn pale, each of them silently cursing the crazy barbarian. As the dust from Kettle's devastating punch slowly cleared, the castle gate had completely vanished. The ground was littered with the bodies of guards and debris, most notably a giant trench leading from the gate deep into the court. Faced with the chaotic scene before him, Kettle just silently clenched his fist. On the other side, a silent gaze watched the entire scene. Suddenly, Adamant Lejesh roared in anger, claiming that everything was ridiculous, and he accused Kettle of losing his mind for daring to do such a thing. Recognizing him, Kettle greeted him happily. "Adamant, it's good to see you again." However, before he finished speaking, Adamant roared angrily, and powerful magic gathered around his staff. But before the attack could be unleashed, Kettle smiled significantly and said it was a pity. With just a snap of his fingers, he sealed Adamant Lejesh, leaving him terrified. Although Kettle was still smiling, his voice became cold as he warned that he had not come to see him today. The moment his words ended, a massive explosion rang out. Adamant took the full force of the blow and was sent flying backward as blood sprayed into the air. Within seconds, his entire body was reduced to ashes. The guards who had survived the terrifying shockwave stared in horror. Looking toward the opposite side, Kettle slowly spoke as if addressing someone invisible, warning them that they had better show themselves soon. At this moment, the ground began to radiate intense heat, and pieces of stone floated into the air. Even the bodies of the living soldiers gradually dissolved into red smoke, causing one to scream in desperate terror. Not far away, Lick silently observed it all. Feeling a distortion in the space around him, he warned that it was finally revealing its true form. The entire castle was slowly disintegrating into a crimson flow, and Lick muttered suspiciously that this must be the entity from the demon realm that had replaced the whole castle. He wondered what on earth it was. Strangely, neither Alina Rochai nor Aaron seemed to be affected by the red smoke. This made Lick think to himself whether the princess and Aaron were safe, because they didn't react to the collective consciousness. He finally concluded that the princess's fear hadn't come true, and just as Kettle had hoped, they seemed different from the rest. He added that if they weren't different, then both she and Aaron would have already become a part of that thing. As soon as Nanos appeared, it angrily asked Kettle how he dared to obstruct what it called their mercy in such a way. Completely unfazed, Kettle just laughed loudly and said that mercy was certainly an interesting interpretation. Nanos growled in anger that they had never intended to reveal themselves. They only wanted to respect the will of humanity and grant them freedom. They had shown mercy so that humans could live the way they want. Hearing this, Kettle gradually understood its intent, but he still calmly asked what that meant anyway. He openly declared that now, only a monster pretending to be human remained. Kettle's fearless words made Nanos so enraged that it couldn't speak, its fist trembling with fury. After a long moment of composing itself, it challenged him by swearing to erase his existence from this world. Instead of being afraid, Kettle replied nonchalantly that doing so might be a bit difficult. At that exact moment, countless drills overflowing with dark, ominous energy silently emerged from the shadow. Nanos roared for him to die and launched its attack. The moment the eye at the center of its body flared with light, countless daggers shot toward Kettle. From within the thick smoke, a white blur darted out at terrifying speed. It was Kettle. He dodged the strike easily with a simple sidestep. Seeing that he was completely unharmed, Nanos paused in shock for a split second before immediately lunging again. Unlike the frantic Nanos, Kettle calmly dropped into a fighting stance, concentrating his mana into his left arm. Less than 3 seconds later, Nanos launched its second attack, throwing a dense barrage of drills that filled the space ahead. Kettle's eyes widened, carefully tracking the trajectory of every single drill. The moment he pinpointed Nanos' position, he decisively unleashed a devastating punch straight at it, catching the creature completely by surprise. The punch flew with bullet-like speed, even if it only grazed the left side of Nanos' body. Kettle regretfully noted that he had missed by just a little bit. Having barely survived the attack, Nanos could only glare at him, brimming with resentment. Even though it had consumed a massive amount of energy in its previous attack, Kettle remained perfectly unscathed, leading Nanos to curse him as a monster. Kettle looked up, mocking it by saying that sounded rich coming from an actual monster. Without a hint of self-awareness, Nanos continued to spew its hatred, calling him a disgusting creature and declaring that for the sake of the world, he had to be destroyed. It swore it would tear his body into pieces. As Kettle witnessed Nanos' entire transformation process, he couldn't look away. Instead of being afraid, he cheered with excitement, calling it Stage 2. After completing its transformation, Nanos frantically charged straight at Kettle and unleashed another attack. Kettle performed a perfect dodge by sliding to the side, causing Nanos' claws to smash hard into the parched earth. Regaining its composure, Nanos slowly scanned with its eyes to find its target. The moment it spotted Kettle, it stomped its foot, spun in a circle, and leaped high into the air, before viciously kicking Kettle away. Kettle was sent flying into the cliffside behind him, dazed for a moment. However, the second he heard movement from Nanos, his eyes widened, and he focused intensely, preparing to counterattack. The moment he lifted his head, Nanos had already closed the distance and appeared right before his eyes, with only inches between them. Nanos swung its sharp claws, tearing through the air. A crescent blade morphed from its icy claws almost touched Kettle, but luckily, he dodged in time. Even though he was on the defensive, Kettle kept his eyes locked on his opponent as if analyzing something. A strange sound rang out, and something slowly crawled out from Nano's wake. Before Kettle could even take a breath, Nanos decisively fired a long, sharp blade straight at it. The blade tore through the air at a terrifying speed, stabbing directly into Kettle's stomach and pushing him back. A thunderous explosion echoed out as the attack blasted Kettle through several layers of rock and earth, sending dust swirling everywhere. But the very next moment, Kettle slammed his foot into the ground to stop his momentum. Nanos refused to let up, immediately lunging again, surrounding Kettle from every direction. Sensing something strange, Kettle quickly turned toward the source of the sound. By then, Nanos had finished casting its spell. The giant head of a monster opened its fangs and lunged forward. The vicious fangs snapped shut, swallowing Kettle's entire large frame. Witnessing the horrific scene, Alina screamed in terror that Lord Kettle had been swallowed. Meanwhile, Lick just stood to the side, quietly evaluating the fight, nodding that the creature's strength and speed had at least reached superhuman levels, and its ability to morph at will made it an incredibly difficult opponent to deal with. He even admitted that what surprised him more was that the Barbarian was going head-to-head with such a monster, without relying on any arcane power or magic. Although it seemed like the fight would end easily, Kettle just smirked from inside the monster and complimented Nanos, saying it had plenty of moves and was fun to watch. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed his power. In less than 3 seconds, Kettle tore the monster's head apart and lunged straight out. He calmly adjusted his clothes as if nothing had happened, which clearly infuriated Nano. Nanos scanned the area for its target, but discovered that Kettle had vanished. The very next moment, Kettle suddenly appeared behind it, twisted his body, and raised his fist high. Before Nanos could even register the movement, Kettle's fist slammed directly into its jaw with terrifying force. Taking the hit square on, Nanos collapsed painfully to the ground, unable to utter a single word. The sheer impact sent shards of crystal, covering its body, flying in every direction. They dissolved into smoke and vanished into the air before they could even hit the ground. Nanos struggled to get up, forcing itself to keep fighting. Seeing its pathetic state, Kettle mockingly asked if that was really all it had. Instead of replying immediately, Nanos silently observed him for a moment, and then growled that it seemed it would have to use its full strength to destroy Kettle, even if it meant sacrificing most of itself to wipe him from this world. Watching Nanos desperately pour out its final drops of mana, Kettle apathetically wondered if this was just a final death throw, or if this was truly everything the entity from the demon realm could do. He even secretly thought that compared to the white wasteland, it was nothing at all. Nanos roared thunderously and unleashed its ultimate move with terrifying momentum. Completely unfazed, Kettle instead praised it, saying the fight was quite fun. As soon as he finished, the axe in his hand carved a massive arc through the air. The two attacks collided in midair, creating a massive explosion that shook everything in the surrounding space. When the thick smoke finally cleared, only Kettle's majestic figure remained, standing tall. The sight left Princess Alina in absolute terror, and she could only stare at him in fear. Even Lick, a saintly mage, was deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. The final remnants of Nanos feebly muttered that Kettle should not exist in this world. And with those final words, its body dissolved completely. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a new notification. Quest 786 has been completed, and the rewards will be distributed. Lick approached Kettle and coldly remarked that he had certainly made quite a mess. Kettle turned to look at him, slightly surprised, looking around the now quiet scene. Alina hesitantly asked if everything was finally over. Kettle nodded, replying that it seemed to be the case. Worried, Lick quietly asked if he was all right. Kettle laughed confidently, replying that he was perfectly healthy, then asked him in return if he was okay. Because his barrier seemed to have shattered at the end, even though things had veered slightly off the original plan, Lick still felt the result was very satisfying. He breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that his barrier had indeed been destroyed. Deep down, he bitterly chuckled to himself that his magic had been shattered by an axe swing. Brushing off the small talk, he announced that even though the shockwave had spread, he had managed to temporarily contain the situation. Kettle curiously asked how he had managed that. Lick calmly explained that everyone in the royal capital of Ludian had been put to sleep. Hearing this, both the princess and the royal butler were speechless. Kettle was also stunned, blankly repeating if he had really done something like that. The very next moment, his eyes sparkled with admiration, and he enthusiastically declared that Lick was truly amazing. However, inside, Lick felt conflicted, thinking that praise from Kettle sounded ridiculous. Turning back, Lick reminded everyone that even though things had temporarily ended, the cleanup would be a massive headache, and suggested they head back first. Suddenly, Kettle leaned in close to Lick's ear and whispered to wait a moment. Lick jumped in alarm, asking what on earth was wrong. Kettle pointed to the pile of slime remaining, the only thing left after Nano's true body had vanished, and eagerly asked if he could have it. After saying that, he made the cutest expression he could to beg, leaving Lick helpless and telling him to do whatever he wanted. Barbosa Denayan clutched his head and sighed wearily, saying he had a terrible headache. A moment later, he heard the person beside him remark that he seemed to have a severe headache. When he realized who was standing in front of him, Barbosa Denayan hurriedly coughed, quickly greeted the tower master, and admitted that everything had become a complete chaotic mess. He tiredly explained that despite his many explanations, the people still refused to accept the truth. According to him, the nobles were not only applying political pressure, but also slandering him as a murderer. Lick calmly crossed his arms and remarked that such a reaction was inevitable. He said that no one could easily accept that the entire royal court had been replaced by creatures from the demon realm. Changing the subject, Lick asked about the girl's condition. Barbosa Denayan hesitated for a moment, then clarified that Lick was talking about Alina. He explained that she looked better than expected. Despite being pressured and threatened by the remaining Lian nobles, she had maintained an astonishing level of composure. He emphasized that she was both the last living royal bloodline and a creature belonging to the demon realm. Barbosa Denayan sighed in admiration and noted that while she herself must have been very confused, she possessed an unexpectedly strong will. Hearing this, Lick speculated that a lot must have happened to her, or there was something supporting her from within. He lowered his gaze, quietly murmuring that it was indeed very strange. Barbosa Denayan heard Lick and asked what he was implying. Lick glanced elsewhere and replied that he was talking about the creatures of the demon realm. Barbosa blankly repeated the phrase, then suddenly remembered someone and wondered just how strong that barbarian really was. Silence immediately filled the air following the question. Lick turned away with an awkward expression, remained silent for a moment, and then quietly muttered about the concept of strength. Finally, he admitted that even he didn't grasp the limits of that man's power. Meanwhile, out in the garden, Alina lowered her head and hesitantly asked Kettle if he was about to leave. Kettle smiled and explained that he knew someone in the Denayan kingdom and intended to meet. Alina silently nodded, then suddenly offered a sincere apology. She confessed that although she had promised to grant him any reward he wanted, she currently had nothing to offer in return. Kettle looked at her in surprise for a moment, then suggested putting the reward on hold for now. Alina looked blankly at him and asked what he meant. Kettle cheerfully explained that he had heard the kingdom of Lutain was in chaos, but since the royal bloodline still existed, the situation would stabilize soon enough. He would accept his reward then. Alina confusedly tried to protest, but Kettle interrupted her immediately, reminding her that he had once said he didn't consider her a monster. His words left Alina Roach wide-eyed in shock. She remained silent for a long time, finally understanding his heart, and offered a warm, happy smile. She swore on her honor, Alina Mavrosai, that she would repay his kindness one day. Seeing her like that, Kettle also smiled in satisfaction. A little later, Kettle received a card that looked like a seal. He looked at the object with suspicion and asked what it was. Barbosa Denayan bluntly explained that it was the king's identification seal. He said to consider it a reward for Kettle's request. Barbosa Denayan further explained that thanks to this seal, Kettle could enter and exit almost anywhere, except for special places like the imperial capital or the church's holy ground. Since Kettle intended to travel the world, Barbosa believed it would be extremely useful to him. Hearing this, Kettle's face immediately lit up. He enthusiastically thanked Barbosa Denayan, overjoyed that this item would make his fantasy world journey much easier. Afterward, Kettle left and was quickly amazed by the surrounding scenery. He continuously praised the impressive sight, and then cheerfully noted that the capital of the Denayan kingdom was much larger and cleaner than the Barcan territory, where he had previously stayed. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted for him to stop. Kettle quickly turned around and saw soldiers approaching aggressively, demanding to know who he was and ordering him to declare his identity. Kettle stood blankly, not understanding what was happening, while the two soldiers maintained an extremely serious expression. After a moment of silence, Kettle thought there was no other way in this situation. He confidently presented the identification seal. The seal emitted a blinding light that left the two soldiers dazed. The two soldiers immediately bowed their heads in nervous apology. Kettle excitedly took a deep breath and remarked that the effect was truly impressive. As he continued walking, he wondered where the place he was looking for might be. Elsewhere, someone slammed their hand on the table in anger and concluded that the other party was basically saying they had no money to pay their debts. The person opposite them confidently admitted that was indeed the case. The other side helplessly said that meant they couldn't pay their debt right now. Milliner of the Akasha family sternly asked why he was acting so arrogant in this situation. The head of the great Diablo family crossed his arms and arrogantly declared that, as the head of the great Diablo family, he would absolutely not become pathetic over a few coins. Milena narrowed her eyes in annoyance. She coldly pointed out that the great Diablo family was on the verge of collapse precisely because of those very coins. Hearing this, the head of the great Diablo family immediately flew into a rage, accusing her of being disrespectful. Not backing down, Milena sharply replied that she was the one who should be saying that. She bluntly criticized the Diablo family, explaining that because they couldn't afford the costs of consecutive parties, they had borrowed a large sum of money from her, yet he had even poured that money into gambling and betting. She further asked if it was true that he had beaten and driven away the servants who tried to stop him, and questioned if that behavior was worthy of the title of the head of the great Diablo family. The head of the great Diablo family roared in anger. He asked how she dared to insult him. Milena calmly replied that insults were only for those who still had honor left to be tarnished. Her words left the man stunned and speechless. Milena then produced the debt contract and firmly declared that he had exactly 1 month left. She warned that if he did not repay the debt within that deadline, he would have to surrender not only the lands and assets of the Diablo family, but also his own title, ending with the cold advice that he should be careful so that such a fate would not come to pass. In response, the head of the great Diablo family could only bow his head in fear. Hearing this, the head of the great Diablo family immediately objected, asking if she truly believed such tyranny would be tolerated. The very next moment, soldiers rushed in and handcuffed him. He turned back in terror, unable to believe what was happening. Upon realizing he had been restrained, he did not dare to say another word. Milena of the Akasha family calmly said she was only giving him advance notice of the legal procedures according to the laws of the Denayan kingdom. And if anyone was being tyrannical, it was him for refusing to repay his debt, leaving the head of the great Diablo family standing stunned in acceptance. She then turned back and gave a slight nod to the soldier. The soldier understood the gesture and responded. As the head of the great Diablo family was dragged away by the soldiers, he screamed frantically, asking if they were really not going to let him go. In extreme rage, he roared that the rumors about Milena Akasha losing her honor due to her obsession with money were true after all. And there must have been a reason she abandoned her parents, siblings, and even the retainers who had survived the demon realm with her. Hearing those words, Milena Akasha's face darkened. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving her alone in the room. A voice suddenly spoke up, calling her "my lady" and asking if she was all right. A servant cautiously poked his head through the door with a worried look. Milena Akasha lowered her eyes slightly and wearily replied that she was fine. After a sigh, she asked what was next on the schedule. The servant shyly reported that the next task was to inspect the mansion being held as collateral, about a 20-minute walk away. Milena Akasha quickly decided to inspect it immediately and ordered them to set off. From early morning until sunset, time passed peacefully. Outside a large mansion, Kettle stood admiring the scene before him and remarked that this was the place he had been looking for. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He proudly placed his hands on his hips and commented that it was truly massive, and it seemed she had been a real success. Suddenly, a loud, panicked shout rang out from behind, demanding to know who he was. A guard sternly ordered him to leave immediately, declaring that this was the territory of the Akasha family, not a place for a barbarian like. His words left Kettle stunned for a moment before he calmly replied that he was in the right place because he was an invited guest, leaving the soldier even more confused as he asked who had invited. Kettle answered bluntly that Milena Akasha had invited him and told him to visit whenever he was out. The soldier was stunned by the answer and asked again in disbelief. He angrily pointed at Kettle, roaring that it was ridiculous, and asked why the Iron Maiden Milena would invite a barbarian. Kettle confusedly repeated the title, Iron Maiden. Thinking back to Milena Akasha's face, he wondered to himself that she didn't look like that to him. He then placed an object into the soldier's hand and explained that she had given it to him and told him to visit. Seeing the object in his hand, the soldier was struck speechless. The stone emitted a sparkling light, causing the soldier's expression to become serious and contemplative. A moment later, the soldier suddenly laughed loudly and remarked that Kettle had presented the object with such confidence that he thought it was something important. He then became strangely enthusiastic, loudly announcing that an honored guest had arrived and ordering everyone to clear the way. Meanwhile, Milena Akasha was sitting quietly in her room. A soldier knocked on the door and entered, reporting that a guest had arrived. The sound of the pen scratching on paper continued without pause, as she coldly replied that she didn't recall having any appointments for today. The soldier became even more confused, stammering as he tried to explain. But she quickly interrupted and said he would have to wait until tomorrow. The soldier stammered in another attempt to object, but Milena Akasha became irritated and asked if what she said was hard to understand. Terrified, the soldier immediately bowed his head, saying he understood and would tell the guest to wait until tomorrow. Once finished, he hurriedly closed the door and left in fear. Milena Akasha set her pen down and sighed wearily. After leaving, the soldier bowed and apologized, explaining to Kettle that he would have to wait until tomorrow. He cautiously added that only a room in the basement was available. Kettle casually replied that it was fine. Looking around with admiration, he remarked that the basement was nice too. In his heart, Kettle thought that this room looked like one used for secret meetings, and he even wondered if there were any hidden rooms. As time passed, night finally fell. A glass of wine sat on the table, while Milena Akasha bowed her head sadly, muttering that being abandoned by both her family and her retainers wasn't entirely wrong. She covered her face as if about to cry, quietly acknowledging that it wasn't completely wrong. Finally, dawn broke. Milena Akasha had finished preparing and walked along the hallway with her servant. The guard stood solemnly, and even the nanny looked tense. Suddenly remembering something, Milena Akasha asked if anyone had come yesterday and if it was a debtor. The soldier cautiously replied that it wasn't a debtor, but a barbarian. Hearing this, Milena Akasha's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She spun around, full of confusion, and asked what he had just said, her entire expression betraying her disbelief. Her footsteps quickly became hurried, as she muttered that it couldn't possibly be him. This reaction terrified the soldier, who called out to her with anxiety. Without hesitation, Milena Akasha pushed the door open and rushed in. Her eyes widened in extreme shock. Kettle leisurely turned his head to look at her. He let out a simple greeting and then cheered happily. Milena. Kettle smiled warmly, saying it was good to see her again. Milena Akasha looked at him in shock and called out Kettle's name in disbelief. Immediately after, she bowed deeply to apologize to Kettle, saying she couldn't believe she had dared to put him in such a shabby room. Kettle smiled faintly and replied that the room was perfectly fine, though he added that a secret room would be even better, as he gently touched the wall beside him and said that Milena Akasha apologized in confusion. A while later, the two moved to the drawing room, and Kettle remarked that this was better. Beside them, the servant looked somewhat anxious. Milena Akasha carefully bowed and apologized again, but Kettle smiled and told her not to worry about it. Hearing this, Milena Akasha breathed a sigh of relief and remarked that it really had been a long time since they last met. Kettle agreed happily and wondered how many years it had been. Milena Akasha immediately replied that she thought it was 5 years. Kettle closed his eyes, thinking that it had been that long, and time had flown by so quick. Milena Akasha's eyes lit up as she asked if the problem Kettle had once mentioned, as the reason he couldn't leave, had been resolved smoothly. Kettle explained that it had been resolved perfectly, which was how he escaped that terrible place. Milena Akasha replied joyfully that she was very happy everything worked out for her. The protagonist also praised her, saying she had been very successful as well, suddenly mentioning that when he was in the basement, he had heard the guards briefly mention that the merchant caravan from all those years ago had been a great success and rebuilt her family in the blink of an eye. Milena Akasha bowed her head shyly, replying that it was all thanks to Kettle, because if he hadn't helped her back then, she would never have made it over the snow. Kettle nodded with a smile, answering that she was the one who had risked her life to take on the challenge, so she deserved the reward. However, Kettle's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked if the butler had been changed. He stared intently at the servant standing behind her, while the servant frowned uncomfortably and looked back at him, then glanced at the sad Milena Akasha nearby. Kettle remarked that it wasn't the old man he had seen at the snow. Milena Akasha's face darkened, and she softly replied that he had left to serve other members of the family. Kettle understood and remarked that it seemed like there were personal circumstances. Milena Akasha regretfully admitted that it was because she was still lacking. She added that more importantly, everything was so chaotic that she hadn't been able to welcome him properly. She placed her hand over her chest in a formal gesture. Milena Akasha officially reintroduced herself as Milena Akasha, the 22nd head of the Akasha family. She stood up, slightly lifted her dress in a bow, and declared she would warmly welcome Kettle, the benefactor of both herself and the family, as a most honored guest. With a polite smile, she welcomed him once again. Afterward, Kettle was led to another drawing room, where a plate of washed grapes sat on the table. Kettle plucked a grape to eat and, while chewing, looked around the room, commenting that it was truly luxurious. He looked up, commenting that while it wasn't as magnificent as the rooms in the royal palace, it was still excellent. And sometimes a place like this wasn't bad at all. Suddenly there was a noise, and Kettle looked up, slightly surprised, wondering what it was. It turned out to be Milena Akasha poking her head through the door, softly calling Kettle, and asking if she was interrupting his rest. Kettle smiled reassuringly, saying it was fine, and asked what she needed. Milena Akasha pulled out a bottle of wine, and shyly asked if it would be all right to have a little drink. A while later, Milena Akasha's face flushed red as she let out a sigh, and bowed her head, confessing that, more importantly, she didn't know he liked to drink wine. Kettle thought of his military unit and laughed, replying that he was used to it. He added that he also didn't know she liked wine. Hearing this, Milena Akasha fell silent for a moment. She lowered her eyes, admitting that rather than liking it, she drank to sleep. Looking at the empty wine bottles scattered on the table, Kettle remarked that it seemed she had a lot of worry. Milena Akasha remained silent with an awkward expression. A while later, she finally asked if Kettle knew what she had done after leaving the snowfield. Kettle calmly replied that he only knew she had made many investments and business dealings. Milena Akasha explained that she had succeeded with the merchant caravan that crossed the white snowfield, and just as Kettle had predicted, she had grasped real power. Using that power, she tried various investments, and luckily, most of the caravans succeeded, helping her quickly earn a huge fortune. However, her voice trailed off as she admitted that those merchant caravans carried extreme risks, and just one small mistake would have been enough to collapse the family in the blink of an eye. Milena Akasha explained that she had started thinking of lower-risk investment methods and reached the final conclusion of currency trading. Thanks to that, her family achieved great success, but the family members had left her one by one, claiming that she had been driven mad by money and had discarded their honor. Abandoned by everyone, she sadly admitted that she had firmly believed those choices were for the family's sake, and asked if all those choices were really wrong. At this, Kettle denied it, saying he didn't think so. He asked confusedly why it would be wrong when she was only lending money to those who needed it and keeping them safe. He further explained that he heard she had been permitted by the kingdom, so there was absolutely no problem. In his heart, Kettle reflected on the concept of finance and thought that, given this era, he could understand why she was treated that way, even though in modern times it was completely normal. Milena Akasha asked in surprise if he truly thought so, and if he didn't consider it dirty work. Kettle calmly confirmed that, of course, he didn't, explaining that since she wasn't breaking the law, there was no reason to call it dirty. On the contrary, he added that one could even say she had greatly enhanced the family's reputation by accumulating such a fortune. Milena Akasha blushed in embarrassment and softly called Kettle's name. As she recalled the moment, one of her servants had tried to leave. Back then, she had desperately told the servant to wait and cried, asking why even he was abandoning. But the servant had apologized and admitted that he felt it would be too difficult to keep serving her. As tears fell into her glass of wine, Milena Akasha sadly muttered that she understood now, and perhaps she hadn't been wrong. She wept with happiness, confessing that in the last 5 years, Kettle was the first person to ever speak those kinds of words to her. Meanwhile, outside in the quiet hallway, a maid paced back and forth, looking worried. Earlier, Milena Akasha had told her not to disturb them, because she had something important to discuss with her guest today. Even so, the maid remained uneasy, thinking that while her mistress had ordered not to be disturbed tonight, she truly doubted if her mistress understood her own position, figuring it was already bad enough that an aristocratic lady had brought a barbarian into the mansion, let alone staying together until late at night. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out in the hallway, causing the maid to rush over, push the door open, and call out for her mistress. However, upon realizing there was nothing serious happening, her voice gradually grew quieter. Inside the room, Milena Akasha was sobbing, insisting that she had done everything for the sake of the family, complaining that those people couldn't even pay off their debts yet still talked about honor, which was truly shameless. Kettle smiled in agreement, noting that they were indeed shameless, though inwardly he felt a bit impatient, wondering how much longer he had to keep listening. Milena Akasha became even more irritated, crying out that she was right and continuing to grumble that there was another person who behaved exactly the same way. From outside the room, the maid witnessed the entire conversation. She quietly stepped back and gently closed the door again, leaving the two of them inside, and she silently told herself to forget everything she had seen today. The next day, Milena Akasha lifted her head and cheerfully welcomed her guests, addressing the man sitting across from her as the great sword master, Lord Maximus, with an incredibly sincere attitude. However, Maximus replied without a hint of warmth, saying there was no need for such formalities, as he was visiting unofficially today. Still wearing a smile, Milena said she understood, but inwardly she was surprised and wondered what had brought him there. As she observed the stern aura surrounding Maximus, an answer gradually formed in her mind. She realized that the Sword of Denian, the Sword Master himself, had come to their family, and she couldn't grasp why a superhuman who had surpassed human limits would come to visit. After giving her a moment to digest the information, Maximus began to ask if a certain barbarian had come there, and Milena, slightly surprised, cautiously confirmed that he had. While nervously fidgeting with the edge of her skirt, she wondered if he knew Kettle, and feared that he had come to drive him away because he was a barbarian. Beyond her expectations, Maximus sighed and explained that she seemed to be misunderstanding something, clarifying that was not the case at all. After a moment of silence, his gaze sharpened as he ordered her to treat that barbarian well, as it was the king's command. Milena, terrified, could only ask what he meant, and after calming herself, she carefully asked for the reason. However, Maximus firmly apologized and said he could not reveal anything other than the fact that this was the king's order. Although slightly disappointed, Milena replied that she understood. Then Maximus suddenly pointed at himself and remarked that he wasn't asking for free favors and that she could use his name. The bold offer made Milena unconsciously raise her voice, asking if he was truly allowing her to use Lord Maximus's name. Maximus waved his hand confidently, saying he more or less understood the situation and asking if those foolish nobles were causing her trouble. And when the topic hit the mark, Milena shyly admitted that they were, realizing he had caught on. Maximus then painted a bright picture for her, asserting in a tone that allowed for no objection that if she mentioned his name, even those fools would be silenced immediately. Milena was speechless and could only force a smile, but while she kept a pleasant expression on the outside, she was screaming in confusion on the inside, wondering what on earth that man had done. Elsewhere, Kettle was standing in a daze by the window when he heard footsteps approaching. The newcomer respectfully called him Lord Kettle, catching his attention, and he instinctively turned around, responding with an inquisitive "Eh?" Upon recognizing who it was, he carefully asked if it was Milena and what she wanted. Before getting to the point, Milena cautiously confirmed if he had once said he worked as a mercenary, to which Kettle frankly replied that he did. Her next question caught him slightly off guard when she asked what kind of jobs he had actually done. Nevertheless, Kettle tried to choose his words carefully and explained that it was mercenary work, such as escorting others. As he spoke, vivid memories rushed into his mind, from punching his way through other people's territories to taking out notorious villains. But when explaining his past to Milena, he condensed it all into a vague sentence about patrolling villages. The most notable part of his description was his bright expression when he added that he also spent time punching all sorts of things. Milena politely replied that she understood, but deep down, she had a serious misunderstanding. She was convinced that there was no way a sword master would personally come for such a trivial matter, and frustrated with her own assumptions, she decided to let it go, feeling she shouldn't dig any deeper. Quickly shaking off her disappointment, she cheerfully explained that she was just curious, and since they were done, she offered to take him on a tour and asked if there was anything he wanted to see. Kettle answered slowly, as if thinking hard, repeating that he was thinking about what he wanted to see. A moment later, he curiously asked if her family was involved in many different types of business, and although she didn't fully understand his intent, Milena admitted they were a family of merchants, which was all Kettle needed to hear before giving his answer. Not long after, the two arrived at the Akasha Trading Company. Amidst the bustling scene of people coming and going, Milena proudly introduced it as their trading company. Acting as a thoughtful guide, she explained that even commoners could borrow or deposit money there, and although not everyone was eligible, Kettle listened with great interest and could only offer a gasp of awe. In reality, he was thinking that the basic structure was just like a modern bank. Above all, what interested him most were the customers coming in and out of the building. He found it fascinating to watch people wearing medieval-style clothing and thought the place was a perfect blend of modern and fantasy. Milena Akasha interrupted Kettle's thoughts by asking what he thought, and without hesitation, Kettle gave a thumbs up and said it was quite interesting. The strange description left Milena wondering if it could really be considered interesting. Shaking off any lingering doubts, Milena led him to another location. As soon as he stepped through the door, Kettle excitedly shouted that it was an armory. Milena proudly explained that weapon trading was what had saved the Akasha family, and they had subsequently focused heavily on producing and selling weapons, adding that this place stored some of their most unique pieces. However, Kettle's attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. After staring at a sword on display for a long time, he cautiously asked if he could hold it for a moment, to which Milena immediately gave permission and told him to go right ahead. Unable to hold back any longer, Kettle gripped the hilt tight. He lifted it from the rack and swung it leisurely. Unexpectedly, flames suddenly flickered at the tip of the blade. The small flame quickly spread across the entire sword. Milena remarked that it was an enchanted sword. The word enchanted hit Kettle like a shock. He repeated that it was an enchantment and gazed at the roaring flames with surging emotions, thinking that this was true magic, and he was so moved that his eyes teared up, thinking the word sounded absolutely fascinating. Seeing his reaction, Milena kindly asked if he wanted the sword, and Kettle looked at her with glistening eyes and asked if she was serious. Instead of answering immediately, Milena smiled and said that more importantly, she had something she wanted to ask. Watching the flaming sword in his hand, she asked shyly if it wasn't hot, and Kettle froze for a few seconds before answering awkwardly that he was fine. Now calmer, he admitted he wasn't sure if it was okay to accept something so valuable. Milena nonchalantly reassured him that it was fine and confessed that this weapon was completely impractical. She explained that she had commissioned an alchemist to create a fire sword, but the flames had spread to the hilt, making it unusable. Recalling her previous efforts to salvage the weapon, Milena said she had complained to the alchemist, but the person had only blinked and asked if she had ever requested a safety mechanism. Of everything she said, the term alchemist caught Kettle's attention, and he asked in surprise if alchemists really existed. Milena admitted with slight irritation that they did, and explained that the family had hired one for a huge sum of money, though she regretted it a bit. Without knowing, those words had opened up a new possibility in Kettle's mind, thinking that an alchemist sounded incredibly interesting. He asked what that person was like. Although slightly startled, Milena politely replied that the person's personality was quite odd, but their skills were unparalleled. She went on to explain that this was the alchemist who had turned someone who knew absolutely nothing about arcane power into a superhuman-level warrior. The revelation shocked Kettle to the point that his alarm was clearly visible, and he immediately asked if it was true. Milena replied without hesitation that it was, though it was a story only those in the know were aware of. She tried to recall the details and explained that the Empire had once issued a notice searching for superhuman-level warriors to serve. Her voice turned more serious as she pointed out that such warriors didn't just appear out of thin air, and even the entire kingdom only had one or two who were treated specially, so there was no reason for them to join the Empire. From her perspective, the notice was basically meaningless. However, she continued that one day, an alchemist appeared. According to the story, she could create a superhuman-level warrior in exchange for a favor. After a dramatic pause, she explained that normally she would have been labeled a lunatic, but perhaps out of sudden curiosity, the Emperor had ordered her to turn his own son into a superhuman. The absurd idea made Kettle frown as he asked if the Emperor really put his own son on an experimental table, to which Milena nodded immediately, confirming it was true, and adding that in just 1 year, the prince had become a superhuman. Kettle's lips unconsciously curled up as anticipation filled his mind, and he couldn't stop thinking about the alchemist who had turned someone with no arcane power into a superhuman-level warrior. Finally, he turned to Milena and said he had a request, to which she quickly replied he could ask for anything. Though confused, Kettle asked to meet the alchemist she had just mentioned, and after a few seconds of processing the request, Milena's only reaction was a blank stare and an uncertain. The scene shifted to a beautiful house hidden in the forest. The owner of the house was carefully stirring a large, steaming pot. Even while focused on her work, her sharp ears caught the sound of someone approaching. The alchemist immediately turned around and remarked that she could feel something extraordinary coming from this person. Kettle and Milena Akasha finally found the wooden cabin hidden among countless trees. After a few seconds of silence, Kettle cautiously expressed his doubt by asking if she really lived in the woods, and Milena Akasha suppressed a sigh and explained that the owner of the place said living here was very comfortable, even though entering and leaving became inconvenient every time she had to move. Having said that, she stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door. The owner of the cabin cautiously called out to ask who it was, and Milena Akasha immediately replied in a familiar tone that it was her, Artemis, which caused Artemis to immediately relax and invite her in. Given the go-ahead, Milena Akasha pushed the wooden door open, the door that was never locked. The first thing she saw was the beautiful alchemist Artemis waving at her, who then mentioned that she had run out of clothes and asked if Milena could get her some new sets. Before Milena Akasha could say anything, she had been asked a favor and was momentarily speechless, asking if she hadn't already brought clothes for Artemis earlier. Artemis scratched her head in embarrassment and explained honestly that the chemical splashes had ruined them all, and when Milena Akasha looked closely, she became even more confused, remarking that even so, those clothes looked like rags. Artemis yawned until she teared up from being scolded, but stubbornly defended herself by saying it didn't matter since she was the only one living there. Not wanting to continue that topic, she changed the subject and asked what the person who hired her wanted, adding that she had completed the request last time, right. As soon as the topic was brought up, Milena Akasha flew into a rage again, repeating the word right with a clearly irritated voice. She then began to grumble at length, reminding Artemis that she had requested a shield that could repel everything, and Artemis kept a completely calm expression, arguing that she had indeed done exactly that, explaining that she had even ensured the hilt wouldn't repel anything, just as requested. Although Milena Akasha very much wanted to teach this annoying alchemist a lesson, she could only bitterly reply that the result was a cursed item. Once someone grabbed it, they couldn't let go. With that shocking revelation still hanging in the air, the atmosphere between the two women became tense. However, operating on a different frequency than regular people, Artemis immediately tried to justify herself, pointing out that Milena had never specified anything about being able to let go. Midway through her justification, Artemis realized Milena Akasha looked like she was about to explode, and she immediately panicked, apologizing repeatedly and insisting she was only joking. Under heavy pressure from her employer, Artemis finally admitted the truth, confessing that she had stayed up all night, was extremely tired, and had made a mistake in the setting. Wanting to completely extinguish Milena's anger, she emphasized that she truly hadn't done it on purpose. Milena Akasha never intended to make things difficult for the only alchemist she had, so she let out a long sigh and let her anger fade, telling Artemis that she knew it wasn't intentional and just asked her to be more careful next time, to which Artemis, surprised she had gotten off so easily, happily promised to remember. After a few rounds of bickering, Artemis finally remembered the existence of the third person and asked who it was that had come with Milena. She added that she had felt an incredible presence even before Milena arrived, and noted that the person was standing right outside the door. Wasn't he? While Milena Akasha was still stunned by that terrifyingly keen intuition, Artemis suddenly came up with a reason and asked if Milena had hired a new bodyguard. Deep inside, Milena Akasha felt a growing sense of worry, wondering how Artemis had sensed Kettle Nim, and doubting if it was the elf's intuition since she hadn't planned to hide him, so she cautiously explained that Artemis was quite special, and she thought the meeting might come as a surprise. Artemis was completely unfazed. Instead, she responded with suspicious curiosity and asked what was so special. Then, to Milena Akasha's astonishment, she suddenly clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. After laughing her fill, she wiped away her tears and explained that she had met many powerful people before, insisting that no matter how strong the person was, there was nothing to worry about. Artemis kept babbling without realizing the increasingly awkward expression on Milena Akasha's face, even remarking that the fact that Milena was worried about a surprise was what was truly surprising. Deciding that actions would be more convincing than words, Milena Akasha turned toward the door and announced loudly that according to Artemis there was nothing to worry about, and called for Lord Kettle. Kettle didn't answer right away, but instead gave a slight cough and replied with an. He deliberately opened the door only a crack to reveal part of his face, and spoke in a dark, gloomy voice that sounded like it came from the bottom of hell, politely asking if he could come in now. Just moments before, Artemis had been boasting confidently, but after hearing that simple question, all the color drained from her face. Kettle didn't let the homeowner off the hook, but coldly greeted her again, introducing himself as Kettle and saying it was a pleasure to meet her. He stepped even closer before deliberately emphasizing his name, and Artemis was now trembling uncontrollably, able only to emit a series of meaningless sounds. Taking advantage of the situation, Kettle continued by saying he had heard so much about Artemis's reputation from Milena. However, before he could finish, his expression suddenly froze. Confused, he turned to Milena Akasha and asked if this was really the person they were looking for, and without waiting for him to finish the question, Milena immediately confirmed that it was. An awkward silence filled the room as the two guests stared at the homeowner, who had been frightened to the point of fainting. When Artemis regained consciousness, she was so ashamed she didn't dare to lift her head, admitting that after speaking so confidently earlier, this situation was extremely humiliating. Kettle kindly tried to soothe her embarrassment, reassuring her that such things could happen. Not wanting to dwell on the issue, Artemis quickly asked if they wanted to meet him, and Kettle enthusiastically confirmed, explaining that he was interested in alchemy and asking if Artemis would be willing to teach him. Taken by surprise, Artemis instinctively repeated the word alchemy in disbelief. Even Milena, who had been listening silently until then, asked if Lord Kettle really wanted to learn alchemy, and despite their surprise, Kettle firmly confirmed it was true, adding that it was only one of the things he wanted to learn. Naturally, he kept his true reason to himself. Inwardly, he thought that while he was interested in alchemy, because it might lead to an understanding of arcane power, it was also a true fantasy art, and he couldn't miss this opportunity, so he vowed to learn alchemy and finally awaken his arcane power. With that thought, he asked if it was impossible for someone who hadn't awakened their arcane power to learn alchemy. Archimedes immediately denied that assumption, explaining that it wasn't the case. Afraid Kettle would misunderstand, Archimedes carefully explained that swordsmanship and magic drew and manipulated arcane power from within the body. To avoid confusion about her profession, she added that alchemy, on the other hand, borrowed and manipulated arcane power from external sources. As she spoke, she pinched a small sphere between two fingers and noted that there were many objects in the world that contained arcane power. The moment she finished speaking, she flicked the sphere toward the stove. The flame dancing inside was instantly frozen solid. Witnessing the sight, Kettle's eyes sparkled with excitement. He cried out in awe, secretly amazed that Archimedes had frozen the fire itself. Seizing the opportunity to regain a little face, Archimedes proudly explained that it was a technique using catalysts, and he absolutely did not use mana, and she was about to ask if he was impressed. But Kettle suddenly grabbed both of his hands and enthusiastically declared that Archimedes' skill was truly astonishing, leaving Archimedes startled by the overreaction and able only to stammer in confusion. Kettle, ignoring her discomfort, continued to shower her with praise, saying that creating such results with just materials was almost a miracle and that he was genuinely impressed. Immersed in the rain of compliments, Archimedes began to feel quite proud, though she cautiously asked if Kettle was being sincere, to which Kettle immediately confirmed and declared that this was exactly the kind of skill he had been looking for. At that moment, Archimedes felt as though she were about to float away, her heart filled with joy that such a terrifying existence would praise and admire her. Her ears twitched repeatedly, as she secretly hoped to hear even more praise for both herself and her alchemy. Unfortunately, Kettle lacked the ability to read minds, and instead returned to his original purpose, politely asking Archimedes to teach him alchemy. Now far more open to him, Archimedes agreed without hesitation, saying it would be quite easy. Milena then interrupted their conversation to express her gratitude that Archimedes had accepted Lord Kettle's request, to which Archimedes responded with a confused, only for Milena to remind her that the catalyst she had just casually used for her little performance was the very same one she had recently spent a fortune to acquire. Unable to argue that point, Archimedes could only offer an awkward, forced smile to let the matter slide. While the two were busy settling the debt, Kettle calmly gathered his thoughts, wondering to himself that he hadn't expected the alchemist to be an elf. His mind drifted back to his previous encounters with elves, and he remembered they were always particularly afraid of him, which made him wonder if he looked especially terrifying to them. Meanwhile, Archimedes, unable to bear the criticism from Milena, reluctantly apologized once more. Observing Archimedes's rather carefree behavior, Kettle felt reassured, concluding that even elves seemed to stop fearing him once they got used to his presence. As the visit drew to a close, Kettle confirmed that he would return tomorrow to begin learning alchemy. Despite still having a rather large lump on her head, Archimedes cheerfully saw them off and replied that she would see them tomorrow. After the two guests vanished from sight, Archimedes immediately slammed the door shut and leaned against it for a long time. Although she looked calm on the outside, she was struggling intensely on the inside, screaming in her head and asking herself what she had done. Her thoughts repeated Kettle's compliments about how amazing she was and that she was the best, and she clutched her head in frustration, blaming herself for being tricked by sweet words and insisting that she should have had the sense to refuse. Nevertheless, she quickly found a justification for her decision, ultimately concluding that Kettle was not a true barbarian. Recalling Kettle's aura, Archimedes reaffirmed her belief that while Milena was human and couldn't sense it, Kettle's very essence had fundamentally been distorted. Even so, she remained confused as to why a being like Kettle would want to learn alchemy. Halfway through her thoughts, she abruptly dismissed her worries, convincing herself that someone like Kettle would never take alchemy seriously and would surely get bored and quit before long. After reinforcing that belief, Archimedes secretly asked herself one final, uneasy question of whether that assumption was actually true. A few days later, Archimedes began guiding Kettle in alchemy, starting by boiling a certain solution in a large pot. Archimedes's expression grew tense, and she muttered, "Good, if you just let it cool down slowly like this, it will surf." Kettle's gaze became more focused than ever. Finally, from inside the pot, a golden orb suddenly appeared. He couldn't hold back an excited shout, declaring that they had succeeded, and in his excitement, he even turned to high-five the person next to him to celebrate the achievement, saying he had done it and calling Archimedes directly to celebrate. Archimedes followed the atmosphere and congratulated him, saying it was fantastic. However, the moment she said it, her inner monologue hardened in disbelief, asking herself what she meant by fantastic, as she realized that even though she had meticulously planned everything beforehand, the reality had clearly gone against her expectations. She secretly admitted that she never expected him to learn so much in just 3 days, especially since she had deliberately taught him in the most boring, difficult, and complicated way possible. While Kettle was busy celebrating beside her, Archimedes remained tangled in confusion, wondering if a barbarian could really be that smart. Meanwhile, Kettle, disregarding her complex emotions, kept his focus on the object in his hand, contemplating deeply that he had never been a barbarian to begin with, and as he stared at the tiny gem he had created, he grew increasingly moved, realizing this was his first alchemical product, and he had finally achieved the fantastical result he had previously only dared to dream of in a fantasy world. Thinking of this, Kettle suddenly turned to Archimedes and expressed his gratitude, saying he thanked her. Archimedes was startled by his sincerity and repeatedly waved her hands to deny it, insisting it was nothing. However, she then honestly admitted that she hadn't expected him to be such a good learner, and that halfway through, she had become unusually enthusiastic, eventually teaching him more seriously than normal. Kettle acknowledged this, and without waiting for much of a response, he shifted to another topic, saying there was still something else he wanted to learn. Archimedes, still full of enthusiasm, confidently told him she would teach him anything. However, her smile froze when he asked if she could teach him how to awaken magical power. Archimedes shyly bunched her fingers together and explained that teaching the method itself wasn't difficult, but the real problem lay in the necessary ingredients. Kettle immediately asked what the ingredients were, which led her to explain that high-grade catalysts containing magical power were required, and that it took even the Empire a full year to collect those materials. Hearing this, Kettle deduced that this must be why it took a year to turn the prince into a superhuman. Archimedes, still carried away by excitement, inadvertently revealed more than she had intended, insisting that the story had been distorted, and that a genius like herself would never struggle with that for a whole year. Seizing the opportunity, Kettle asked if that type of catalyst was what she was talking about, and if what he had could be used as a substitute. Archimedes asked what it was. He handed her the bag he had been carrying, explaining that he thought it might serve as a material and wanted her to take a look. The moment he opened the bag, the contents emitted a blinding light that nearly blinded everyone. Carefully handling the items, Archimedes remarked in astonishment that it was truly unexpected for him to possess such a treasure. She immediately asked where he got it, saying it was nearly equivalent to a philosopher's stone. Kettle, not intimidated, calmly clarified that he recalled the philosopher's stone being something that could turn into any material. Archimedes, overcome by professional enthusiasm, pleaded with him to ask where he got it. However, Kettle coldly replied that it couldn't be disclosed. Archimedes shyly tried to rationalize his refusal, saying it made sense since something so precious couldn't be revealed just like that. But Kettle interrupted her, denying that was the reason, as fragmented memories surfaced in his mind. He said with an indifferent tone that he had used them all up, and it was now very difficult to create more. Hearing this, Archimedes fell silent, staring in horror at the glowing materials in her hands, unable to speak. In the end, Kettle left the lesson feeling quite satisfied with the results. As he walked away, he continued to ponder his own question of whether he could awaken magical power immediately. In the previous moment, Archimedes had enthusiastically told him that the amount he had was more than enough, although she also carefully added that she was still missing some other ingredients and suggested he ask Milena. It turned out that Archimedes herself felt a bit uneasy about matters concerning her own capital, thinking that if she asked, Milena surely wouldn't listen. Thus, she delegated this responsibility to Kettle, who, however, didn't feel much pressure, thinking everything was going smooth. In his excitement, he even imagined a bright future ahead, believing that with this, he would soon awaken magical power as well. However, reality quickly showed that something was indeed burning, as a fire flared up violently, illuminating Kettle's face. The fire seemed to have a will of its own, dancing along the roof and windows, turning the entire building into a giant torch, despite the panicked cries of everyone around that there was a fire. It took Kettle a moment to find someone he knew and ask what was going on. Milena Akasha immediately greeted him formally, calling him Lord Kettle, before explaining that someone had burned the warehouse. And unfortunately, that was where the lumber was stored. Kettle saw an unexpected opportunity in the troublesome situation and decided to act immediately, saying he understood and telling everyone to back off. Milena Akasha reacted in confusion, but Kettle didn't intend to hide his plan and explained that he would try to put out the fire with alchemy. Once he said that, he quickly pulled out a treasure he had created during class. He held it for a moment, then activated it and threw it high into the air. As the gem landed on his fist, it resonated with the power he was accumulating, and he directed that force toward the fire in front of him. Those nearby were affected by the shockwave, covering their faces and screaming in panic, not understanding what was happening. Even Milena Akasha couldn't escape the intense wind that swept across her face. After completing the action, Kettle proudly asked Milena how that was, declaring that the fire was out, and this was the power of alchemy, asking if it was amazing. Milena, still dazed because the sky had cleared up so quickly, could only respond in a confused and hesitant manner. After taking a few seconds to regain her composure, she began to remark that what she had just witnessed looked less like alchemy and more like something else, but she didn't get to finish her sentence. Kettle, however, didn't let her continue, but suddenly changed the subject, saying the arsonist was still nearby and he would be right back. Immediately after speaking, he vanished from Milena Akasha's sight, leaving behind a cloud of dust. He moved at an extremely high speed, racing in one direction as if he were being pursued. Milena remained frozen on the spot, her hair disheveled after enduring 2 shockwaves. Meanwhile, Kettle quickly made the fleeing arsonist realize his presence. When the man realized Kettle was behind him, he was terrified and wondered how Kettle had located him. The arsonist also suspected how someone who looked as foolish as that could track him without using magic. Although confused, he still acted arrogantly, believing that in the face of his great magic, Kettle was just a helpless human. As Kettle rushed forward, he noticed something unusual and observed his surroundings carefully before realizing that mist had blanketed the area. He hesitantly concluded that it was likely magical mist. His gaze then locked onto the arsonist, who stood confidently on a tree branch, where he declared that his magic didn't just obscure vision, but also scrambled the senses. Kettle, however, remained calm and said that if that were the case, there was an alchemical method suited for the situation. He immediately pulled out another gem and crushed it without hesitation before the opponent could react. The arsonist realized Kettle's move and asked what he was doing. But before he received an answer, Kettle smashed his fist into the ground. With just a single powerful blow, the ground beneath his feet shattered, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The shockwave left the arsonist even more disoriented, and he realized Kettle was dispelling the mist. However, he didn't have time to think, because he had to try to shield himself from the fierce wind pressure. After adjusting, he tried to mockingly challenge Kettle, declaring that that alone wasn't enough to stop, and that he would unleash an even stronger mist spell. However, he didn't realize that Kettle had moved behind his back. Meanwhile, Milena Akasha, who had been waiting impatiently, suddenly heard her name called. When she turned back, she saw Kettle returning while carrying the captured arsonist. Kettle said he had caught the arsonist, while Milena reacted with shock and confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. Kettle then credited Archimus, smiling radiantly as he declared that if he hadn't learned alchemy, he wouldn't have been able to catch the culprit, thereby giving the credit to his teacher. After the fire, everyone quickly returned to the main mansion. Kettle was standing there looking dazed when someone called his name. As soon as he recognized the familiar silhouette, he asked Milena what had happened to the maid. Milena Akasha sighed wearily before explaining that after the interrogation, they learned he had been hired by a noble who held a grudge against her. Curious, Kettle asked if it was really a vengeful noble. As memories of the noble's aggressive behavior resurfaced, Milena Akasha admitted that it was indeed the case. She explained that the noble had borrowed money but failed to repay it, and added that both the mage and the noble would have to pay for their crimes. Once she finished, she suddenly lifted her skirt and bowed formally to Kettle, expressing that without him, they never would have caught the culprit, and thanked him sincerely. Kettle enthusiastically rejected the credit, saying he was simply happy because he finally had the chance to use the alchemy he had learned. Milena Akasha curiously repeated the word alchemy. But before he could answer, Kettle remembered the real reason he had come there and said he had one more favor to ask. Milena Akasha was ready to agree and encouraged him to go ahead and make his request. When Archimus saw what Kettle had brought back, she couldn't help but exclaim that she had guessed Milena would agree to Kettle's request. But she hadn't expected her to provide such a high-quality catalyst. Growing increasingly excited, she complained that no matter how much she had pleaded in the past, Milena had never given her anything at that level. Painfully recalling what Milena usually said whenever she begged for ingredients, she remembered the reply that it was only because she would just use them to play other jokes. Even in her imagination, that answer left her speechless, making her protest that Milena treated people so unfairly. Kettle ignored that exchange and instead asked Archimus if all the preparations were complete. Archimus quickly composed herself and then enthusiastically declared that everything was more than ready and suggested they start immediately. Kettle was so excited that his face turned red. Not long after, he took off his shirt and sat in the very center of the magic circle. Standing outside the circle with a book in her hand, Artemis said she would briefly explain the method. She first drew Kettle's attention to the stones, explaining that they would grind them into powder to create the magic circle and use the catalyst to alter their properties. She then explained in detail that those altered properties would settle into Kettle's body and create the path leading to magical power. After finishing her explanation, Artemis warned that the feeling of the magical power path forming in his body would be quite strange and asked Kettle if he could endure it. Kettle tilted his head and confidently replied that of course he could, adding that he was actually looking forward to it. Nevertheless, Artemis continued to add warnings, explaining that if the alchemy was successful, Kettle would no longer need those grains, and implicitly suggested that she hoped to use the leftover. Before she could finish, Kettle interrupted, saying Artemis could use the remainder as she pleased. Artemis was so touched that her cheeks turned red. Barely able to contain her excitement, she asked Kettle if he was being sincere. Kettle firmly reassured her that it was true and urged her to start quickly. With no more hesitation, Artemis agreed and declared that the ritual was beginning. Even so, Artemis couldn't suppress the emotions welling up in her heart. She thought that when they first met, she had even fainted from Kettle's monstrous aura, but after being together for a few days, she felt she understood him a little bit. As the image of Kettle's strong physique surfaced in her mind, Artemis secretly admitted that while she couldn't say Kettle wasn't terrifying, his desire to become strong was no different from any ordinary barbarian. That thought made her smile secretly, concluding that looking at it that way, Kettle could even look a little cute. Keeping that faint smile, Artemis softly called Kettle's name. Those thoughts only reinforced her resolve, and she silently swore that no matter what, she would make the alchemy a success. Setting her personal feelings aside, Artemis immediately took on a solemn tone and called out to the catalysts, summoning the inanimate ones that had been created with clear form. Spiritual power surged from her hands as she softly hummed for the invisible existences without their own will to listen to her. Focusing all her power on Kettle's back, she declared that he would become their master. As each stone began to glow with her magical power, Artemis moved to the next incantation and ordered them to move according to her will. Afterward, Artemis shifted her focus to the flickering candles and hummed for them to move again, and change shape and structure according to the master's will so they would become tools. Kettle remained completely immersed, seemingly paying no attention to anything other than Artemis's voice echoing in his ear. At this moment, a massive surge of power bestowed by Artemis exploded around Kettle. It ran through his entire body, causing even his hair to fly wild. Feeling the drastic transformation taking place within his body, Kettle suddenly opened his eyes. Outside, all the candles had gone out, leaving only thin wisps of smoke. The stones around the magic circle had lost their original color and were cracked, while Artemis herself was exhausted and collapsed to the side. After a few seconds of regulating her breathing, Artemis finally raised her head and weakly asked if it had been successful. When Kettle stayed silent, Artemis called his name again. Only after a long silence did Kettle finally exhale a deep breath, then suddenly jumped up and burst into happy laughter. Every cell in his body seemed to be celebrating, as he realized he could feel a completely fresh sensation he had never experienced before. Although the answer was clear, he couldn't help but ask himself if this was what true magical power felt like. Observing his reaction, Artemis finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying that judging by Kettle's reaction, the ritual seemed to have succeeded. Overwhelmed with excitement, Kettle suddenly lunged forward and lifted Artemis into the air, declaring that it had definitely been a success. The unexpected gesture left Artemis completely frozen in shock. As soon as she realized how awkward the two of them were, her face turned red and she screamed, telling Kettle to wait. Kettle, however, ignored the formalities and continued to lift her high, enthusiastically thanking Artemis and insisting that it was all thanks to her. No matter how sincerely Kettle expressed his gratitude, Artemis could only stammer and demand that Kettle put her down. Once the moment had finally passed, Artemis asked Kettle seriously how he felt and if he could sense any instability. Kettle clenched his fists and replied firmly that he felt absolutely nothing and that the ritual seemed to have been a perfect success. Hearing that answer, Artemis expressed her relief, admitting that she had been a little worried. Kettle immediately asked if that meant he could use arcane power now. Artemis raised a finger and instructed him to focus his mind inward and check the power within his body. Kettle nodded obediently and decided to give it a try. As soon as he closed both eyes, a massive layer of green aura quickly enveloped his entire body. However, just a moment later, he frowned slightly, remarked that something felt strange, and called out to Archimus. Confused by the situation, Archimus asked what was wrong. Kettle slowly lowered his hands and hesitantly explained that he could clearly feel the arcane power within his body. However, after contemplating for a moment, he admitted that every time he tried to draw the power out, it immediately dissipated, and then asked what they should do. The moment Archimus heard that, she shrieked in complete horror, unable to believe what she had just heard. Leaving their situation aside for the moment, the scene shifted to the city gate, where two guards were standing watch with high alert. Suddenly, one of them muttered something unintelligible, as both guards stared fixedly at a glowing figure approaching from afar, surrounding the mysterious traveler. Several bronze pillars spun as fast as a pinwheel. The younger guard couldn't help but shout that the figure looked familiar before the older guard finished his thought, stating without a doubt that it was the wandering merchant. As the wandering merchant approached, he politely asked if they could open the gate. The younger guard immediately agreed and hurriedly replied that he would open it at once. Although pleased with the response, the wandering merchant unexpectedly suggested that they make a deal first. The older guard cautiously pointed at himself and volunteered to go first with a worried expression. Instantly grasping his intent, the wandering merchant cut him off and simply asked what he wanted. He then confidently declared that he possessed everything they could possibly desire and told the guard to just name it. As the vortex swirling around him expanded, he added that as long as they paid the right price, he could get them anything they requested. The wandering merchant was a mysterious entity that roamed the world. One day, he suddenly appeared in the human world, selling rare items and granting people their deepest desire. In exchange, he demanded money or something precious, which could even be their own soul. And now, the wandering merchant had arrived in the Denaian kingdom. Milena turned to Kettle and said that the wandering merchant had finally arrived in the Denaian kingdom. She asked what he thought, offering to buy him anything he wanted because she owed him a deep debt of gratitude. Kettle nodded and thought to himself that his research into awakening arcane power still hadn't made any progress. If this merchant truly granted wishes, he figured he should give it a try. They quickly arrived at the merchant's location, and Kettle remarked in surprise that this was the person they called the wandering merchant. Kettle observed the mysterious figure granting wishes. Holding a bag of gold coins in his hand, a young man spoke up, begging the wandering merchant to grant him a weapon that could cut through everything. The wandering merchant replied that it wasn't enough, explaining that simple monetary value wasn't sufficient. The boy was surprised, but the wandering merchant activated his magic, telling him that a weapon that could cut through absolutely everything was completely impossible. A small crack opened right above their heads. The small rift glowed brilliantly as a sword began to emerge from it. The wandering merchant added that, while a blade that cut through everything was impossible, a weapon capable of cutting through many things was perfectly feasible. The boy stared at the sword in utter amazement. Taking the boy's money, the wandering merchant asked if that was enough and told him to take it. Watching his coins float in midair, the boy agreed it was perfect and thanked him for the sword. The merchant then called for the next person, and a small boy stepped forward. The boy desperately cried out that he wanted medicine for his mother, promising to give anything in return. The wandering merchant observed the boy thoroughly before quietly demanding his sense of taste. The boy stood there confused, so the merchant repeated his demand, telling the child to sacrifice his sense of taste. Only then would he receive the medicine. Overjoyed, the boy was ready to accept. The wandering merchant began to activate his magic, declaring that he would take the boy's sense of taste right now. A layer of purple aura completely enveloped the boy, and the wandering merchant confirmed that he had received. The boy suddenly realized that his tongue really couldn't taste anything anymore. Handing the medicine to the boy, the wandering merchant said that this was the medicine he wanted. The child thanked him from the bottom of his heart, happy that he could finally save his mother, even if he had lost his sense of taste. Observing the entire scene, Kettle remarked that the merchant really did sell all sorts of things. Milena explained that was why most nations allowed the wandering merchant to visit, though some places still drove him away because he was too suspicious. Kettle found it interesting that someone could pay with things other than money and wondered if one could just keep trading forever. Milena pointed out that if you deliberately sent someone else to trade for you, he would realize it immediately, though at the very least, you could ask someone to wait in line for you. This reminded Kettle of a memory, recalling a conversation with Archimus, who had said his arcane power was lacking. Surprised, Kettle asked what she meant, and she replied that it was meant literally. She explained that it was usually impossible, but because his body level was too high, he he didn't possess enough arcane power. When Kettle asked if the missing arcane power could be replenished, she replied that it wasn't impossible, suggesting that a catalyst like a dragon's heart could be used, before apologizing to Kettle and promising to find another way. Back in the present, Kettle secretly wondered if the wandering merchant could obtain a dragon's heart. Milena asked if he had decided what he wanted to buy yet. Satisfied with the idea, he replied that he had decided, but noted that the queue was quite long and it would take time. Milena had thought ahead, telling him not to worry because as soon as she heard the news, she had sent her servants to wait in line for him. Kettle praised her for being very thoughtful. A little later, the wandering merchant looked surprised, asking Kettle who he was and why he was here. He said that because in his eyes, Kettle was someone who didn't need anything at all. Kettle replied with a questioning, explaining that he had come because he also wanted to trade. The wandering merchant suspiciously asked if Kettle really wanted to trade with him, and Kettle confirmed that he did. Crossing his arms, the merchant gave him a skeptical look and asked if he really needed anything. Kettle asked if there was a problem. After thinking for a few seconds, the wandering merchant said there was no problem and asked what he wanted. Kettle directly stated his desire, saying that he wanted to obtain a dragon's heart. Both Milena and the wandering merchant were completely stunned by his request. Looking at Kettle, Milena was secretly terrified, wondering if he really wanted a dragon's heart, the core of the legendary beast that even the Empire had failed to hunt down. Kettle asked if it was possible. The merchant replied that it was, but the price was simply not enough. Milena quickly chimed in, asking what would happen if she paid with money. The wandering merchant countered that it still wasn't enough, leaving Milena shocked when he added that even her entire family fortune wouldn't be enough. Milena then apologized to Kettle for not being able to help him, but Kettle reassured her that if the price wasn't enough, then there was no other way. The wandering merchant kept staring at Kettle, and after a short silence, said he would offer him a deal. Kettle turned back to look at him, and the wandering merchant explained that if he accepted the offer and succeeded, he could obtain the dragon's heart. Excited by the news, Kettle approached him and declared that sounded great, and he had no reason to refuse. The wandering merchant nodded, telling him to return after he was done with his business for the day. As the wandering merchant left, Milena turned to Kettle, anxiously asking if this was really okay, nodding that an offer involving a dragon's heart certainly wouldn't be an ordinary one. Kettle reassured her that if it wasn't ordinary, that was exactly what he wanted, adding that he hoped it would be an interesting offer. The wandering merchant continued his work, handing out items to the populace in exchange for payment, while Kettle stood right beside him. Finally, the merchant announced that work for the day was finished. With a rather bored tone, the merchant reminded Kettle that just because he told him to wait didn't mean he had to stand right next to him observing all day. Kettle apologized, admitting that he was simply fascinated. The wandering merchant sighed, said it was fine, and suggested they go to the deal ahead. Immediately afterward, he opened a portal, telling Kettle to step inside for now. Kettle was ready to agree and stepped straight through without a hint of doubt. On the other side, it seemed to be night, surrounded by desolate hills, leaving Kettle wondering where he was. Right afterward, another portal appeared above his head, and several others fell from it. 4 people walked through, an old mage, a woman, a child, and a mercenary. Counting Kettle, there were 5 in total. They looked at each other in confusion, and the mercenary with an eye patch spoke up, asking why he wasn't the only one. Kettle secretly wondered if the wandering merchant had brought these people too. Suddenly, the wandering merchant appeared floating above their heads, declaring that everyone had arrived, and announced that from now on, he needed them to go hunt a dragon.